Introduction. Perched upon a grand tree, Lin Jian felt a curse lodged in his throat, uncertain whether to voice it. At this moment, he dare not speak. You tell me this is a high school student in the late stages of innate talent? Ridiculous. The aura emanating from the flame lady was undeniably powerful, rivaling that of a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner wielding fire techniques. More alarmingly, Lingyao unleashed this formidable energy 9 times in succession, all the while appearing unruffled, as if he could easily continue. Lin Jian slowly descended from the tree, his face a portrait of despair. Am I a genius from Kyoto? No, I'm unworthy. There exists a prodigy who will contain him. Chapter 1. Awakening on Silver Moon Island. The briny sea breeze lingered in memory. With eyes closed, Lan Shi instinctively reached for his wife's soft palm, only to touch the damp, decayed earth covered in morning dew. A throbbing pain pulsed at his temples, and the images from the previous night at Golden Coast blurred like photographs soaked in seawater. His daughter Nianqi's sandcastle remained unfinished, while his wife Jing's hair was still scented with sunscreen. Yet, a beam of light from above abruptly severed all warmth. Where am I? He propped himself up, his palm sinking into the moss, warm to the touch. Vines draped above dripped morning dew droplets formed prisms along the leaf edges, scattering sunlight into a rainbow that danced upon his numb arms. Towering trees, surpassing 3 stories, surrounded him, their trunks adorned with scaly, purplish-black patterns. The canopies intertwined in the clouds, casting playful golden spots upon the ground. In the distance, the faint sound of waves resonated. It was no longer the familiar roar of the South China Sea from his memories. His multifunctional knife remained at his waist, the metallic shell of the solar lighter warm against his skin, but the strawberry-flavored compressed biscuits intended for his daughter had vanished without a trace. A fiery pain seared through his throat as Lan Shi stumbled to his feet, noticing pink fruits scattered at his feet, oozing a fluorescent blue juice reminiscent of the stars his daughter had painted on the beach. As he bent to collect them, a warm sensation brushed the back of his neck, not the delicate touch of Jing's fingertips, but rather something soft and fragrant, imbued with the essence of nature. His spine instinctively stiffened as the sound of a blade unsheathing startled the glowing birds from the treetops. Before him stood a towering creature, reaching nearly 2 meters high, with a grayish-green stem crowned by tufts resembling a dog's tail, swaying gently. Dewdrops trickled down the leaf veins, forming silver strands in the morning light. It had no eyes, yet it gently tapped the fruit in Lan's eye's hand with the tip of its tuft, causing the fuzz to suddenly fluff up, resembling a large pet yearning for affection. Fluffball? Lan Shi's voice trembled, betraying his unrecognized fear. The moment his fingers brushed against the soft fur, warmth surged through his fingertips, mingling with a familiar sense of security, much like the stormy night at Golden Coast when his frightened daughter nestled into his blankets, and his wife embraced his waist from behind. He tore off the old t-shirt, soaked by the sea, and ripped it into strips to tie around the monster's stalk. As the tufts swayed violently, the sound of the wind evoked a fleeting memory of Jing humming a half-forgotten lullaby. As he walked along the riverbank, the leaves of the fuzzy plant would brush against his calves, as if to prevent him from stumbling. 2 hours later, he returned to the starting point, leaning against a massive tree while watching the fuzzy plant roll purple blackberries with its leaves. Suddenly, he recalled how his wife had stuffed mosquito repellent into his backpack before his departure. Have Nianqi and Jing also been transported here? He gazed at the treetops reflected on the lake's surface, and to his astonishment, he noticed a furry silhouette beside his own shadow. While constructing a shelter, the fuzzy plant seemed to comprehend every mumble he uttered. When the leaden clouds pressed down, causing the treetops to murmur, it would point towards the bamboo forest in the southeast with its tufts. When bamboo thorns pierced his palm, the fuzz would gently wrap around the wound, akin to the awkward comfort of his daughter applying a band-aid askew. When torrential rain poured down, the curled fuzz formed an umbrella that shielded him from all elements. Through the gaps of the tufts, he could almost see himself running through the crashing waves on the Golden Coast, carrying his daughter, while Jing waved anxiously on the beach, holding an umbrella. As the sun sank below the horizon, the bonfire in the bamboo shelter crackled. Lying against the warm fuzz, he watched the sparks dance towards the silver-dotted night sky. The tufts rhythmically patted his back, reminiscent of his wife's gentle touch on sleepless nights. In the distant hooting of an owl, he dared for the first time to recall the moment enveloped in the beam of Light King's terrified gaze, Nianqi's sudden grip on his fingers, and the unuttered daddy. They must also be alive somewhere. Blue, she murmured to the flickering flames. The tufts lightly tapped twice, and the raindrops on the fuzz sparkled in the firelight, reminiscent of the tears in his daughter's eyes. He stroked the fuzzy plant's stalk, suddenly realizing that this creature, which only wagged its tail, was clumsily filling the gaping void in his heart. As the bonfire dimmed, the fuzz cocooned him even tighter. Belushi closed his eyes, inhaling the warm aroma mixed with the scent of grass and wood. And for a moment, he felt his wife's long hair brush against his cheek and his daughter's small hand slip into his palm. In this unfamiliar Silver Moon Island, he was no longer a solitary traveler, at least. He had the fuzzy plant and the hope of finding his family. As Belushi slept soundly with the fuzzy plant in his embrace, he remained oblivious to the strange transformation occurring within the creature he held. The fluffy mass, softer than cotton candy, revealed a gray-green stalk that split at a visible rate, its segmented leaves curling into the shape of human limbs. The tuft at the top gradually shrank into a palm-sized round head, its nose glistening with dew, resembling a squished plush toy. As dawn crept over the bamboo shelter, Belushi was awakened by a heavy sensation pressing against his chest. As I groggily opened my eyes, I beheld a fuzzy miniature version of myself sprawled upon my abdomen. Its short stature was clad in tattered banana leaves fashioned into an apron, while a tufted tail swayed diligently behind it, reminiscent of a toddler donning oversized adult clothes. "What on earth?" I exclaimed, springing upright, only to have the back of my head collide with the bamboo crossbeam above. "Who are you? Why do you look so much like me?" My words faltered as I noticed the little creature turn its head. It possessed the same single eyelid as I did, albeit with chubby cheeks adorned with fine fuzz. When it smiled, the curve of its mouth resembled that of a mischievous cat. "Ow!" The little one waved its newly sprouted claws, the tail tuft swishing like a fan, while its palm was sticky with remnants of half-eaten grilled fish. It then struck me that its fingertips still bore the serrated edges of leaves, giving them the texture of a lively dishwashing sponge. "Fluffball?" I tentatively called out. Instantly, the creature sprang up, its tail thumping against the ground as it clumsily knelt on its knees, scuttling forward like an overactive teddy bear. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it wore a tattered strip of an old t-shirt around its neck, askew and absurdly perched on its fuzzy collar. "Have you evolved?" I mused aloud, prodding its plump cheek, which felt akin to squeezing cotton candy. "Why do you have a cosplay look? Even if your face resembles mine, how can your fuzzy belly be rounder than my beer belly?" The little one emitted cheerful sounds, gesticulating with its paw towards the multi-functional knife at my waist, then pointing to the tuft on its back, before suddenly burying its face in my palm, nuzzling affectionately. I then realized that, as it communicated, tiny specks of light floated from its fuzz, resembling a scattering of luminescent dandelion seeds. "Very well, henceforth you shall be called Little Fluffball." I chuckled helplessly, detaching my belt to fashion it into a makeshift tie for it. "However, we have an agreement. No snoring like me, and absolutely no pilfering of dried fish. Was it you who absconded with the leftover fish from yesterday?" The little fluffball shook its head vigorously, though its tail curled into a question mark shape, betraying its guilt. In the morning light, its fuzzy paws stealthily probed my backpack, fingers snagging a half-hidden piece of wild fruit. I suddenly realized that this crafty, mimicking companion seemed to present more of a challenge than the previous day's mere big fluffball that only wagged its tail. "Ah, well, it's just the two of us on this island." I patted little Fluffball's head, and it immediately squinted its eyes in contentment. As its tail brushed against my hand, it sent a tickling sensation up my arm. "However, your rate of evolution is rather swift. Shall we expect you to learn to speak by tomorrow? How about starting with Daddy?" Little Fluffball froze abruptly, its tail drooping down, casting a reproachful gaze in my direction, despite the absence of actual eyes. The call of waterfowl echoed from beyond the bamboo shelter, where two figures swayed in the morning light, one wielding a spear, preparing to venture to the lake, while the other trotted eagerly behind, its tail adorned with remnants of unplucked reeds. No one could ascertain whether this anthropomorphic grass, known as dogtail grass, was a gift from the Silver Moon continent or the inception of some enigmatic prophecy. "Goo Bui." Repeat it 3 times, "Go Bui." Lanshi brandished a wooden plaque carved from bamboo, her nose nearly touching the fuzzy forehead of the little creature. The latter was entwining a reed pen with its tail, clumsily sketching nonsensical symbols in the sand. Upon hearing its name, its tail stiffened abruptly, splattering ink all over its newly donned grass shoes. "Foo-foo dog, dog doesn't wilt." The little creature yelped, its voice strained as if it were swallowing a pebble, its tail indignantly thumping the ground, mispronouncing Bu Wei as Bu Wei. Lan Shi collapsed into the pile of reeds and laughter, trembling as she pointed at it. All right then, I know your tongue is as jagged as a serrated leaf from now on. Shall we simply call you away? A wise tail instantly transformed into a whirling propeller, its paws pawing at the plaque as it burrowed into Lan Zai's embrace, its nose still smeared with charcoal residue from yesterday's fire mishap, which had singed the tip of its tail. With a resigned sigh, Lan Shi fashioned a sun hat from dried palm leaves for it, adorning the brim with a picked bluebell, making it resemble a mischievous sprite donning human attire. The true training commenced with the grip of a knife. Lan Shi disassembled the multifunctional knife into a dagger form, guiding a wise paws to clasp the hilt. Remember, the blade face is right, and your wrist must exert steady force so. Don't let your tail wrap around the blade. Before she could finish her sentence, a wise tail had already ensnared the hilt, nearly flinging the knife into the lake and startling a swarm of luminous shrimp. The little creature, feeling guilty, covered its mouth with its paw, while its tail honestly curled into a small question mark of apology. Never mind, let's start with something simple. Lan Shi rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a length of fishing line, tying it to a wise paw while instructing him on fishing. When you see the bobber move, pull it. Remember not to use your tail to fling it. Just as she finished speaking, a whale suddenly yelped in excitement, its tail smacking the water's surface, causing a silver-scaled fish that had just bitten the hook to leap 3 feet into the air. Watching its innocent blinking eyelids, which were merely trembling fur, Lan Shi realized that this tuft of grass could not discern the distinction between quiet waiting and tail keeping time. Chapter 2. Dogtail Grass Go Bu Wei. The evening bonfire class was even more lively. Lan Shi held a roasted sweet potato, instructing a Wei on numbers, drawing a 1 in the dirt with a twig. This is 1, a fish, a piece of meat, do you understand? A Wei tilted its head, staring for 3 seconds before suddenly drawing a crooked tail next to the 1, transforming it into a fluffy. Lan Shi laughed so hard she coughed. All right, he'll grant you creativity from now on. The numbers on the island will be defined by you as emoticons. However, the most challenging aspect was the language lesson. A W-Wei consistently mispronounced water, as should due to the sound learned from Lan Shi's playful shushing and called danger as O-Wu mimicking the call of an owl. One fateful morning, while Lan Shi was cutting bamboo in the grove, he nearly stepped into a trap when Wei suddenly leaped out, clutching his leg, and exclaimed in a raspy voice, Lan Shi, sharp, pain. It was then that Lan Shi discovered Wei had, unbeknownst to him, learned to combine words, with a half-buried warning red berry dangling from his tail tuft. So you have been secretly remembering? Lan Shi gently patted Wei's fluffy head, and the latter proudly swayed his tail, retrieving a piece of dried fish he had hidden for 3 days just as he had stuffed it into the fur of his tail tuft during their lesson on food storage the day before. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, illuminating the training log where uneven handwriting documented. Day 15. Wei learned to use his tail to ignite a fire. Day 18. Wei successfully tied 3 bamboo poles with vines. Day 20. Wei referred to sleep as slee, yet his tail instinctively curled into a little pillow shape. As the full moon bathed Silver Moon Island in its glow, a wave formed by pebbles appeared outside the bamboo hut, albeit crooked, resembling a caterpillar. Wei lay across Lan Shi's legs, his tail tuft rhythmically tapping on his knee as he hummed an off-key grilled fish song, each note infused with the warmth of his fuzzy nature. In that moment, Lan Shi felt that this little ball of fluff, who expressed gratitude as Fu, perhaps understood the essence of companionship better than any intelligent device ever could. Tomorrow, I shall teach you to recognize the stars. Pointing to the star cluster resembling a dog's tail in the sky, Wei's tail instantly perked up, excitedly indicating the same direction. That is called Fuzzy Tail Constellation, our shared constellation. The little creature nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet his paws stealthily reached for the roasted sweet potatoes by the campfire. After a day filled with training, he understood that eating always ranked first among all skills. Morning dew clung to Go Bu Wei's eyelashes, forming tiny prisms as he practiced smiling at the lake surface, causing the silver-scaled fish below to leap out in surprise. His nascent human features bore a smudge of unwashed tree sap on his nose, while the tuft on his head stubbornly stuck up like an antenna that could never be bent. Brother, today you should teach me how to tie my shoelaces, right? Go Bu Wei tugged at Lan Zai's pant leg, his tail tuft curling around a worn-out straw sandal. His newly formed skin around the ankle was a delicate pink, still adorned with the fuzzy patterns of grass stems. Yesterday you promised that once I could distinguish left from right, you would take me to pick Grandpa Tree's golden fruits. Lan Shi, pouring distilled water into a bamboo tube, chuckled, causing his shoulders to shake. First, learn not to tie your tail tuft into a tight knot, as if it were shoelace. He poked at Gobu Wei's tail, which had become a tangled ball of yarn, and suddenly realized that this former tail of grass could now deftly pick up wild fruit seeds smaller than a pinhead. But by the way, the new name you bestowed upon Grandpa Tree, Golden Silk Elder, is quite clever. I commend your creativity. As the two traversed the dukest cobblestone path towards the colossal tree at the heart of the island, Go Buwei suddenly pointed at the bamboo tube strapped to Lan Shi's waist, exclaiming, "Brother, look! Golden Silk Elder is waving at us." Indeed, the trunk, thick enough to be embraced by 20 people, bore patterns resembling arms formed by golden silk threads, and the branches at the top swayed rhythmically, as if greeting them. Old habits die hard, let's sign in first. With practiced ease, Lan Shi unfastened his trousers and, facing the moss-covered roots, relieved himself with a fluid motion that made Go Buwei turn away, covering his face. However, his tail tip slyly curled around a leaf, serving as a makeshift telescope. I must say, Xiao Wei, your peeping posture is increasingly reminiscent of a mischievous human child. I am not. Go Buwei's ears, which were actually soft tufts, flushed a rosy hue. He suddenly noticed that the moss surrounding the roots had grown an inch taller, and the leaves had rearranged themselves into the phrase "welcome" in a grassy script. Brother, does your territorial marking possess some sort of magic? After you finished yesterday, a hint of roasted corn wafted through Grandpa Tree's fragrance. Lan Shi secured his trousers and leaned closer for a better look, indeed discovering that the golden silk patterns on the bark had thickened since the previous day, refracting rainbows under the sunlight. Even more astonishing, each time he urinated, clusters of bioluminescent grass would sprout from the soil, their leaves resembling the tail of a delighted Go Buwei, swaying joyfully. Come here, let me inspect your evolutionary progress. Suddenly, Lan Shi crouched down, grasping Go Buwei's wrist to examine it thoroughly. He found that the little fellow's nails had transformed entirely to a human-like form, though tiny pores remained at the fingertips, capable of secreting tree sap. Not bad, your dexterity rivals that of my daughter. By the way, you have yet to see a picture of Minchi, right? When we return, I shall teach you to paint a family portrait using tree sap. Go Buwei's tail tip abruptly froze, shards of golden light spilling from the soft tufts. Brother often mentions returning, but the portal to Silver Moon Continent requires the purest bonds of humanity as a key. He pointed towards the apex of the giant tree, where 3 fruits had mysteriously sprouted, their skins shimmering with light that faintly reflected human silhouettes. Grandpa Tree said, "Those are the ones you hold dearest in your heart." Lan Shi's breath caught suddenly, warmth flooding to the back of his neck. Ever since he began fertilizing the giant tree daily, he discovered he could faintly perceive the sound of sap flowing, akin to hearing his wife chopping vegetables in the kitchen and his daughter playing with building blocks in the living room. This sense of familiarity, transcending dimensions, cultivated a familial dependence on this colossal tree that absorbed his urine. Let's not dwell on keys for now. He ruffled Go Buwei's hair, the golden dust from the tail tip cascading into his palm. Today's special training content is before the words could escape his lips. Go Buwei abruptly pointed at the tree trunk, exclaiming, "Brother, the golden silk elder is weeping." Upon a massive tree's branch, a droplet of crystalline sap slowly descended, taking on the shape of a human tear in the sunlight. Lan Shi instinctively reached out to catch it. As the warm sap touched his palm, a sudden golden glow emanated from the skin on the nape of his neck, perfectly aligning with the patterns on the tree trunk. At that moment, Go Buwei's tail tip astonishingly split into 2, resembling the twin ponytails of a young child. Ah, I see now. Gazing at the pulsating golden light in his palm, Lan Shi was reminded of the dream he had on the first night on the island, where he envisioned himself transformed into a tree, with roots deeply embedded in the soil of Silver Moon Island, while Go Buwei sat upon a branch humming a tune. Perhaps we have long been bound to this tree. Your evolution, my perception, and these golden fruits. Go Buwei suddenly tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the newly sprouted vines at the tree's roots. Brother, look, the vines are writing your name. Before them, emerald vines were growing at a visible pace, their leaves arranging themselves to form the characters Lan Shi, with a little grass figure wagging its tail at the end. As the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the giant tree, Lan Shi reclined on a sofa woven from moss, watching Go Bu skillfully tie knots in the golden fruits with his tail tip. The little creature could now converse fluently and even seasoned roasted fish with tree sap, though he still struggled with tying knots. Yet, every mention of going home would cause the tip of his tail to involuntarily spiral. Brother, once I fully transform into a human, I can help you find a sister-in-law, right? Go Bu suddenly rested his head on Lan Shi's lap, rhythmically tapping his tail tip against his calf. Grandpa Tree said that there is a homesickness factor in your urine from Earth, which is why it produces golden fruits connecting the two worlds. Lan Shi chuckled, his fingertips brushing over the translucent skin at the nape of Go Bu's neck, where the golden patterns gently pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. In the distance, the call of a night owl echoed, and the golden silk of the giant tree suddenly glimmered, casting the silhouettes of the two figures upon the bark, the outlines of human and grass intertwining as if they were destined to be one. First, learn not to call a portal a tree hole, little grass spirit. He flicked Go Bu's forehead, observing the little one rolling on the ground, clutching the injured spot, while the golden powder scattered by his tail tip danced in the bonfire like a river of stars. However, if that day ever comes, I hope you remember that whether human or grass, you are my most cherished friend in this world. Go Bu's tail suddenly stiffened, and a golden radiance, brighter than starlight, seeped from his fur. Deep within the giant tree, the third golden fruit finally reached full maturity, its skin vividly reflecting the silhouette of Lan Shi cradling Go Bu. Around their feet, glowing foxtail grasses swirled, reminiscent of a warm summer night on Earth, where a father counts stars with his child. This ancient golden silk camphor tree, having existed for tens of thousands of years, absorbed the vital energy from Lan Shi's urine, rendering it even more pure repository of humanity's essence. Thus, within the heart of the giant tree, the next generation was born, the fruit of life. Once matured, it would directly yield a child of 3 years. Go Bu's tail suddenly curled into a telescope shape, his nose nearly touching Lan Shi's hiking backpack. Brother, the morning glory in the east is singing mountain songs. He tugged at Lan Shi's pant leg, urging him to dive into the reed marsh, and to his astonishment, the water plants parted on their own, revealing a glowing pebble pathway. This was a skill he had just mastered last week, the plant communication technique, a feat achieved at the cost of half of Lan Shi's cherished chocolate, offered to the dandelion spirit. As they navigated the waist-high, foxtail grass maze, Lan Shi was suddenly awestruck by a sky filled with morning glories. On the sloping hillside behind Jiangxin Island, the morning glories were in a frenzy of bloom. Flowers the size of bowls cascaded like purple waterfalls, roseate vines entwined around a century-old banyan tree, performing a waltz. Most enchanting was a flower curtain cave formed by clusters of white blossoms, each petal shimmering with a pearl-like luster, producing a chime-like sound as the wind passed. Xiaowei, are you sure this isn't just a ploy to bring your brother to the sea of flowers? Lan Shi wiped away the tears caused by pollen irritation, suddenly noticing Go Bu winking at a cluster of pink morning glories. You wouldn't have colluded with these flower spirits, would you? Shoo! Go Bu's tail stiffened, and his leaf-like fingers were raised to his lips. The flower grandmother said there's a crying little trumpet hidden here. Last month, I heard her crying voice scare away a giant-billed bird that was stealing honey. He pushed aside the obstructing flower vines, revealing a grass hole woven from morning glory roots, its entrance adorned with strands of pink flower tassels swaying gently to an unseen rhythm. Chapter 3. The morning glory transformed by the trumpet flower as Lan Shi cautiously approached a few steps closer. An earth-shattering wail suddenly erupted from the cavern. The entire floral wall trembled violently, and pink petals cascaded down like raindrops, revealing a small figure curled up in the shape of a bud. A tiny face, no larger than a palm, turned crimson, and the lips swelled into a trumpet shape as it cried out with a voice louder than any loudspeaker. The flower hurts. The flower is broken. My ears. Lan Shi stumbled, covering his ears, and noticed Go Bu desperately trying to block his own ears with the tuft of his tail, which was actually a gap in the fluff. Astonishingly, the surrounding morning glories bent down collectively as if bowing to their little ancestor in response to the cries. Even more remarkable was the fact that the petals of the small figure's dress changed color with each wail, at the cry of pain. The hem of the dress faded from pink to a stark white. After a few sobs, it turned to a pitiful light purple. Stop for a moment. Go Bu rolled and crawled towards the small trumpet, wrapping his tail around its wrist. We are not bad people. We were sent by Grandpa Tree. Before he could finish his sentence, the cries knocked him over, leaving his fluff dusted with fallen pollen. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Shi caught a clearer glimpse of the little creature. Its grape-sized eyes dominated half of its face, a miniature morning glory perched on its nose. And the most delightful feature was its mouth, which could open to a full 180 degrees, now emitting intermittent sobs like a malfunctioning speaker. Suddenly, he was reminded of his daughter Nian when she cried herself hoarse. His heart softened, and he took out a piece of roasted sweet potato from his pocket. Here, for you. He crouched down, placing the sweet potato in the palm of his hand. We are here to make friends. Look, my Wei Wei has also transformed from grass. The trumpet's cries abruptly halted, its mouth gradually shrinking to the size of a cherry, and its eyes glistened as it gazed at the sweet potato. Really? Really? You don't mind that my mouth is so big? Gently, it touched the sweet potato with its fingertip, and the petals of its dress instantly regained a vibrant peach pink. My name is Trumpet Bean. Yesterday, the wind broke my flower vine, and it hurt so much that I cried. Lan Shi found her adorably charming. You are the sky blue grass, so let us call you Morning Glory. The trumpet flower beamed with delight. Thank you, brother. I like the name Morning Glory. I will be called that from now on. Seizing the moment, Go Bu Wei stood up and, with his tail, playfully adorned the trumpet bean with a complete Morning Glory flower. You should have said so earlier. I can heal wounds. He secreted a transparent tree sap from his fingertip and applied it to the broken flower vine of the trumpet bean. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and the wound visibly healed at an astonishing pace. See, just like when my tail was scorched by fire. The sky blue grass, Morning Glory, transformed her tears into laughter, and her trumpet mouth suddenly emitted a clear, vibrating sound. The surrounding Morning Glories began to sway in a wave-like dance. Thank you, brothers. The flower vine can be a slide. She tugged at their hands, leading them deeper into the flower cave. It was then that Lan Shi noticed the walls embedded with luminous flower seeds, arranged in patterns of stars and smiling faces. At the very back, a colossal white Morning Glory served as a bed, its petals gently rising and falling with each breath. Suddenly, Lan Shi recalled something and pointed towards the serene flower sea outside the cave. How long have you flower spirits resided on this island? Why have I never encountered other mystical beings? The Morning Glory's trumpet-shaped petals slightly parted, emitting a low, resonant hum. Thousands of years ago, when the continent fractured, Grandfather Tree carved out this peaceful island with a golden branch, allowing us flower spirits to cultivate in tranquility. She leaned closer to Lan Shi, her nose nearly brushing against the tree-like patterns on his nape. But you carry the scent of Grandfather Tree, unlike those hunting monsters. Go Bu Wei's tail tuft suddenly coiled tightly in anxiety. Are there bad humans? Are there others on the island? The Morning Glory hurriedly waved her hands, her petal skirt shimmering with a vigilant hue of purple. No, no. It's the dark forest across the sea. I've heard that the humans there capture mystical beings to extract oil, but Grandfather Tree's golden barrier protects us. She suddenly remembered something and pulled out a glistening flower seed from the depths of her floral heart. Here, brother, this is a tear of the flower condensed. When in danger, shout Trumpet Bloom, and we will come to your aid. Chaiyuan, do come and play with us when you have time. You are always welcome. As the setting sun gilded the Morning Glory fields, Lan Shi gazed at the pulsating seed in his palm, only to notice that, unbeknownst to him, the flower vines of the Morning Glory had become entwined with the soft fluff shed by Go Bu Wei, creating an unexpectedly harmonious blend of scents from two distinct plants. The little creatures were busy adorning the cave walls with their artistic doodles, a blue-clad Lan Shi holding a foxtail grass, beside him a little flower sprite with open trumpet-shaped mouth, their feet resting on the crooked letters spelling Peaceful Island. It was time to return. Tomorrow he was to teach Wei Wei how to fish. Lan Shi gently tousled the tips of the Morning Glory's petals, which affectionately brushed against his palm, its trumpet mouth humming a gentle lullaby. As they exited the floral cave, the entire expanse of Morning Glories suddenly turned towards them, each flower blooming in its most vibrant hues, as if bidding farewell to family. In the reed marsh, Go Bu Wei suddenly tugged at Lan Shi's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. Brother, little Chaiyuan said her flower seed can store sounds. Shall we mark Grandfather Tree's golden fruit too? We could inscribe Lan Shi and Wei Wei visited here, and he suddenly became bashful, scratching his tail tuft. And you're snoring when you fertilize Grandfather Tree every day? Lan Shi chased after him in mock anger, only to see the little creature already climbing up the Morning Glory vine to the treetop, his tail tuft curling around the flower seed, as if playing a silent melody. On the surface of Jiangxin Island, two shadows were reflected. One was a human with memories of Earth, and the other, a half-plant, half-human little creature. Behind them, the Morning Glory field was inscribing the gentlest secrets of Silver Moon Island with countless trumpet flowers. In this isolated island, safeguarded by golden light, even tears could blossom into flowers. The following day, as twilight enveloped Silver Moon Island, Morning Glory tiptoed up Blue Evening's shoulder. Her skirt, fashioned from 5 delicate pink and white petals, unfurled like a tiny parasol, while the tip of her nose bore the stains of wild berries picked that afternoon. "Brother, hold me." Her trumpet-shaped mouth had learned to articulate a sweet plea, though the final note still trembled with the unique timbre of the Morning Glory, sending a delightful shiver through Blue Evening's earlobes. If the little trumpet flower were to descend any further, her brother's shoulder might sprout vines. Blue Evening chuckled as he caught her, his fingertips brushing against her wrist, and he noted that the human skin had expanded a bit more. The once translucent flower stem was now entirely covered by her rosy flesh, save for a few star-like petal patterns left in the crook of her elbow, reminiscent of spilled rouge. A newly sharpened wooden pencil rested on the bonfire, where a half-finished portrait of a girl, drawn on dried cowhide leaves, smiled at Morning Glory. Blue Evening had intentionally added dimples to her. Here, it should resemble a flower bud filled with dew. When the pencil tip lightly touches the paper, the corners of her mouth will lift, causing the petal patterns to rise. Wouldn't you agree? Morning Glory suddenly pressed her face against the drawing paper, her trumpet mouth affectionately rubbing against the still wet corner of the lips. "Brother, you've turned me into the little princess of Earth." She turned to gaze at the curled-up Gobu Wei on the grass mat, her tail swishing proudly. Wei, look. My new skirt has the lace edge that brother taught me." Gobu Wei was busy wrapping his tail around a charcoal pencil, and upon hearing her, he looked up, inadvertently poking a hole in the paper with the pencil tip. "It's clearly Grandpa Tree's golden thread pattern." He huffed, shaking the drawing paper, where the crooked lines barely depicted Blue Evening cradling Morning Glory while he stood beside them wielding a harpoon, proclaiming, "I am the mightiest guardian." Blue Evening was amused to the point of coughing, reaching into a bamboo tube for roasted chestnuts. "How about we change the flavor of tonight's story in Thumbelina?" But before he could finish, Morning Glory's trumpet mouth interrupted with a sound wave that sent sparks flying from the bonfire. No. I want to hear about brother and sister-in-law's wedding story." The air suddenly fell silent. Blue Evening gazed at the flickering flames, recalling the image of Zhiying in her wedding dress, the lace patterns on the gown curiously resembling the bark patterns of the old golden thread tree. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Morning Glory's petal skirt subtly faded to a light blue, mirroring his shirt's color. "I'm sorry, brother. I don't want you to be sad." "Silly girl," Blue Evening said, ruffling her petal-like hair as he retrieved a shiny family pendant. "Look, this is your sister-in-law. Her smile is sweeter than your Morning Glory." In the pendant's glass, Zhiying was seen holding 2-year-old Nian Shi, with sunlight filtering through the coconut trees, scattering like gold leaf in their hair. Morning Glory's eyes suddenly sparkled, her trumpet mouth emitting a clear, ringing tone. And the edges of her skirt surprisingly revealed lace patterns identical to Zhiying's wedding dress. "Brother's memories taste sweet." She reached out to touch the pendant, her petal fingertips oozing transparent tree sap, which imprinted the blurred patterns of the photograph onto her palm. "I'll save this for you in the flower seeds. And when we see sister-in-law, I'll show it to her." As Gobu Wei approached, his tail adorned with a tuft resembling a feather quill, he exclaimed, "I shall paint my little niece." He sketched a figure with twin ponytails in the palm of Zhao Yan's hand, atop which defiantly perched a blade of grass. "Sister Nianxi will surely adore the luminous floral hairpin I gifted her." As night deepened, Zhao Yan fell asleep resting on Lanqi's arm, her petal-like skirt curling into a swaddling form, burying her face within his sleeve. In the dim glow of the campfire, Lanqi noticed that her formerly trumpet-shaped lips had entirely transformed into human lips, yet occasionally, as she murmured in her dreams, the corners would shimmer with the unique fluorescence of Morning Glories. "Gobu Wei," he said suddenly, brushing his hand with his tail, scattering tiny golden sparks from his fur. "Zhao Yan's petals are absorbing your memories." He gestured toward the direction of the golden-threaded elder tree, where the shadow of a golden fruit distinctly reflected Zhao Yan, clad in a dress altered from Lanqi's shirt, chasing the waves along the beach. "Grandpa Tree says that human emotions hasten the transformation of spirits." Lanqi gazed at the intertwined shadows of the two little ones and suddenly realized that the tree patterns on the back of Gobu Wei's neck perfectly mirrored his own. Meanwhile, the Morning Glory vines coiling around Zhao Yan's ankles had unknowingly intertwined into a style reminiscent of Jing's bracelet. Within the campfire, the newly added Morning Glory vine emitted faint crackling sounds, sending sparks into the night sky, resonating with the golden glow of the elder tree. He retrieved his palm leaf notebook and sketched 3 silhouettes holding hands on the 47th day of his records, a glowing seed nestled in the palm of a human man's hand. The tail of the grass boy curling around a golden fruit, and the skirts of the trumpet flower girl holding the galaxy. Before the ink had dried, Zhao Yan suddenly laughed in her sleep. the arc of her lips mirroring precisely that of Jing when she rested her head on his shoulder while gazing at the sea years ago. As the first dewdrop fell upon Zhao Yan's eyelashes, her petal skirt had entirely transformed into a fabric resembling human cotton. Adorned with delicate patterns of dogtail grass and morning glories, meticulously sewn overnight by Go Bu Wei with his tufted tail. Deep within the golden-threaded elder tree, the surface of the newly formed golden fruit revealed 3 distinct figures, Lan Shi leading 2 half-human, half-grass children towards a door woven of light and shadow. As the campfire dimmed, Go Bu Wei's tail instinctively curled into a pillow shape, supporting Zhao Yan's neck. Lan Shi observed these 2 spirits, transformed by his warmth, and suddenly understood the secret of Silver Moon Island. Here, longing blossoms, tears bear fruit, and the most profound bonds ultimately turn a foreign land into a cherished home. Chapter 4. Island Home. As Go Bu Wei's tail danced with a bamboo knife. The crisp sound of the blade slicing through the bamboo startled the glowing water birds on the lake. Lan Shi stood beside the freshly dug foundation, watching as this tuft of gray-green fluff precisely split the bamboo into beams the width of a thumb. He had long realized that this little creature's tail served not only as a broom. Upon awakening its wood affinity, it could magically cause the severed bamboo segments to ooze resin, binding them seamlessly as if enchanted. Zhao Yan, please hand the morning glory vine to Wei Wei. Lan Shi received the vine from Zhao Yan and noticed that the luminous floral hairpin adorning her skirt was crafted from the softest tail feathers by the talented Go Bu Wei. Has our little flower maiden once again enhanced the trellis? It is a trellis that can whistle. At that moment, Zhao Yan's trumpet-shaped mouth had transformed into an adorable heart shape, and the arc of her smile was perfectly poised to catch dewdrops. I have hidden hollow flower stems within the vines. When the wind blows, they sing the song of Silver Moon Island. She tiptoed to hang the last cluster of wind chimes on the doorframe, the pale purple petals swaying gently with Go Bu Wei's tail, producing sounds clearer than crystal. 5 bamboo houses were arranged in a crescent shape along the lakeshore, and the courtyard in front of the main house was cloaked in a green dome created by the wisteria trellis nurtured by Go Bu Wei's wood attributes. This lad had somehow learned to cultivate plants according to designs. The sketch of a pavilion that Lan Shi had casually drawn on the tree bark was transformed by him into a living roof woven from grapevines and luminous ferns, capable of automatically adjusting its shade. At the junctions of the vines, 2-tone trumpet flowers bloomed, which Zhao Yan declared to be their friendship flowers. Brother, look! Go Bu Wei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the vegetable garden. The fast-growing radishes he had nurtured were popping out of the soil with their green tops, proving that watering them with your bathwater is indeed effective. The radish tops had grown into shapes resembling dogtails. Lan Shi gazed at the crooked dogtail radishes in the garden and recalled how Zhao Yan had watered her flowers with his facial wash last week, resulting in sunflowers that chased people with laughter. These 2 peculiar beings seemed to possess a strange dependency on his human essence. Zhao Yan's petal skirt insisted on touching his shirt fabric each day to unfold, while Go Bu Wei insisted on using his used bamboo tubes as seedling pots, claiming it absorbed his brother's wisdom essence. As dusk settled, Zhao Yan had arranged the dining table to resemble a scene from a fairy tale. Lotus leaf platters held the silver-scaled fish roasted by Go Bu Wei, adorned with a tiny umbrella carved from petals. A bamboo cup contained coconut milk steeped with luminous dandelions, which, when gently shaken, released twinkling glimmers. The piece de resistance was the vase at the center of the table, a groove crafted from Go Bu Wei's tail on a tree stump, holding the 5-colored morning glories cultivated by Zhao Yan. Each bloom nodded slightly toward Lan Shi, as if paying homage to their human gardener. Brother, try my newly created floral brewed fish. Zhao Yan gently blew on the fish to cool its flesh, the petal patterns at the corners of her lips glimmering like pearls in the firelight. I've added 3 drops of grandfather tree's golden sap. Wei Wei said it will allow you to dream of the stars of earth. Meanwhile, Go Bu Wei was focused on picking thorns from Zhao Yan's bamboo tube, his tail occasionally brushing against her skirt, fearful that sparks might splatter onto the newly made lace edges. Eat slowly. Yesterday, when you dyed your nails with flower juice, you turned the entire lavender field pink. Though he grumbled, his claws offered her the tenderest piece of fish belly. After dinner, Lan Shi sat under the eaves teaching Morning Glory to recognize characters. The palm frond textbook illustrated a crooked home character. The little girl's fingers, still tender from petals, stubbornly practiced strokes with tree sap on the tail of Go Bu Wei. The slash needed to resemble Wei Wei's tail tip, while the dot should mimic her brother's fishing rod. Go Bu Wei squirmed with ticklishness, yet his tail obediently formed a straight line, serving as a blackboard. Morning Glory. You've turned the character love into a Morning Glory flower. He suddenly sketched a simple drawing of 3 figures holding hands on the ground with his tail tip, inscribing nearby, Lan Shi brothers' vitality is fertilizer, Morning Glory's laughter is sunlight, and our roots grow from the same soil. On the lake's surface, the golden light of the golden silk tree reflected like a bridge, connecting the bamboo house with the towering tree. Lan Qi gazed at the two small figures chasing each other in the firelight, noticing that the tree patterns on Go Bu Wei's nape had expanded into a crown shape. While Morning Glory's ankle was adorned with a grass vine anklet, crafted from the bones of the first silver-scaled fish he caught, symbolizing a token of kinship among humans. When the first dewdrop fell upon the tips of Morning Glory's petals, she suddenly hugged Lan Qi's arm and whispered, "Brother, once my trumpet mouth transforms into a real mouth, I shall sing you lullabies from the earth." Unbeknownst to her, her petal skirt had transformed into a cotton dress modified from Lan Qi's old shirt, with the collar embroidered with a pattern of foxtail grass crafted by Go Bu Wei's fluffy fur, resembling how a sister-in-law would soothe her little niece. Go Bu Wei's tail tip suddenly thudded heavily against the mossy ground, scattering golden dust that formed the words "sleep tight" in the campfire's glow. Lan Qi chuckled as he lifted Morning Glory, discovering that the flower seeds in her palm reflected a scene of sandy beaches on earth, a man in a blue shirt holding two half-human, half-grass children, walking towards the shimmering golden waves. The wind chimes of the bamboo house softly sang in the night breeze, while Go Bu Wei had already coiled his tail around a grass mat at the door, guarding the night. With the multifunctional knife Lan Qi had gifted him nestled among his fluff, the handle still entwined with an unremoved Morning Glory vine. Lan Qi caressed the gradually human-like tips of Morning Glory's hair, suddenly realizing that this island home, built from urine, sweat, and laughter, had long ceased to be a refuge, but a true home. Here, there were flowering fences, plants that recognized people, and two delightful children who regarded his presence as sunlight. As the golden radiance of the golden silk tree illuminated once more, Lan Qi penned in his diary, "Day 50, our house has acquired a heartbeat." The wooden essence of Go Bu Wei allowed the beams to breathe. Morning Glory's floral vitality made the walls smile. And perhaps my own warmth was the most ordinary yet comforting reason for all of this to unfold. As dawn barely crested over the wisteria trellis, Go Bu Wei's tail tips quivered in response to the sonic waves of Morning Glory's trumpet mouth. "Wei Wei, come quick. Brother has arranged a peculiar stone formation in the vegetable garden." The gray-green fluff ball rubbed its eyes and bounded outside, only to find Lan Qi crouched in front of the freshly turned vegetable patch, arranging pebbles into a crooked character for man, beside a pile of freshly dug foxtail radishes. "Come over and take a seat. Today we shall discuss responsibility." Lan Qi gently tapped the tree stump beside him, observing Go Bu Wei as he swept away the fallen leaves with his tail to fashion a makeshift bench. Morning Glory instinctively spread her skirt like petals to create a cushion. A true man, after all, is not measured by the quantity of bamboo he can fell, but by his understanding of the reasons behind such actions. For instance, he pointed to the Morning Glory vine that could whistle. It must be firmly tied. Yet one must remember to leave ample space for the flowers to bask in the sun, much like when you are extracting fish bones from Morning Glory. You must avoid the sensitive base of her tongue. Suddenly, Go Bu Wei's fur took on a shy hue of blue, while the tip of his tail nodded earnestly. "Just like how my brother fertilizes grandpa tree every day, he must also say to the trunk, 'You've worked hard today, right?'" Lan Qi nearly choked on his saliva, realizing that this little fellow had seamlessly blended the manners of Earthlings with the ecological cycle of Silver Moon Island. The pavilion in the afternoon transformed into a temporary classroom. Morning Glory held a brush made of petals and practiced writing the character for woman on the tuft of Go Bu Wei's tail, where the brush tip traced. Tiny blush flowers bloomed. "My brother says that when girls sit, they should resemble the Morning Glory in bud, keeping their knees together to avoid letting the wind in." She meticulously arranged the lace trim of her skirt, her toes touching the luminous floor tiles nurtured by Go Bu Wei's wooden essence. "But Bu Wei, you mustn't look. This is a girl's secret." Go Bu Wei promptly curled the tuft of his tail into a telescope shape, gazing towards the lake. "Who wants to see you sitting on a bench? I'm studying how to make the water lilies grow into a dining table turntable." Before he could finish, Lan Qi playfully tapped his head. "You little rascal, listen closely. Regardless of gender, one must first learn to show respect. For instance, at the dining table meticulously arranged by Morning Glory, you cannot always pile the fish bones into a shape resembling dogtail grass." As dusk enveloped the scene, the bonfire became a stage for storytelling. Lan Qi unfolded a picture book bound with tree bark, illustrated with his memory of Cinderella. Morning Glory's trumpet-shaped mouth emitted various sound effects in sync with the unfolding tail. When the pumpkin carriage arrives, it goes honk honk. The sound waves caused sparks from the bonfire to flutter like butterflies. When the crystal shoe gets stuck on the toe, it sounds like "oh no." Yet, the true essence of the story was not the crystal shoe, Lan Shi pointed to Cinderella's smiling face in the illustration, emphasizing that even when bullied, she did not allow her heart to grow thorns. Morning Glory's trumpet mouth could sing, but it also offered comfort to frightened little flowers, did it not? The little girl nodded vigorously, her petal-tipped fingers brushing against the skirt in the picture book, causing the illustrated Cinderella to don a dress adorned with morning glory patterns. When teaching literacy, Go Bu Wei often wrote the character for love in the shape of a trumpet flower curled around a tail tuft, while Lan Shi drew a heart beside him. This character must be written with care, just as you select the softest fur when crafting a hairpin for morning glory. Or like how she stitches patches onto my shirt, embroidering mosquito-repelling grass at the cuffs. He proudly displayed the frayed cuff of his shirt, where a flower capable of blooming and closing on its own had mysteriously appeared, embroidered with meticulous detail. As the golden rays of the golden silk tree reflected upon the bamboo wall, the three individuals were engaged in applying tree sap to the newly constructed lookout tower. Morning Glory was responsible for mixing the flower juice to create a rainbow-colored paint, while Go Bu Wei utilized the tuft of his tail as a brush. Atop the tower, Lan Shi meticulously carved the characters for Silver Moon residents, concealing within the strokes a code understood only by them. The foxtail grass symbolized Go Bu Wei. The morning glory represented morning glory, and the golden dot at the pinnacle was a star eternally pointing towards Earth. Brother, morning glory suddenly grasped his hand. The seeds in her palm spelling out the word thank you formed from the trumpet flowers. In today's tale, the prince found Cinderella because of the crystal shoe. So, did we find our sister-in-law and little niece because of Grandpa Tree's golden fruits? Lan Shi gazed down at the two small figures looking up at him, and noticed that the tree patterns on the back of Go Bu Wei's neck had melded into a complete crown, while the vine anklet entwined around Morning Glory's ankle had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into the shape of a map of Silver Moon Island. He suddenly knelt down and enveloped the two little ones in his embrace. No, it is because we live each day with sincerity, the sweat from our labor in the fields, the laughter shared while telling stories, and the love you both infuse into this lonely island, making it our home. These are the true radiant crystal shoes. The night breeze swept through the wind chime flower rack, carrying the buzzing of the golden silk tree. Go Bu Wei's tail tuft instinctively curled into a broom. Beginning to sweep the fallen leaves around the pavilion, Morning Glory hummed the newly learned alphabet song, outlining the door signs of each bamboo house with petals. Lan Shi traced the new doodles in his diary, depicting the trio tying a family portrait wind chime to the giant tree, and suddenly understood that education had never been a one-sided importation, but rather akin to the flora of Silver Moon Island, wherein mutual companionship deepens the roots of the heart. As the first shooting star streaked across the sky, Morning Glory pointed excitedly at the lake's surface, exclaiming, "Brother, in the light of the golden fruit, our little niece is waving at us." Lan Shi turned to see one particular golden fruit, where 2-year-old Nian Shi was hugging the plush foxtail grass transformed by Go Bu Wei, with Ji Ying's hand resting upon their shoulders. The backdrop a tapestry of the starry sky of Earth interwoven with the golden glow of Silver Moon Island. Go Bu Wei suddenly wrapped his tail tuft around Lan Shi's hand, inscribing a crooked vow upon the ground. "Protect Morning Glory, safeguard my brother, and let the lonely island bloom with trumpet flowers that never weep." Morning Glory followed suit, drawing a smiley face, the curve of the trumpet flower's mouth perfectly enveloping their names. In the firelight, the outlines of the three shadows grew increasingly distinct, the back of a human man, the tail of a foxtail grass boy, and the skirt of a trumpet flower girl, together forming the warmest character of human upon Silver Moon Island. Chapter 5. The Little Kingfisher, Lan Xiao Chui. The summer of Silver Moon Island was woven into a green brocade by the chirping of cicadas, with the colorful roses nurtured by Morning Glory climbing along the bamboo fence to form a rainbow bridge, while Go Bu Wei constructed a pavilion with a swing at the lake's edge using fast-growing bamboo, nurtured by his wood affinity. Under the pavilion, Lan Shi meticulously polished a wooden pen, observing Chao Yan as she wove a basket from freshly picked strawberries using Morning Glory vines. The little girl's skirt fluttered gracefully with the sway of the swing, startling several luminescent butterflies that had nestled in her hair. "Brother, Wei Wei has fashioned the cucumbers into the shape of tails again." Chao Yan's laughter chimed like a string of wind chimes, her voice carrying the delicate tremor unique to the flora's spirit. "Look at him squatting in the vegetable patch. Doesn't he resemble a little badger stealing cucumbers?" Following her gaze, Lan Shi saw Wei Wei's tail, adeptly curling around a watering can to tend to the cucumber seedlings, its gray-green fuzz speckled with tiny clumps of soil. Yet his posture stood tall like a young poplar, a testament to his lesson from last week that a true man should stand firm like a pine. Suddenly, the little fellow turned his head, his tail tip deftly snagging a rolling strawberry and tossing it into Chao Yan's outstretched palm, the motion as practiced as a well-trained catapult. The afternoon sun filtered through the wisteria trellis, casting dappled shadows across the dining table. Chowan arranged freshly baked rice wrapped in banana leaves, each leaf adorned with charming smiley faces drawn in tree sap. Today, I added Wei Wei's newly brewed honey sauce. She had thoughtfully placed an extra piece of grilled silver-scaled fish on Lanchi's plate, its tail adorned with a miniature sunflower. A recent lesson she had gleaned from a cookbook on the art of plating. In the corner, a kingfisher with a red belly and green wings nestled among the grapevines, its jewel-like eyes fixated on the commotion at the table. It had been observing this trio for a full 30 days. In the morning, watching Lanchi inscribe words on bark with tree sap. In the afternoon, covertly learning from Wei Wei how to weave bamboo baskets with his tail. And at night, sneaking into the kitchen under the moonlight to snatch half a roasted cassava with its sharp beak. At this moment, its gaze was fixed on the honey sauce at Chaoyan's fingertips, emitting a faint, impatient chirp as its wings fluttered instinctively. Little Chui, are you peeking again? Lanchi suddenly looked up, startling the kingfisher, which nearly tumbled from the vine. Ever since arriving at Silvermoon Island, his senses had sharpened remarkably. He could even discern the sound of butterflies flapping their wings 30 meters away, let alone this little creature that flitted about under his very nose. The kingfisher huddled into a fluffy ball, yet a half-eaten corn cake slipped from its red belly feathers, precisely the piece Wei Wei had complained about this morning. Chaoyan chuckled, taking a slice of bread smeared with honey from the basket and placing it on the windowsill. Come here, we want to catch you. Surprisingly, the kingfisher did not fly away this time. It tilted its head, glancing at Chaoyan, then at Lanchi, before suddenly fluttering down onto the dining table, deftly picking up the breadcrumbs with its sharp beak. Only then did Lanchi notice that a faded red string was tangled among its left wing feathers, with a broken glass bead tied at the knot, reminiscent of a souvenir brought from the earth. Be careful it doesn't peck your hand. Wei Wei rushed over with a spear, his tail straightened in alarm. That little thief stole my grilled fish last week. Nevertheless, as the kingfisher retreated in fright, it wrapped its tail around the toppling honey jar, fearful of startling the little thief. The kingfisher suddenly emitted a clear call, its tone surprisingly reminiscent of morning glories. Wei Wei, fierce. Both Lanchi and Chaoyan were momentarily taken aback. This was unmistakably the phrase they had taught Gobu Wei to apologize with the day before. Even more astonishing, the kingfisher's feathers began to shimmer with a faint golden light, and as it folded its wings, a human hand was revealed, the fingertips still dusted with crumbs. It was transforming. Chaoyan's trumpet-like beak, now resembling cherry lips, gaped in astonishment, and the roses on her skirt erupted with excitement. Brother, look. Little Chui's claws are turning into fingers. Lanchi immediately recalled the ancient texts beneath the golden silk tree, for a spirit bird to transform. It must borrow the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. He gestured for Gobu Wei to lower his spear, then slowly squatted beside the dining table, his palms facing upward with a gentle smile. Do not fear, we are not your enemies. Do you wish to become human and dine and converse like us? The kingfisher's cries suddenly grew frantic, the red cord of its left wing snapping abruptly, and shards of glass rolled into Lanchi's palm. In an instant, a burst of golden light filled the room, and when the dust settled, an 8 or 9-year-old girl sat at the table. She wore a short tunic woven from emerald feathers, her exposed skin a delicate rosy hue, with a few tail feathers still adorning her hair. Yet her gem-like eyes retained that unique avian vivacity. I'm so hungry, the girl exclaimed, grasping a whole piece of bread and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a little squirrel's, as jam dribbled down her chin onto her feathered skirt. I haven't eaten enough for days. Your letters are so hard to learn. My claws can't hold a pen. Chaoyan immediately took out a handkerchief embroidered with morning glories and gently wiped her mouth. Take your time. There's more. Your name is Xiao Chui, right? I am Chaoyan. And this is my brother Lanchi. The one with the spear wrapped in his tail is Gobu Wei. We are your friends. Gobu Wei's tail tip suddenly curled into a question mark. Who wants to be friends with a fish thief? But before he could finish, he was silenced by Lanchi's sharp glare, and begrudgingly, he offered Xiao Chui a cup of coconut milk with the tip of his tail, saying, Here, don't choke. Xiao Chui held the cup and drank eagerly, only stopping after a considerable time, at which point she noticed her hands. They've turned white. She excitedly waved her fingers, and the feathers on her emerald tunic shifted colors, transitioning from red and green to a soft pastel purple. I am Lan Xiaocui. Since your surname is Lan, I want to be like you. Only then did Lanchi observe that she wore a fragment of broken glass around her neck, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a shard from a beer bottle, with the word Qingdao faintly visible. Noticing his gaze upon the shard, Xiao Chui suddenly lowered her eyelids. I found this in the sea. It carries the scent of humans. When I was hatching, my eggshell broke, and it was Grandpa Tree who saved me with golden light. but I never knew how to become human. So you secretly learned from us? As Chao Yan caressed the emerald feathers in her hair, she discovered that they could change color with her emotions, turning a rust red when she felt anger. In shimmering pearl white when joy enveloped her. I recall the first time I beheld you, as you clumsily grasped Gubuwe's fishing rod, attempting to master the art of casting. Xiao Tzue's face flushed crimson, her ears tinged with an adorable shade of green. Your lives are so vibrant and bustling, unlike mine, where each day I merely converse with the surface of the lake, tracing crooked letters in the sand with my claws. Suddenly, she remembered something and extracted a crumpled palm leaf from the pocket of her feathered skirt, upon which she had etched the twisted characters for blue, morning, and go. I wanted to write your names, but it proved too arduous. Lanchi's throat tightened at the recollection of his solitary days, carving letters into tree bark upon first arriving on the island. He gently took Xiao Tzue's hand and inscribed her name, Xiao Tsue, in her palm with a wooden stylus, promising, I shall teach you how to write using human hands. It will be far more convenient. Gubuwe's tail suddenly swept across the dining table, gathering scattered breadcrumbs into a small mound. Let us dine first. Once we finish, I shall take you to see my plant armory. His tone remained brusque. Yet as Xiao Tsue reached for the bread, he deftly curled his tail to place a clean napkin beneath her elbow. Do not follow Chao Yan's example and use your skirt as a napkin, as twilight bathed the lake. Xiao Tsue donned the cotton dress altered by Chao Yan and followed Gubuwe into the vegetable garden to identify the crops. The young girl crouched before the cucumber trellis, her tail, though merely a short stub, excitedly swaying. This is cucumber, and that is vegetable, correct? Wei Wei, look, I can distinguish my left from my right. Silly girl, that is a bean, not a cucumber. However, while Gubuwe corrected her posture, his tail discreetly brushed the dirt off her shoe. Remember, a true man, like your brother, should express gratitude to Grandpa Tree when fertilizing, saying, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Tsue seized the conversation, mimicking Lanchi's tone with remarkable precision, infuriating Gubuwe to the point that his tail nearly twisted into a braid. Leaning against the pavilion post, Lanchi observed as Chao Yan wove a floral crown for Xiao Tsue, listening to the playful banter of Silly from Gubuwe and Wei Wei from Xiao Tsue, their voices intertwining. In that moment, he felt an unexpected warmth emanating from this makeshift home, surpassing any meticulously crafted blueprint. On the lake's surface, the golden light of the golden silk tree cast four shadows, a human man, a dogtail grass boy, a morning glory girl, and a kingfisher maiden who had just learned to walk on human legs. Their silhouettes intertwined, creating the most complete representation of home against the dusky backdrop of Silver Moon Island. In the deep of night, as Xiao Tsue lay for the first time upon the soft grass mat, she suddenly pointed at the starry sky outside the window. Brother, are the stars on earth as bright as these? Just as Lanchi was about to respond, he noticed she had already fallen asleep. Clutching the plush dogtail grass toy gifted by Chao Yan, her lips still adorned with remnants of nectar yet to be wiped clean. As the tail tuft of Gubuwe instinctively curled into a windbreak, shielding her from the night dew, Chao Yan fashioned a barrier against pests using morning glory vines at her bedside. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting spots of illumination upon the shards of glass adorning Xiao Chue's neck. Lanchi gently adjusted the doll, noticing the characters Qing Dao reflected in the glass, which, at that moment, aligned seamlessly with the golden patterns of the golden-threaded elder tree. He suddenly recalled a passage from ancient texts, all things possess spirit, arising from emotion. Perhaps this island, imbued with the essence of earth and the golden light of the silver moon, was never a desolate expanse, but rather a fated sanctuary where countless solitary souls converged and connected. As the first dewdrop descended upon the emerald feathers of Xiao Chue's hair, the young girl smiled in her dreams. The tip of her tail swayed gently, tracing a crooked luck on the grass mat, a character she had learned that day, and the warmest strokes she had felt in Lanchi's palm. Chapter 6. The Observer within the golden fruit. When the morning mist of Silver Moon Island was swept away by Gubuwe's tail tuft, Lanchi found himself lost in thought, gazing at the golden fruit of the golden-threaded elder tree. The largest fruit had grown to the size of a grinding stone, and the play of light upon its skin revealed a little girl with twin ponytails, engrossed in a book bound with leaves, seated on the golden vines within the fruit, her actions mirroring precisely those he had demonstrated to Xiao Chue the previous evening. Brother, Xiao Chue has turned my fishing rod into a slingshot. Chao Yan's voice echoed from the lakeside. Lanchi turned to see Xiao Chue standing on a bamboo raft, cradling freshly gathered wild fruits in her short emerald garment. Her tail, though only half of it, swaying with pride. Since joining this family, the young girl had exhibited remarkable mimetic abilities. At that moment, she imitated Gubuwe's hands-on hip stance. Even the curve of her tail's tip was identical. Be careful not to fall into the lake. Before Lan Shi's warning could fully escape his lips. The bamboo raft beneath Xiao Chui's feet sprouted buoyant pads resembling lotus leaves, an emergency lifeboat hastily conjured by Go Bu Wei's wood element. The little one scolded, "Silly Xiao Chui." Yet her tail tuft deftly seized her ankle, lifting her to safety like a chick. The girl inside the golden fruit suddenly set down her book, pressing her small hand against the fruit skin, as if longing to touch the world outside. Lan Shi noticed a bracelet woven from golden silkworm silk adorning her wrist, embellished with miniature beads shaped like dogtail grass, morning glories, and emerald feathers. Exactly the style he had taught Xiao Yin to craft for their family. Even more astonishing was the vine before her, which bore a schedule etched in golden leaves, whimsically inscribed with morning reading, learning to write with brother. Afternoon observing Wei Wei farming, evening mimicking Xiao Yin in embroidery. Brother, look. Xiao Yin approached, holding up a newly embroidered handkerchief, adorned with glowing thread depicting Xiao Chui's clumsy fishing antics. Xiao Chui claimed she dreamt of a sister within the golden fruit who had even borrowed her embroidery needle. As Lan Shi's heart raced suddenly, he recalled his inspection of the golden fruit last night, during which he noticed a pin-sized hole on its largest skin. Initially dismissing it as an illusion, he leaned closer to the fruit and indeed saw a little girl meticulously mending the inner wall of the hole with a fine needle crafted from a golden leaf. Her concentration reminiscent of Chaoyin sewing his shirt. "She is learning from you," Go Bu Wei remarked, pointing at the golden fruit with his tail. "Yesterday, when I taught Xiao Zui to identify poisonous mushrooms, this girl was mimicking claw gestures inside. Look at how she holds the needle. It mirrors exactly how Chaoyin taught Xiao Zui to embroider." The afternoon sun filtered through the golden fruit, casting dancing light spots on the ground. Lan Shi observed the little girl beginning to imitate his motion of polishing a wooden pen, although there were no tools within the fruit. She fashioned a pen-like shape from the golden leaves and practiced drawing lines on another small fruit. Even more astonishingly, when Xiao Zui pouted in frustration at her inability to tie a knot, the girl within the golden fruit stomped her feet in sync, the arc of her twin ponytails mirroring Xiao Zui's anger perfectly. "Brother, it seems she can hear us," Chaoyin exclaimed, pointing at the golden fruit. The little girl was speaking to a glimmering point on the fruit's skin, her lip movements synchronized with Xiao Zui's complaints about Wei Wei's wooden attributes having distorted her flower stand. Look at her mimicking Xiao Zui's hands on her hips. Even the curvature of her frown is identical. Lan Shi retrieved a family album, crafted from tree sap, essentially doodles on tree bark. When he turned to the page depicting Xiao Zui's first attempt at human handwriting, the girl inside the golden fruit's eyes lit up, her small hands swiftly gesturing on the inner wall of the fruit, remarkably replicating the same letters through the skin, albeit crookedly, yet displaying an astonishing similarity. As night fell, Lan Shi approached the golden fruit tree with a lantern, finding the little girl hugging her knees. Captivated by their storytelling around the campfire, Chaoyin, with her now perfectly shaped cherry lips, animatedly recounted Little Red Riding Hood, while Xiao Zui mimicked the big bad wolf with exaggerated claws, and Go Bu Wei's tail curled around a firewood stick as if wielding a hunter's gun. The girl within the golden fruit was entranced, her small face alight with longing, even softly humming the nursery rhyme from the story in tune with Chaoyin. "She seems so lonely," Lan Shi murmured to himself, recalling his own feelings of isolation upon first arriving on the island. He reached out to touch the golden fruit, feeling a warm pulse beneath his fingertips, synchronized with the girl's heartbeat. Suddenly, a line of crooked letters written in golden powder appeared on the inner wall of the fruit. "I want to learn to roast fish with my brother. I want to wear Chaoyin's flower hairpin. I want Wei Wei to teach me to wrap things with my tail." Go Bu Wei's tail thumped heavily on the ground, causing the fallen golden powder to form the words, "I'll teach her the most powerful wooden techniques tomorrow. Once she comes out, I will teach her everything." Though he feigned a tough demeanor, he planted a row of luminous guiding vines beside the golden fruit, ensuring that she would not lose her way when she emerged from it. As Morning Glory gently removed the Morning Glory hairpin from her head and placed it at the base of the golden fruit, she remarked, "When my sister arrives, I shall gift her this." Furthermore, she aspired to teach her how to embroider a glowing handkerchief, reminiscent of the one crafted by Little Cress. Blue Evening observed the industrious figures of the three little ones, suddenly realizing that the golden glow of the fruit was more radiant than ever. With the little girl joyfully spinning within, her twin tails adorned with diminutive bows made of golden leaves, a miniature version of Morning Glory's hairpin. It dawned upon him that this quiet observer, diligently learning within the golden fruit, had already become an indispensable part of their family through the connection with the golden silk elder tree. As the first dewdrop fell upon the golden fruit, the little girl made a goodnight gesture towards the fruit's skin, then curled up on the golden vines to sleep. a sweet smile lingering on her lips. Blue evening inscribed in his journal. Day 60. The observer within the golden fruit has mastered all the skills we imparted to little Cress. Her imitation is not mere replication, but rather a transformation of our lives into the form she yearns for in her heart. As the bonfire dimmed, Guobue wrapped a blanket around little Cress with his tail, while Morning Glory planted the final luminescent dandelion beside the golden fruit, gazing at the slumbering figure within. Blue Evening felt that the miracles of Silver Moon Island lay not only in the transformation of spirits, but also in the connections and companionship that transcend barriers. Even through the thick fruit skin, love and longing could bind hearts closely together. The night on Silver Moon Island was bathed in the glassy hue of the supermoon. Blue Evening sat on a tree stump before the bamboo hut, absent-mindedly holding a half-cold piece of roasted cassava. The moonlight stretched his shadow long upon the ground, reminiscent of the floor lamp that always shone in the living room of his earthly home during the late hours. He gazed up at the overly full moon on the horizon, its halo large enough to swallow the entire Jiangxin Island. In his memories, his daughter Nianxi would often draw the moon as a bitten cookie, to which his wife Jiying would lovingly correct her. That is the home of Sister Chang'e. Yet now, this silver moon was blinding, so bright it made his nostrils sting. It seemed overwhelmingly large, rendering the entire world hollow, leaving only the shadow of himself. His fingers unconsciously grazed the smooth glass shard in his pocket, a remnant from a beer bottle brought from Earth. The characters Qingdao long since faded, yet still capable of causing pain in his palm. He recalled a family gathering when Jing poured him a beer, advising, drink less. For tomorrow we must take Nianxi to the amusement park. The night breeze wafted through the wisteria trellis, carrying the sweet scent of the night-blooming jasmine that Morning Glory had planted, cloyingly sweet, yet unable to dispel the bitterness in his heart. From within the bamboo hut came the faint sound of Guobue's snores, his tail's tuft occasionally flicking as if to shoo away the insects of dreams. "Brother?" A timid voice arose from behind, as Zhao Yin clutched her small quilt made of Morning Glory petals, standing barefoot in the moonlight, her skirt shimmering with fluorescent powder as she moved. Following her was Xiao Cui, her short feathered jacket reflecting a cool hue under the moonlight, clutching half of an unfinished grilled fish, her spoils from the evening. At some point, Guobue also awakened, rubbing his eyes as he stumbled out of the room. The tuft of his tail still dusted with blades of grass pressed beneath him. The three little creatures stood in a row behind him, resembling a line of ducklings with uneven feathers, tilting their heads in curiosity. They did not comprehend the essence of longing, nor did they understand why Lanchi gazed vacantly at the moon, or why his eyes suddenly deepened, darker than the night itself. They simply perceived that their brother's aura had shifted. It no longer bore the warmth of sunlight and the scent of grass, but rather felt heavy, like the sky before a tempest, inducing a desire to reach out, though they were uncertain how to connect. Zhao Yin was the first to shuffle closer, cautiously draping her petal quilt over his shoulder. "Brother, are you cold?" "My quilt is warm. It carries the scent of the sun." Her tiny nose nuzzled against Lan Shi's arm, reminiscent of a kitten seeking affection. Xiao Cui hesitated for a moment before presenting the grilled fish before him, her feathered wings gently patting his back, producing soft, fluttering sounds. "Brother, the fish is delicious." She struggled to form complex sentences, opting instead for the most earnest gesture, sharing what she believed to be the finest offering with him. Guobue remained silent, merely squatting down to gently sweep away the fallen leaves by Lan Shi's feet with the tuft of his tail, then resting his furry head upon Lan Shi's knee, conveying warmth in the most direct manner, as was his custom. His tail brushed against Lan Shi's calf, creating a familiar, soothing tickle, a sensation that brought comfort. Lan Shi looked down at the fluffy head resting on his lap, at Zhao Yan's sparkling eyes, and at the half-grilled fish nearly slipping from Xiao Cui's grasp, and suddenly felt as if the long-stuck stone in his throat had shifted slightly. He reached out, affectionately ruffling Zhao Yan's hair, patting Xiao Cui's head, and finally grasping the tip of Guobue's tail. "I'm fine," he heard his voice resonate in the night, tinged with a barely discernible huskiness. "I just miss home a bit." "Home?" Zhao Yan tilted her head, the fluorescent powder on her petal skirt glimmering brighter. "Is it a place like our bamboo house, where there is you, Wei Wei, and Xiao Cui?" Lan Shi smiled softly, glancing once more at the great moon hanging in the sky, which now seemed to illuminate with a gentler glow. He nodded, pulling the three little ones closer to him. "Yes, just like our bamboo house, wherever you are. That is home." Guobue gently swayed the tip of his tail in his palm, while Zhao Yan nestled closer into his embrace. Little Cui, having finally made up her mind, pressed a roasted fish into his hand. The night on Silver Moon Island remained tranquil, the moon still resplendent. Yet the shadow before the bamboo house no longer held only him. Three small beings filled the voids carved by longing in their innocent, yet sincere manner. Perhaps they would never fully comprehend his yearning for his family back on Earth, but that did not hinder them from becoming his most steadfast support in this unfamiliar land. Chapter 7. The Golden Fruit Cracks. Sinan is born. The 100th dawn on Jiangshan Island arrived with an unusual clamor. Lan Shi had just poured the final drop of urine at the root of the ancient golden silk tree when the entire colossal tree suddenly emitted a resonant hum, its golden veins bubbling like molten lava. The tree crown, capable of being embraced by 20 men, pulsed rhythmically like a heart. Brother, the golden fruit is glowing. Zhao Yan's scream was drowned out by the sharp sound of metal scraping. The surface of the largest golden fruit revealed a spiderweb of cracks, each fissure oozing liquid golden light, which, upon touching the ground, solidified into miniature golden swords that vibrated as they pierced the mossy earth. As Go Buwei's tail tip curled around the startled little Chui, the golden fruit suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. Countless golden feathers soared skyward, forming a swirling metallic tornado beneath the tree crown. All the iron nails from the bamboo houses, Lan Shi's multifunctional knife, and even the shards of glass around little Chui's neck broke free from their constraints, hurtling towards the remnants of the golden fruit. Be careful. Lan Shi spread his arms to shield the children, but he saw a beam of golden light shoot from the fruit's core, coalescing in his palm into a palm-sized metallic doll. The little creature blinked its gilded eyes, its twin ponytails resembling living golden chains. Nibbling at the scar on his fingertip, a remnant of the bamboo thorns that had scratched him upon arrival on the island. She turned my scar into a golden bracelet, little Chui exclaimed, pointing at Lan Shi's wrist. Delicate golden rings appeared at the wound, etched with the growth rings of the golden silk tree. While the metallic doll chuckled merrily, its golden ponytails producing harp-like melodies as they swept through the air. Stop biting, little ancestor. Lan Shi, caught between laughter and exasperation, attempted to withdraw his finger, only to discover that the doll's palm was suctioning onto his multifunctional knife, which was automatically reshaping into the form of a cradle. Suddenly, Go Buwei poked the doll's cheek with his tail. It's as hard as the scrap metal I've forged. Before he could finish his sentence, the doll's eyes snapped open, its gilded pupils reflecting Go Buwei's image. In the next moment, Go Buwei's tail tip was unexpectedly coated in a layer of gold, causing him to jump in fright. My fur has turned into an iron broom. She's mimicking Wei Wei. Zhao Yan carefully removed the flower hairpin from her head, and the metallic doll immediately reached out to grab it. The hairpin transformed into a golden gear, spinning rapidly in her palm. Brother, hurry and give her a name. You can smell the essence of golden silk Nanmu all over her. Lan Shi gazed at the tree pattern that emerged in the palm of the doll's hand, and memories of her days and nights spent observing within the golden fruit flooded back to her. Suddenly, she spoke. Let us name her Jin Sinan, with C signifying longing and Nan representing the Nanmu tree. Her nickname shall be Cici, shall it not? Jin Sinan erupted into a peal of laughter, her twin ponytails adorned with golden chains flinging into the air, causing all floating metallic objects to align and spell out Cici likes it. Most astonishingly, Lan Shi's multifunctional knife cradle sprouted golden vines, automatically producing the melody of the Song of Silver Moon Island. Cici manifests a golden attribute. Shatsue suddenly pointed at Cici's palm, where lay a ring forged from Lan Shi's nail clippings. She could transform her brother's belongings into gold. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Cici let out a yawn, her golden chain ponytail sweeping the ground, and all scattered metallic fragments instantly converged to form a defensive barrier. As the first drop of morning dew fell upon the barrier, it erupted into dazzling sparks, while Cici curled up in the knife-shaped cradle, her golden-hued eyes reflecting the silhouettes of Lan Shi and the others, a piece of sugar crafted from the golden fruit core dangling from her mouth. Gabue's tail tip cautiously nudged the barrier and was immediately rebuffed 3 feet away. Goodness, it's harder than Grandpa Tree's golden shield. He suddenly recalled something and coiled his tail around a piece of iron ore. Cici, can you transform this into a fishing hook? Cici blinked her golden eyes. With a flick of her small hand, the iron ore instantaneously morphed into a series of intricately linked fishing hooks, the tips adorned with a luminous golden fish bait. As Zhao Yan clapped in approval, she noticed Cici suddenly pouting, her golden chain ponytail entangling Lan Shi's wrist. Upon seeing Zhao Yan's hairpin transformed into a gear, she pointed at Zhao Yan's hair with a look of dismay, seemingly saying, I wish to wear a flower hairpin. All right, you shall have it. Lan Shi removed another hairpin from Zhao Yan's hair, and Cici immediately brightened, her small hand squeezing the hairpin until it transformed into a golden floral crown, studded with golden beads crafted from Gabue's tail fuzz. Even more remarkable, many morning glories, each fashioned from pure gold, yet exuding the softness of plants, began to bloom and close automatically along the crown's edge. As the golden radiance of the golden thread elder tree surged for the third time, Cece suddenly sat up in her cradle, her small hand pressing against the tree pattern on Lanchi's nape. In that instant, all metallic objects on the island resonated with a harmonious hum. The bamboo nails of the hut oozed golden liquid, the pebbles by the lake revealed metallic patterns, and even the shards of glass around Xiao Tsue's neck were coated with a flowing golden film. She is connecting to her brother through the tree pattern. Gobuwei's tail tip exploded in shock, and the heartbeat of Grandpa Tree grew louder. Lanchi observed the tree pattern that aligned with Cece's palm, and suddenly, a clear thought resonated from the golden thread elder tree. This child is a remnant of the ark's core, formed by absorbing your vitality, embodying the essence of gold that connects all things. He looked down at Cece, who was now braiding Zhaoyan's hair with her golden chain ponytail, each braid adorned with a glowing golden strawberry, Zhaoyan's favorite fruit. As dusk painted the surface of the lake, Cece had already mastered the art of deftly using a golden chain to retrieve the spear of Gobuwei, transforming it into an ornate golden staff with a gentle squeeze. She wobbled her way towards the vegetable patch, where her golden boots tread upon the earth, causing pure golden radish sprouts to emerge, exuding a warm glow amidst the twilight. Cece, come and learn to write. Lanchi unfurled his bark textbook, and Cece promptly nestled into his embrace. Her golden ponytail entwined with the wooden pen as she inscribed a crooked character for home upon the bark. This time, her strokes differed from before. Each line bore a metallic sharpness, yet the conclusion curved softly, reminiscent of Lanchi's guiding gestures. Suddenly, Gobuwei curled his tail around the mirror-like surface of the water, reflecting four figures, Lanchi cradling Jin Sinan, Chaoyan leading Xiao Chui, while the tassel of Gobuwei's tail bore Cece's newly crafted golden bell. Beneath the night sky of Jiangxin Island, the golden radiance of the old tree intertwined with Cece's own luminescence, as if celebrating the birth of a new life resonating with urine, longing, and metal. When the first star ascended to the treetop, Cece pointed excitedly at the metallic vines near the remnants of a golden fruit, where a golden lullaby sheet had sprouted unbeknownst to anyone. Lanchi softly hummed the melody, prompting Cece's golden ponytail to sway in rhythm, with the golden dust that scattered landing in Chao Yin and Xiao Chui's hair, transforming into everlasting golden roses. The tassel of Gobuwei's tail gently tapped the ground, the fallen golden dust forming the words "Welcome home." Gazing at Cece, who was engrossed in playing with his buttons, Lanchi suddenly realized that this little girl, capable of weaving magic with metal, might be the most unexpected gift bestowed upon him by Silver Moon Island, a daughter of the metal realm destined to inscribe a luminous future. As Lanchi's wooden pen sketched the diagram of the Pythagorean theorem upon the bark, Jin Sinan's golden ponytail was already entwined with gravel, replicating a three-dimensional model on the ground. Brother, this angle equals that angle because the opposite angles are equal. Her gilded eyes reflected the shapes, her little finger tracing along the auxiliary lines, causing the gravel to arrange itself into luminous proof steps, exceeding Lanchi's lesson plan with 3 additional solutions. Uncle Weiwei, your wooden attribute seedling needs to be controlled at without turning back. Sinan caught the cucumber sprout tossed by Gobuwei, her palm glimmering with golden patterns as the seedling pot automatically warmed to the precise temperature. Aunt Xiaoyan's roses require phosphorus and potassium fertilizer, and Sister Xiao Chui's green feather jacket needs reinforcement with silver thread. Gobuwei's tail tassel froze mid-air. He had just been contemplating the planting plan for the day, while Sinan had inscribed the 3 of their tasks upon a metallic leaf. Chao Yin to manage the flower-fertilizer ratio, Xiao Chui to collect morning dew for dye preparation, and Uncle Weiwei to provide light to the vegetables according to this spectrum chart. The reverse of the leaf bore cautionary notes. Sister Xiao Chui should refrain from splashing water with her wings while fishing to avoid startling the silver-scaled fish. Uncle Weiwei must remember to steer clear of Aunt Chao Yin's luminescent dandelions while fertilizing. How does Cece know that I wilted the dandelions yesterday? Chao Yin blinked in astonishment as she held the metallic leaf. Sinan was meticulously disassembling Lanchi's multifunctional knife with a golden chain, the components hovering in her palm, forming a precise assembly of gears. Yesterday, Aunt Chao Yin had accidentally crushed the 3rd seedling board, and as she sighed, the dewdrops on her eyelashes fell onto a dandelion. While constructing a lookout tower in the afternoon, Gobuwei and Xiao Chui quarreled over the arrangement of building materials. Sinan, holding a metallic abacus, clicked the beads rhythmically, when suddenly, the golden chain emitted 2 beams of light, pinning themselves to the bamboo frame where the 2 were bickering. Uncle Weiwei's wooden attributes were well suited for load-bearing beams. while Sister Xiao Chui's flight capabilities were ideal for transporting materials. The time wasted in their argument could have sufficed to build 3 lookout towers. As she spoke, all the materials automatically sorted themselves by purpose. The resilient bamboo needed by Gobu Wei piled into a pyramid, while the lightweight rattan managed by Xiao Chui was woven into a floating basket, leaning against a tree stump. Lan Shi observed this scene and was suddenly reminded of the day CC had first replicated an object with metal. It was his crumpled agenda, with tasks even he had forgotten, clearly listed upon it. Brother, it's time to give Grandpa Tree some metal maintenance. The golden chain rolled out a polishing cloth, still stained with the earth metal care formula she had restored from memory. The golden threads of the silver moon continent required a mixture of morning dew and diamond dust for polishing, just as you had taught me. As the setting sun gilded the lookout tower with golden edges, CC had already engraved the division of labor on the tower's summit with her golden chain. Aunt Xiao Yin was responsible for beautification, Sister Xiao Chui for vigilance and patrol, Uncle Wei Wei for energy supply, and brother for playing building blocks with me. The last line elicited a chuckle from Lan Shi, but she then noticed CC cradling a globe constructed from metallic scraps in her palm, each continental plate inscribed with place names he had mentioned. CC. Lan Shi gently touched the braid woven from her golden chain. How do you remember so many things? Because everything brother says is very important. CC lifted her face, her golden eyes reflecting the bonfire. Uncle Wei Wei's tail tuft curled into the third loop. When he was tired, Aunt Xiao Yin would bite her lip while embroidering, and Sister Xiao Chui would forget what she was meant to do upon seeing a butterfly. I must remember all these, to ensure everyone's ease. The night breeze whispered through the metal grating of the lookout tower, creating a melodious resonance. Gobu Wei was dozing beside the automatic irrigation system conceived by CC, his tail tuft secured to the optimal water control position by her golden chain. Chao Yan's embroidery frame was enhanced with the automatic threading device crafted by CC. Humming a folk song from Earth that CC had taught, Xiao Chui wore the sonar earrings fashioned by CC, tracing a luminous patrol trajectory across the night sky. Observing the busy yet orderly figures beneath the tower, Lan Shi suddenly comprehended the source of CC's leadership ability. She not only retained knowledge and skills, but also memorized each individual's habits and emotions, transforming this hastily assembled home into the most seamlessly functioning arc of the silver moon. As CC draped the metallic cloak of warmth over Lan Shi with a golden chain, he discovered that the inner lining of the cloak was embroidered with a delicate family portrait, meticulously recreated from memory. It mirrored the faded photograph on her phone, capturing even the minute bear pattern on their daughter Nianxi's dress with precision. Brother, once I locate the portal, I shall craft you a marvelous telephone box from the finest metals. The gentle clinking of CC's golden chain against his shoulder felt like a soothing caress. I have retained all the earthly knowledge you imparted to me in my golden mind, not a word forgotten. Gazing into her gilded eyes, which sparkled with starlight, Lan Shi suddenly realized that this little girl, born of the golden fruit, might indeed possess the capacity to remember all forgotten sentiments. Using her metallic gifts to construct a bridge of memory and hope between the Silver Moon continent and Earth. Chapter 8. Preparedness amidst security. Lan Shi's defense ingrained within the Chinese psyche is the principle of preparedness in times of peace. This consciousness of safeguarding happiness compelled Lan Shi to ensure the security of Jiangxin Island, as he sharpened his charcoal pencil with a bamboo knife. The tail of the bamboo he had fashioned curled around a compass, created by CC from meteorite iron and golden chains, forever pointing towards the Black Forest. On a map made of tree bark, he marked the outline of Jiangxin Island with various colored tree sap, pink for the morning glory flower array, azure for the bamboo grove of Gabawei, and golden for CC's metallic defense line, while black arrows indicated the direction of the Black Forest as described by the trumpet flower. Brother, will there truly be bad people coming? Little Chui clutched the edge of the map, her green feathers darkening with anxiety. The trumpet flower warned they would capture spirits to refine oil. Lan Shi sketched jagged lines at the estuary with his charcoal pencil. Remembering a Chinese saying, prepare for a rainy day, he pointed to the natural barriers on the map. The waters surrounding Silver Moon Island were fraught with hidden reefs, with only the shallow waters to the northwest safe for docking. He pressed the charcoal firmly onto the mangrove area, suggesting that Wei Wei could plant thorny vines there. Recalling how Earth's coastal defense forests functioned to thwart landings, Gabuwei's tail promptly arranged itself in a vine formation on the sand table. Crafted from sand and pebbles, I can make the bamboo grow into a spiked wall, just like the horse rejecting formation you taught me. He had recently finished reading Lan Shi's illustrations of the romance of the Three Kingdoms and was utterly captivated by ancient fortifications. CC contemplated the necessity of metallic snares here. Jean Sinan's golden chain traced shimmering lines across the map, and the mangrove area instantly projected a grid of metal. Utilizing memory metal to create triggering mechanisms. Any contact would cause spikes to rise and emit an alarm. Her gilded eyes reflected the map as she automatically calculated the optimal defensive angles. Suddenly, the morning glory raised a bouquet of luminous dandelions. My flowers can serve as alarms. Whenever a stranger approaches, the night glow ferns will turn purple, and the trumpet flowers will emit a whistle. She recalled the story Lanchi told about the beacon towers and had intentionally cultivated color-changing flower seeds. As Lanchi observed the three little ones expressing their opinions, he felt a sense of reassurance. He used red sap to draw a circle in the center of the map, marking the location of the golden silk elder tree, our final line of defense. Cici was tasked with managing the metal fortress. Wei Wei reinforced the tree trunk, while Xiaoyan and Xiaotsue took charge of aerial reconnaissance. I shall be the vanguard, exclaimed Xiaotsue, unfurling her emerald wings, only to be gently restrained by Cici's golden chain. The vanguard requires information. Jean Sinan's golden chain coiled around a metallic report, which he had compiled based on the descriptions of the morning glory, an analysis of the forces in the Black Forest, detailing possible types of creatures, weaponry, and activity patterns. Brother says this is called knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Lanchi couldn't help but ruffle Cici's golden braided ponytail. Impressed that she remembered his casual mention of the art of war, he pointed to an alternative escape route on the map. Should our defenses be breached, we will retreat through this secret passage to Hard Island, where Wei Wei has planted a hidden grove of reeds. Suddenly, Gubawei poked the corner of the map with his tail. Look, brother, I buried landmines on the beach. They are actually explosive stink fruits, he declared, beaming with pride. The bad guys will surely fear this. His tail swayed with delight, still smeared with the green juice from crafting the stink fruits. Throughout the afternoon, the bamboo hut resonated with the sounds of clanging and the rustling of growing plants. Lanchi watched as Cici wove the defense network's blueprints. Xiaoyan mixed flour glue to ensnare ships, and Gubawei practiced vine traps on the sand table. He suddenly recalled his grandfather's words from his childhood. While teaching him chess, one move anticipates 10. Cici increased the height of the watchtower by 3 meters, Lanchi instructed, pointing to the high ground on the map. When the Chinese built the Great Wall, beacon towers were always constructed at elevated positions. Instantly, Jean Sinan's golden chain extended over the model, transforming the watchtower into a tall structure with metallic railings. We also need to equip it with signal flares, based on the principle of combing lanterns, though I've adapted it to metallic fireworks that can pierce the clouds. As dusk descended, the bark map had evolved into a 3-dimensional defense model. Lanchi inscribed Silver Moon Island defense plan along the edges with a charcoal pencil, illustrating 4 little figures holding hands behind the city wall. The wall itself was constructed from Gubawei's bamboo, Xiaoyan's flowers, Xiaotsue's feathers, and Cici's metal. Brother, Xiaoyan suddenly pointed towards the direction of the Black Forest on the map. If it truly comes to a fight, can we win? Lanchi gazed at the golden silk elder tree at the center of the model, recalling the resilience ingrained in the Chinese spirit. We are not defending an island. We are safeguarding our home. His fingertips traced the defensive zones of each companion, affirming, as long as we are together, we are like the bricks of the Great Wall. None can dismantle us. Gubawei's tail tip struck the model with a thud, scattering golden dust that formed the characters for victory. Xiaotsue spread her wings wide, their emerald feathers shimmering with metallic luster in the sunset. I shall go on patrol. Cici crafted defensive badges for everyone using a golden chain, each inscribed with the character, home. Lanchi observed their industrious figures, suddenly realizing that this defense plan, which encapsulated the wisdom of China and the enchantment of Silver Moon Island, was no longer mere theoretical discourse. As Cici traced the final defensive rune with her golden chain atop the watchtower, distant thunder rumbled from the direction of the Black Forest, while the fortifications on Jiangxin Island shimmered like a waking giant, radiating a vigilant glow in the twilight. Volume 2. The ironclad defense of Lanchi. As Lanchi drew the first arc in the sand with a bamboo knife, Gobu Wei's tail was already poised, entwined with a bundle of thorny wild rose roots, ready for action. Listen closely, this is the outer defense line. He pointed to the inner side of the arc. Wei Wei, plant 3 circles of wolf fong vines, spaced 2 feet apart, and use wooden properties to cultivate barbs. Remember, the vines should grow in an interwoven manner, like this. He illustrated a crisscross pattern with his bamboo knife, a formation known to earthlings as caltrip formation, capable of ensnaring any landing footstep. Gobu Wei immediately crouched down, his tail tip piercing the sand like a drill, whispering long with each vine root he embedded. In an instant, The thorny vines grew at an astonishing pace, their barbs glinting in the sunlight, forming the first verdant wall of thorns. Xiaoyan followed closely, cradling a ceramic pot and sprinkling glowing pollen over the vine leaves. Brother said the traps need to be visible at night, so I added luminescent spores. Any villain who touches it will be covered in glowing powder. The mid-level defense line was paramount. Lan Shi led the team to the edge of the mangroves, where CC's golden chain had coalesced in her palm into strands as fine as hair. CC believed this area necessitated a heavenly net. The little girl tiptoed to tie the metallic strands to the aerial roots of the mangrove trees, spacing each line 5 inches apart and 3 feet above the ground. Utilizing memory metal for the triggering mechanism, she demonstrated by touching a metallic line, causing 3 metal spikes to spring forth, simultaneously connecting to Chao Yin's alarm flower, which would sound upon contact. Chao Yin promptly planted a row of trumpet vine seedlings, their petals a vigilant shade of purple. I have improved the variety, calling it watchman flower. The moment the metallic lines move, they will emit a piercing scream at 120 decibels. She mimicked the sound waves of the trumpet flower, startling Xiao Chui, who covered her ears. Xiao Chui, your task is aerial patrol. Lan Shi handed her a pair of metallic goggles crafted by CC, whose lenses could detect the trails of glowing powder. You need to circle the island every 2 hours, focusing on the northwestern shallows. He indicated the area marked with shells on the map, where tidal changes were significant and landing boats were most likely to appear. Xiao Chui donned the goggles, her emerald-feathered wings glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Received. I can also catch insects to scatter on the metallic lines for sensitivity testing. She proudly displayed the luminous beetles on her claws. As the core defense line unfolded around the golden-threaded elder tree, Lan Shi unveiled her cherished chessboard from Earth, proclaiming it the 9-square defense. CC was tasked with overseeing the 4 cardinal directions, utilizing metal to forge rotating turrets, while Wei Wei planted watchful bamboos at each corner, capable of autonomously tracking moving objects. In the center, Chang'an cultivated the Wanhua array, where the floral walls transformed shapes at her command. CC's golden chains danced like sentient beings, constructing 5 metallic turrets around the roots of the tree, each aimed in different directions. These turrets were equipped with sonic wave generators, capable of mimicking the roars of 13 ferocious beasts while also launching compressed air projectiles, as she demonstrated by pressing the golden pattern on the turret. A thunderous tiger's roar startled Gobu Wei, nearly tangling his tail. Undeterred, Gobu Wei planted 4 clusters of green bamboo amid the turret gaps, channeling wooden elemental energy through his fingertips. Behold my binding bamboo. The resin at the tips ensnares foes, rendering escape impossible. He had inscribed the character for halt, taught by Lan Shi, on the bamboo joints. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan spread flower seeds throughout the core area, intricately tracing patterns with tree sap. This was the maize flower array. Her brother had remarked it resembled the Bagua diagram from Earth. A single misstep would leave one dazed by the floral scent. She plucked a semi-bloomed flower, and its fragrance instantly reminded Lan Shi of the rice wine from her homeland. Throughout the construction, Lan Shi continuously refined the strategy using her knowledge of Earth's military tactics, reinforcing the caltrip formation, adopting the Great Wall's barrier wall design, staggering the frequency of alarm flowers to prevent enemy acclimatization, and ensuring the metallic turrets had reserve energy ports akin to a submarine's emergency system. CC meticulously recorded all this information in her golden mind, even innovating a version of the chain lightning trap for the Silver Moon continent, encasing stink fruits and phosphorescent powder in metallic spheres, which upon activation would both alert and mark enemies. As the final metallic gate descended at the estuary, Lan Shi stood atop the watchtower, surveying the entire landscape. The periphery was adorned with swaying thorny vines. The middle layer shimmered with the silvery gleam of metallic traps, and the core area was encircled by a vibrant floral wall, with the golden-threaded elder tree emanating a steady golden light. Gobu Wei's bamboo wall, Xiaoyan's floral array, CC's metallic net, and Xiao Cui's patrol route coalesced in his mind into a dynamic defense map, each node marked with his companions' names and abilities. Brother, look. CC pointed to the edge of the defense map, where 8 large characters were inlaid with golden chains. Transgress our homeland, though distant, we shall pursue. This was an ancient Chinese saying that Lan Shi had taught her. Under the setting sun, the 8 golden characters resonated with the golden patterns of the elder tree, as if cloaking the entire island in an invisible suit of armor. Xiao Cui's whistle echoed from above, announcing the completion of the first patrol. Gobu Wei triumphantly tapped the metallic gate with his tail, producing a crisp resonance. Even if 10 pirates were to come now, they shan't set foot in our home. Xiaoyan adorned each defense node with her embroidered peace talismans, the fabric of the petals intricately stitched with the Chinese knot taught by Lan Shi. As Lanchi gently traced the family portrait etched by Cece on the defensive diagram, an epiphany struck her. This formidable line, a fusion of earthly wisdom and the magic of Silver Moon Island, transcended its cold, utilitarian nature, transforming instead into a protective net woven from the sweat and trust of four companions. As Cece's golden chain inscribed the final defensive rune atop the tower, a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the direction of the Black Forest, while every vine, every petal, and every metallic fragment on Jiangxin Island stood ready, under Lanchi's command, to safeguard their sanctuary. Chapter 9. The first visitor to Jiangxin Island, just as Jin Sinan's golden ponytail snapped taut. Lanchi was instructing her on how to polish gears with meteorite iron. The sharp sound of metal scraping emanated from the dock of Jiangxin Island, not as an alarm for the defenses, but rather the commotion of some aquatic creature colliding with the rocks. Gobuwei's tail, adorned with a fin, burst forth from the bamboo hut, only to freeze in place at the sight of a figure on the shallows. Brother, there are three-legged fish people. Do not panic, Lanchi urged, steadying the multifunctional knife at her waist, while Jin Sinan had already deployed the metallic defense net. The young girl's gilded eyes reflected the silhouettes of three beings, an elder wading through water, clad in a cloak of seaweed, his dark green skin gleaming with a pearlescent sheen, and ears tapered like willow leaves. Behind him, a youth and a maiden moved with webbed feet, silently traversing the pebbles, their shell necklaces chiming softly with each step. There the wanderer tried. Xiaoyan suddenly tugged at Lanchi's sleeve, her morning glory vine trembling vigorously on her wrist. The trumpet flower spoke of their songs, turning the river sweet. No sooner had she spoken than Jin Sinan's golden chain coiled around a metallic plate, which rapidly etched the information of the wanderer tribe, descendants of the frog spirit, a peaceful race known for fishing with sound waves, possessing no record of aggression. As the elder shattered the final wave, Jin Sinan's metallic net unexpectedly transformed, morphing into three floating golden shells. Upon witnessing this, the elder's face broke into a look of astonishment, and he spread his webbed hand. There is no need for caution, metal sorcerer of the island. We have come, drawn by the light of the golden tree, to offer the gifts of the Silver Moon River. Behind him, the maiden warrior raised a coral string, and as the shells opened, pearls fell into Jin Sinan's palm, transforming into liquid gold. Their palm patterns resembled fish scales, acting as communicators. Jin Sinan whispered, her gilded eyes mirroring the rippling scales in the elder's palm, as they transmitted friendly frequencies. With a delicate touch, her fingertips prompted the metallic shells to compose the welcoming song of the wanderer tribe, the notes crystallizing into rippling waves in the air. Only then did Go Bue dare to lower his harpoon. Though he stealthily hooked Jin Sinan's golden chain with his tail's tip, this girl had just transformed his spare harpoon into a welcoming bell. Woya, intrigued, reached out to touch Jin Sinan's golden ponytail, and the strands instinctively wove themselves into a braid of water plants. Are you a child born of the golden tree? Our songs tell that the golden tree will bear messengers connecting heaven and earth. As Lanchi invited their guests into the island, Jin Sinan had already sketched the emblem of the wanderer tribe in the sand with metallic threads. Elder Walla observed as the frog's spirit pebble nestled in his chest began to emit a radiant glow, causing the intricate patterns of the golden elder tree to ripple in response, casting a vivid image of the ancestors of the wandering tribe dancing in harmony with the tree spirit. Enlightenment dawned upon the elder. The emissary of the golden tree had transformed the cipher of their clan's emblem into a visual spectacle. During lunch, Jin Sinan exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning. She scanned the sound wave harpoon brought by Walker with her golden chain, instantly replicating a version of metallic fishing gear from Silver Moon Island. Upon hearing the wandering tribe's song sung in the river's tongue, she effortlessly produced the same melody using metallic bells. As Xiaoyan spread pearl honey over the roasted fish, Jin Sinan discreetly transmuted the fish bones into miniature communicators, concealing them within each wandering tribe member's shell necklace. Do the spirits of the Black Forest truly consume memories? Asked Lanchi abruptly. The expression on Wallace's face grew serious, his palm shimmering with dark scales. A century ago, our fleet mistakenly ventured into the Black Forest's domain, and upon returning, the tribesmen had forgotten all their songs. Their tails faded to a dull gray. Suddenly, Jin Sinan's golden chain emitted a faint light, forming a metallic sand table of the Black Forest on the ground, marking the areas affected by memory contamination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jin Sinan presented the wandering tribe with a unique gift, a sound wave resonator crafted from fallen iron and silver moon grass. When Moya donned it and sang softly, the defensive structures of Jiangxin Island responded with harmonious resonance. The elder handed a verdant pebble to Lanchi, stating, "This is a token that connects to the memories of the river." With a mere touch of her fingertip, the pebble unfurled into a metallic map, indicating all the settlements of the wandering tribe along the Silver Moon River. "Brother, look," Jean Sinan exclaimed, pointing toward the dock, where luminous metallic water grasses had sprouted from the traces left by the wandering tribe. Her golden chain ponytail swayed with excitement, etching a line of small letters upon the ground. The waves bring not only guests, but also the metallic enzymes that can unravel the memory contamination of the Black Forest. As Lanchi gazed at Jean Sinan and the wandering tribe communicating through shimmering metallic shadows, she suddenly comprehended that this child born from the golden fruit had transcended the mere role of a defender. When her golden chain inscribed the final communication rune in the twilight, distant rumblings akin to thunder echoed from the direction of the Black Forest. While the metallic defense net on Jiangxin Island harmonized with the sound wave frequencies of the wandering tribe, Go Buwei twirled his newly acquired sound wave harpoon, while Chowan embroidered metallic patterns onto Woya's cloak made of river grasses. Jean Sinan inscribed the language of the wandering tribe into the metallic tomes, holding the pebble that could connect to the river's memories. Lanchi felt an inkling that the future of Silver Moon Island might well reside within the resonance between this metallic girl and the waves of the wandering tribe. In the next chapter, the feast on the Silver Moon at the river's edge, Lanchi stood within the makeshift kitchen enclosed by bamboo fences, the air infused with the spicy aroma of ginger and Sichuan pepper. This was a spice garden cultivated from the fallen leaves of the golden elder tree, meticulously nurtured since his arrival on the island, enhancing the vibrancy of the seafood from the Silver Moon River. The Silver Moon shrimp brought by the wandering tribe danced within the bamboo sieve, their translucent bodies reflecting the morning sun, evoking memories of the bustling morning market at the pier in his hometown of Qingdao. "Wei Wei, please trim the edges of the coral shell with a bamboo knife, like so." He demonstrated shaping the shell into a lotus form, for the Chinese value the principle of exquisite food and meticulous preparation. The arrangement of tableware and ingredients must be equally discerning. Go Buwei's tassel curled around the bamboo knife as he meticulously carved wave patterns along the edge of the shell, a traditional auspicious design imparted to him by Lanchi. Jean Sinan's golden chain wove a miniature steamer above the kitchen, where a bronze cauldron crafted from meteorite cradled the silver moonfish head as it danced with tofu and slices of ginger from the earth. "Brother, the Taotai pattern on the cauldron's body needs reinforcement." The young girl lightly tapped her fingertips, causing metallic patterns to emerge, merging the frog spirit totem of the Ronin tribe with Chinese dragon motifs, a gesture that honored guests while leaving an imprint of our culture. As Chao Yin gathered a basket of freshly picked luminescent ferns, she designed the plating for each dish, the silver moon shrimp arranged like a phoenix in flight, the coral shell cradling a steamed egg with pearl honey. Even the roasted fish secretly stashed by Xiao Chui was bound into the shape of a Chinese, not using morning glory vines. Her brother mentioned the serving etiquette: wine to the left, soup to the right, with food on the left and soup on the right. She recited the dining etiquette from the Book of Rites taught by Lanchi, laying the luminescent fern leaves into a cloud pattern. When Elder Walla of the Ronin tribe entered the bamboo enclosure accompanied by Woya and Watao, they were awestruck by the sight before them: 8 round tables crafted from the annual rings of golden silk trees, where bronze-colored tableware gleamed with a gentle luster. Each set accompanied by silk placemats hand-stitched by Chao Yin, though woven from mutated luminescent vines. Lanchi insisted on calling it shoe brocade. The specially designed webbed metallic utensils by Jean Sinan resembled ancient Chinese bronze ju, yet left space at the base for water plants to entwine. This was China's 9 etiquettes for banqueting. Lanchi raised his hand in invitation, signaling the guests to take their seats, and first, to wash away the dust. Xiao Chui flew in with a golden basin, filled with warm water infused with silver moon grass, upon which floated the welcoming lotus cultivated by Chao Yin, its petals automatically unfurling into a gesture of greeting. Woya curiously dipped her webbed palm into the water, and the lotus emitted a sound akin to a guqin. Jean Sinan had inscribed miniature chime symbols at the bottom of the basin. The first dish, steamed silver moon shrimp, was served, causing the pupils of the Ronin tribe to excitedly narrow into slits. Lanchi personally divided the food for the guests, using bamboo chopsticks to pick up the shrimp, adhering to the principle of public chopsticks and spoons to signify cleanliness. He had specially commissioned Jean Sinan to craft a set of public bamboo chopsticks, the tips engraved with the frog spirit of the Ronin tribe and the Chinese toad, symbolizing wealth and fortune. Woker gazed at the metallic ju in his hand, observing how Lanchi skillfully picked up the coral shell meat with chopsticks. How could these wooden branches be so dexterous? Lanchi smiled and demonstrated. The chopsticks measured 7 inches and 6 tenths, representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, one end rounded, the other square, symbolizing heaven and earth. He delicately picked up a piece of fish, placing it steadily into Walla's dish, employing a grip where his thumb and index finger were positioned above, while the middle finger rested below, symbolizing the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity. As the lid of the bronze pot was lifted, a rich aroma mingled with the piquant scent of ginger wafted towards them. Lancey served soup to each guest, an act referred to as the head soup ceremony, ensuring that the fish head faced the honored guest, while the tender flesh of the fish's belly was reserved for the elders. Walla took a sip, his eyes glistening with moisture. The flavor evoked memories of his mother cooking by the campfire during their tribe's wandering days, a comforting reminiscence. Throughout the meal, Lancey elaborated on the principles of harmony inherent in Chinese culinary culture, emphasizing the importance of balancing the 5 flavors, akin to the coexistence of nobility and nature. He pointed to the pearl honey filtered through a metal mesh by Jean Sinan, sweet yet not cloying, symbolizing the necessity of leaving room for others in human interactions. The most astonishing aspect for the wandering tribe was the tea ceremony that followed. Lancey crafted a tea tray from the rings of the golden silk tree, while Jean Sinan brewed a mixture of silver moon grass and earth's pure tea, pouring it into a purple clay pot after boiling. The tea possessed 9 virtues: clarity, elegance, harmony, tranquility, frugality, purity, stillness, righteousness, and completeness. As he served the tea, the amber liquid shimmered in the metal cups. Reminiscent of their gathering today, diverse races united over a shared stream. Suddenly, Walla rose and bowed according to the customs of the wandering tribe, stating that noble dining is not merely a means to satiate hunger, but a ritual that warms the soul. The frog spirit stone upon his chest glowed faintly. The wandering tribe had drifted along the river for a millennium, never encountering such a reverence for eating. This was a profound respect for food and a tribute to their guests. As twilight enveloped the river island, the shell necklace of the wandering tribe bore a newly crafted dietary ceremonial guide by Jean Sinan. The petals of Asagayo's diary chronicled the steps of the 9 ceremonial rites for hosting guests. And even the tail of the humble Gobu Wei was adorned with a miniature version of the communal chopsticks gifted by Lancey, proudly displayed as if a badge of honor. Observing the scene, chaotic yet filled with warmth, Lancey was suddenly reminded of a passage from the Book of Rites. Ritual serves to establish relationships, dispel doubts, distinguish similarities and differences, and clarify right from wrong. At that moment, under the starry sky of Silver Moon Island, the dining etiquette of China resonated subtly with the water culture of the wandering tribe. Much like the emblem etched by Jean Sinan on the bronze pot, where the frog's spirit danced with the dragon, and waves shimmered alongside auspicious clouds. As the final calming lantern, a metallic hot air balloon crafted by Jean Sinan, ascended into the night sky, Woi's voice harmonized with the melodies of Chinese folk songs. Lancey recognized that the 5,000-year civilization of China was, in the warmest of manners, planting the first seed of etiquette on this unfamiliar planet. Chapter 10. The Dawn of Civilization. As the ripples created by the tail fin of the wandering tribe faded across the river's surface, Lancey had already unfurled a bark scroll beneath the golden silk tree. The golden chain belonging to Jean Sinan hovered nearby, autonomously etching his verbalized plans into a metallic memorandum. First, the art of papermaking. Second, the craft of penmaking. Third, the compilation of the Silver Moon ritual records. Fourth, the apprentice reception program for the Ronin clan. Wei, the essence of papermaking lies in the fibers. Lancey tapped on the freshly cut green bamboo by Gobu Wei, noting that during the Eastern Han Dynasty, Kai Luan utilized tree bark, hemp fibers, and rag cloth. While our island lacks rags, we possess superior materials. He gestured towards the luminescent reeds cultivated by Chao Yin, whose slender stalks, combined with your wood attributes, would enhance the fiber's resilience. Gobu Wei, with his tail tuft entwined with a bamboo knife, gazed despondently at the mound of reeds. Brother, how did Kai Luan transform grass into paper? Is it akin to kneading dough? Last week, he had clandestinely experimented with adhering grass leaves using tree sap, resulting in a paper so rigid it could serve as a shield. The first step is boiling. Lancey utilized the bronze cauldron forged by Jean Sinan to boil water, adding an alkaline tree sap extracted from the golden silk elder tree. The high temperature would decompose the fibers, akin to skimming foam while boiling fish soup. He demonstrated by cutting the reeds into segments and placing them into the cauldron. As steam billowed, Chao Yin timely sprinkled in her luminescent flower powder, a revised insect-repelling formula. Suddenly, Jean Sinan's golden chain plunged into the cauldron, forming a net-like separator. Incorporate my memory metal mesh. It will ensure even heat distribution. The young girl's gilded eyes reflected the swirling reeds, as she recalled her brother's memories of Kai Lun's papermaking method documented in the Book of the Later Han. Now, she was recreating the steps using a metallic brain. 3 days later, the bamboo shed was adorned with drying sheets of pulp. Go Bu-wei squatted on the ground, his tail tuft wrapped around a homemade bamboo mat mold, moistening the new paper. Xiao Yan, can your flower juice dye the paper? I wish to imprint patterns of dogtail grass. Xiao Yan dashed over, holding a ceramic jar filled with natural dye made from red and blue indigo flowers. Brother says this is called paper that lasts 1,000 years. We must ensure the apprentice from the Ronin clan returns with paper bearing the mark of Silver Moon Island. She gently applied the dye to the paper surface. And to her astonishment, the luminescent reed fibers automatically absorbed the dye, forming a translucent pattern reminiscent of plant veins. The pen-making workshop was situated beneath the sycamore tree by the lakeside. Lan Shi held a kingfisher tail feather collected by Xiao Cui, instructing Jin Sinan on how to repair the pen tip. Wolf hair is used for stiff brushes, goat hair for soft brushes. While we lack cattle and sheep on our island, we have something even better. He pointed to the fine fur at the tip of Go Bu-wei's tail, noting that dogtail grass fibers are robust, perfect for firm brush tips. Meanwhile, the morning glory vines of Xiao Yan are supple, ideal for soft brushes. Do not use my tail, Go Bu-wei protested, fluffing up and retreating, only to be gently ensnared by Jin Sinan's golden chain at the tip of his tail. We will only take the outermost layer of fur. It will grow back swiftly. A spark flickered at the tips of the young girl's fingers as the fur effortlessly separated into strands, each standing firm like steel needles. Coupled with the silver moon silk sent by the Ronin clan as the pen cord, this pen would be capable of writing upon metal plates. When the first silver moon wolf hair brush was born, Lan Shi inscribed the character Li onto the newly crafted rice paper. As the brush tip glided across the surface, the fluorescent reed fibers illuminated with each stroke, forming a translucent golden tip. This was due to the metallic microparticles secretly added by Jin Sinan to the pulp, enabling the characters to glow at night. Next came the Silver Moon Book of Rites. Lan Shi handed the bamboo-like rice paper booklet to Jin Sinan, documenting our defensive layouts, agricultural techniques, hospitality etiquette, and the 24 solar terms on Earth. The young girl immediately etched a preface on the title page with a golden chain. When the granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one knows honor and shame, originating from China on Earth. On the day the apprentice fleet of the Ronin tribe arrived, 24 bamboo flags adorned the Jiangxin Island dock, each embroidered with the character Li designed by Xiao Yan. 20 young Ronin, clad in robes adorned with water patterns, waded through the water, their anklets chiming in harmony with the newly crafted ritual bells by Go Bu-wei. They wore the silver moon wolf hair brushes gifted by Lan Shi at their waists, with handmade paper flowers by Xiao Yan nestled in their hair. From today onwards, you shall learn the 5 rites, Lan Shi proclaimed beneath the golden silk tree. With Jin Sinan's metallic movable type teaching chart behind him, the rites of offering sacrifices to the heavens, the rites of hospitality, the rites of friendship, the military rites for defense, and the funerary rites for caution and endings. He pointed toward the distant fortifications, as Elder Walla remarked that you are water attribute mages, perfectly complementing Wei Wei's wood attribute, Cici's metal attribute, and Xiao Yan's floral attribute, thus forming a cyclical relationship of the 5 elements. Ronin girl Woya's sister, Valine, curiously caressed the rice paper. Can this illuminating paper record our Ronin tribe's water language ballads? Lan Shi nodded, signaling Go Bu-wei to demonstrate the papermaking process. The little one immediately wagged his tail, using his wood attribute energy to make the reed fibers dance in the water, evoking bright laughter from the girls. Late at night, Lan Shi organized the newly crafted texts atop the watchtower. He aimed to disseminate the characters of Earth throughout the continent, so that one day, if his wife and daughter saw them, they would know where he was and come to find him. Jin Sinan was engraving anti-counterfeiting runes onto each book with his golden chain, while Xiao Yan outlined the page numbers with fluorescent flower juice. Go Bu-wei lay on the ground, using the tuft of his tail to flatten the pages of the apprentice's notebooks. Suddenly, Xiao Cui dove from the night sky, clutching a dead leaf from the direction of the dark forest, on which was inscribed in gold powder the first half of a Ronin ballad. Golden trees sprout wings. Civilization crosses the ocean. Brother, Jin Sinan suddenly pointed to the chapter on movable type printing in the text. Once we create metallic movable type, we will be able to print millions of copies of the Analexan Book of Songs, allowing every corner of the Silver Moon continent to know that is it not a joy to have friends come from afar. Lan Shi gazed at his industrious companions beneath the starry sky, suddenly recalling how, back on Earth, his daughter Ningxi would often inquire, "Father, how did the ancients preserve their stories?" At that moment, He touched the still damp ink on the Xian paper, observing Jin Xinan's metallic representation of the paper-making process, and at last discovered the answer. The essence of civilization's inheritance has always resided within the craftsmanship of every blade of grass and every tree, the unwavering adherence to rules, and the light in the eyes of those willing to transform foreign lands into home. As the first meteor streaked across the night sky of Silver Moon Island, the tail of Go Buwei inadvertently swept the inkstone off the table, causing the ink to spread into an irregular circle on the Xian paper. Yet, Lanchi smiled, picking up his brush to depict a little figure bowing within the circle, inscribing beside it, "The genesis of civilization begins in the minutiae." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the lower reaches of Silver Moon River, the elder of the rogue clan, Walla, was unfurling the Xian paper map gifted by Lanchi, which illustrated the defensive layout of Jiangxin Island in gold powder, with 4 little figures drawn in the corner, Lanchi with a brush, Go Buwei with a fork, Jian holding flowers, and Jin Xinan wielding chains. Suddenly, the frog's spirit pebble nestled in the elder's chest emitted a clear sound, as if resonating with the spark of human civilization ignited by papermaking on Jiangxin Island. The morning mist over the Silver Moon River had yet to dissipate when 20 apprentice rogues had already arranged themselves in a water pattern formation on the shallow banks of Jiangxin Island. Woya donned an improved water-sleeved robe, while Jiayan embroidered Chinese cloud patterns with luminescent vines at the cuffs, though her webbed feet still instinctively splashed against the surface, creating ripples that naturally formed the character's welcome. Today's gathering is the Jilly banquet for guests. Lanchi stood upon the newly constructed bamboo pavilion over the water, the floating platform beneath him woven from the floating plants nurtured by Go Buwei's wood attributes. Each leaf bore inscriptions of dietary precepts from the Book of Rites. As the rogue clan excels in water, we hosted the banquet on the river, performing the amphibious rites. Jin Xinan's golden chains cast a 3-dimensional ceremonial diagram upon the water. On the left side, the traditional Chinese seating arrangement in a 9-grid format, while on the right, the circular water banquet of the rogue clan. With a gentle tap of her fingertips, the 2 seating arrangements seamlessly merged into a taiji pattern, where within a central metallic cauldron, the silver moon fish danced in harmony with earth tofu amidst the rippling water. Woya, your clan's sonar fish division method could beautifully merge with our Chinese public chopstick etiquette. Lanchi gestured for her to observe the sonorous public chopsticks crafted by Jin Xinan, whose tips bore the frog's spirit totem of the rogue clan, while the bodies were adorned with the gluttonous motifs of China. These chopsticks utilize sound waves to separate fish and meat, aligning perfectly with your tradition of raw consumption while adhering to the principle of clean distinction. Woya grasped the public chopsticks with her webbed hand, her teal-colored pupils narrowing with excitement. Just as our fish spears can sing, these chopsticks possess rhythm. She softly hummed a rogue fishing song, and the public chopsticks began to sway in time, precisely portioning the belly meat of the silver moon fish into each apprentice's shell cup, with the water patterns at the bottom naturally reflecting the character's elders first, younger ones later. Most splendid of all was the segment of waterland communication during the feast, as Chaoyan connected the morning glory vine to the water resonance device of the Ronin tribe. The tendrils inscribed corresponding water patterns on the surface as Lanchi elucidated the etiquette of the ritual after 3 rounds of wine. Woya demonstrated the Ronin tribe's tail fin toast, and petals simultaneously blossomed with the luminescent phrase the courtesy of reciprocity. While land-based feasts adhere to the principle of silence while dining, aquatic banquets permit communication through sound waves. Lanchi smiled as she accepted the coral wine presented by Valine. The metallic wine cup traced an elegant arc through the water, embodying the concept of adaptation to local conditions. Much like how your tail fins transform into legs upon land, allowing customs to flourish in diverse environments. Behold, this is the transformation of ritual. Jin Xinan pointed to the central motif on the reference chart, where the tail fin of the frog's spirit intertwined with the Chinese jade pendant, creating a novel emblem of etiquette. As my brother remarked, harmony without uniformity. Our customs are not mere replicas but rather a shared cup of water where 2 cultures drink from the Silver Moon River. At the climax of the luncheon, Go Buwei suddenly used the tassel of his tail to lift the entire floating platform, performing an enhanced version of the 6th-generation dance upon the river's surface. His fur, dusted with the luminescent pollen of morning glories, left behind the swirling dance moves recorded in the Book of Rites with each swing, while the Ronin apprentices responded with splashes of their tails, creating a harmonious blend of sound and visual artistry in their ritualistic teaching. It became evident that the land-based hand salute was to be rendered thus in water. Woya demonstrated a half-squat in the water, bringing her hands together at her chest. Her webbed palms cast the shadow of the Chinese Gonsho greeting, and the Ronin tribe's tail salute, combined with my brother's hands over the brows, formed our water-sky salutation. After the evening banquet, Lanshi etched the silver moon etiquette ode into the floor of the water pavilion, while Jin Sinan filled in the strokes with liquid gold, and Xiaoyan planted sound-responsive ceremonial flowers beside each character. As the Ronin apprentices sang the water language version of the Book of Songs, the Call of the Deer, the petals miraculously assembled into the ancient characters Yu Yu Lu Ming, Shi Yi Ji Ping, drifting with the waves toward the depths of the Silver Moon River. Brother, look. Jin Sinan suddenly pointed to the river's surface, where the watermarks left by the departing Ronin tribe revealed a new script that fused water patterns with Chinese characters. This was the improvised creation of the apprentices, a lyrical form that blended the fluidity of the Ronin tribe with the rectilinearity of Chinese writing. Lanshi touched the still-drying gold dust on the floating platform, suddenly recalling the scene of visiting the Forbidden City on Earth with her daughter. At this moment, the water-sky feast on the Silver Moon River resembled a dialogue of civilizations transcending planets. The Ronin tribe's tail fins and Chinese chopsticks. The water patterns and Chinese characters, intricately woven into a new tapestry of etiquette through Jin Sinan's metallic artistry, Go Buwei's wood elemental prowess, and Xiaoyan's floral magic. As the first water lantern drifted downstream, Woya inscribed the Ronin tribe's water soul song onto the reeds of the island at the heart of the river, employing the clerical script taught by Lanshi. Upon the beams and pillars of the bamboo pavilion, Gobu Wei inscribed the character for ritual in a crooked manner using the tail tuft, alongside the frog's spirit totem of the Ronin tribe, which cradled this symbol, embodying the wisdom of two races with its fish tail. Thus, the seeds of civilization took root in the shimmering waves of the Silver Moon River. This was not a mere act of replication. It resembled the metallic movable type crafted by Jin Sinan, exhibiting the regularity of the master copy while imbuing unique patterns on diverse sheets of paper. As the fleet of the Ronin tribe vanished into the twilight, in the ritual workshop on Hard Island, Chao Yin was annotating the chapters of the Book of Rites in the water language of the Ronin tribe, while Jin Sinan was refining the Ronin's fishtail boots to ensure they could tread water while adhering to the dress code of the crown must be proper. The knots must be tied. Blue Shi understood that true cultural transmission always resides within these moments of fiery collisions, be it the clumsy yet earnest demeanor of Wei using public chopsticks, the tail tuft of Gobu Wei flying as he performed the ritual dance in the water, or the intense focus of Jin Sinan as he engraved the sound wave frequencies of the Ronin into the bronze chime bells. These subtle moments would eventually blossom into a ceremonial tree, deeply rooted in both worlds within the soil of Silver Moon Continent. Chapter 11. Echoes of Sumiyata. The splash of the Ronin apprentice's fishtail awoke the morning mist of Hard Island. Wei led 20 youths as they stepped upon the water, their flipper-like feet leaving ripples in the shallows, where the words "Good Morning," inscribed in silver moon grass, floated, an imitation of the gardening script they had stealthily learned from Chao Yin the previous night. Gobu Wei's tail tuft curled around a newly crafted bamboo flute, playing the Ronin's title melody, which unexpectedly transitioned into the Chinese tuned jasmine flower at the high notes. Brother, look quickly. Wei has inscribed the ritual class schedule upon the surface of the water, Chao Yin exclaimed, pointing to the shallows, where the water characters of the Ronin danced alongside Jin Sinan's metallic Chinese characters. Suddenly, Jin Sinan's golden chain emitted a glimmer, transforming the water characters into a three-dimensional map that hovered in the center of the bamboo pavilion. This is the continent of Sumiyata where we are situated. Wei's flipper-like hand brushed over the map, the azure light tracing the contours of the land, with the capital city, Beijing, nestled in the heart. In the city-state nearest to Hard Island, she pointed to the southeastern corner of the map, where a model of a city constructed of coral slowly rose, Red Moon City. Merely 5 kilometers away in a straight line, Blue Shi's fingers unconsciously grazed the tree-like patterns on the back of her neck. Jin Sinan immediately grasped the implication. The golden chain traced a silver trajectory on the map, according to the water flow memories of the Ronin tribe. Hard Island is located in the southeastern corner of the Sumiyata continent, the metal pointer indicating the estuary, and another 50 kilometers southeast lay the boundless sea of shattered stars. Estuary, Blue Shi murmured, suddenly recalling the drifting bottle she had found upon arriving on the island. The fragments of the sea chart within the bottle now perfectly aligned with Jin Sinan's metallic map. Gobu Wei's tail tuft suddenly curled around a rock. Brother, look. The moss patterns on this stone mirror the currents on the map. The young Ronin, named Walker, pressed his palm against the map, causing ripples of sound to ripple across the water's surface. The city of Red Moon is renowned for its coral trade, governed by a noble well-versed in water spells. The head of the Maple family, Maple Masamitsu, His emerald-hued eyes reflected the model of the city, yet within the library of the Lord's mansion lies a forbidden tome. The Chronicle of the Black Forest. We had previously glimpsed its torn pages within the memory of the water's surface. Suddenly, Jean Sinan's golden chain marked a red alert circle on the map. The Black Forest is situated to the northwest of Red Moon, forming a triangular confrontation with Jiangxin Island. Metallic patterns created a defensive matrix at the harbor. Brother, this geographical location is of utmost importance. Controlling the harbor not only blocks the maritime route to the Black Forest, but also establishes a trade hub between the mainland and the Shattered Star Sea. As if inspired, Xiao Yin pointed to the Silver Moon River on the map. The water songs of the Ronin clan speak of ancient ark remnants that lie dormant at the river's bottom. Her morning glory vines instinctively coiled around the waterway on the map, and the tendrils cast shadows resembling the gears of the ark, akin to the multifunctional knife of her brother, which is also forged from ark fragments. Xiao Zui unfurled her emerald wings, her goggles reflecting the image of Red Moon City on the map. I saw the lighthouse of Red Moon City during my patrol yesterday. The tower is constructed from luminous coral, resembling the color of Cece's golden chain. A piece of coral shard dropped from her claws, etched with the emblem of the Sumiyata kingdom, a mermaid grasping a gear. Lanchi took the coral shard, suddenly recalling the ancient texts within the golden silk elder tree. Jean Sinan promptly etched the translated text onto the shard using his golden chain. Sumiyata, an ancient term meaning the resonance of water and metal. A millennium ago, when the ark fell, the metallic core fused with the water spirits, giving birth to this continent. Thus, our golden fruits, the Ronin clan's water spells, and the shadows of the Black Forest could all be the work of ark fragments? Woy nodded, revealing a gear-shaped pendant beneath her seaweed cloak. This is a relic of the ark passed down through my clan, allowing us to hear the memories of the river. She placed the pendant upon Jean Sinan's metallic map, causing all the water patterns to illuminate and spell out an ancient inscription. From the golden tree, the ark sets forth. Within the Shattered Star Sea lies the homeland. In the afternoon sun filtering through the bamboo pavilion, Jean Sinan was weaving a detailed map of the Sumiyata continent using metallic threads. The Ronin clan apprentices gathered around, some carving terrain onto the metal plates using sound waves, while others marked magical nodes with silver moon grass. Gobuwe employed wood attributes to grow indicative plant tags along the edges of the map. The trade routes of Red Moon City resembled a dense fishing net. Valine pointed to the coral lines on the map, noting that all shipping lanes circumvented the coastline of the Black Forest, where the waters were black, and even the fish dared not approach. As Lanchi gazed at the location of Jiangxin Island on the map, an idea suddenly struck her. Wei, we could plant luminous navigation reeds at the estuary. CC. Let us construct a lighthouse from metal. Xiao Yin, cultivate dark dispelling flowers that purify seawater. Xiao Chui shall oversee aerial patrols, and the Ronin tribe will monitor underwater disturbances using sound waves. Jean Sinan swiftly envisioned a defensive framework on the map. By integrating my brother's Chinese formations, we can establish the Bagua water formation at the estuary, utilizing the Ronin tribe's sound waves to activate the metal runes, thereby creating a tridimensional defense network encompassing land, water, and air. Wei pressed her webbed hand at the center of the model, causing the water patterns and metallic lines to seamlessly merge into a Taiji diagram. This resonates with our Ronin tribe's water soul resonance and the Chinese concept of 5 elements generating one another. It is remarkable how disparate civilizations can dance in harmony. As dusk descended, Lanchi stood atop the watchtower, observing Jean Sinan sketching the outline of Sumiyata in the night sky with metallic wire. The coral lighthouse of Red Moon City flickered 5 kilometers away, echoing with the golden elder tree of Jiangxin Island. She finally comprehended that this seemingly remote Jiangxin Island was, in fact, situated at the crossroads of civilizations, both a critical node of the ark's remnants and a strategic juncture linking the continent and the ocean. Brother, Jean Sinan's golden chain rolled in with a cup of hot drink. The Ronin tribe mentions that the coral market in Red Moon City occurs on the 15th of every month. We could exchange for seeds and books from the mainland. Her gilded eyes reflected the navigational routes on the map. Perhaps there, she could uncover clues to return home. Gobuwe's tail tuft thumped heavily against the tower railing, the falling golden dust forming the characters for exploration. Xiao Yin planted a row of glowing dandelions beside the map, each flower inscribed with a place name from Sumiyata. Xiao Chui spread her wings, her goggles reflecting the direction of Red Moon City, emitting a sharp cry, an advanced signal taught by the Ronin tribe. Meanwhile, deep within the Silver Moon River, the Ronin tribe's water soul song spread with the currents, its lyrics enriched with new verses. The son of the golden tree stands at the estuary. The elegance of Huaxiao intertwines with the flowing waters. O wind of Sumiyata, carry the seeds of distant lands, that new arcs may rise along the shores of shattered stars. Lan Shi held the metallic compass offered by Jin Sinan, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards Red Moon City. She understood that from this moment forth, Jiangxin Island would no longer be an isolated sanctuary, but rather the starting point connecting two worlds. The echoes of Sumiyata resonated, intertwining with the Ronin tribe's melodies, reaching every soul yearning for home. Chapter 12. Jiangxin Island Academy. The row of scholarly abodes by the lakeside of Jiangxin Island has been completed. 50 elegantly arranged rooms, imbued with an ancient charm, are remarkably beautiful. The Ronin tribe students need not return at night. They can settle here for an extended period. Naturally, the academy is also preparing for construction. The morning mist of Silver Moon Island had yet to dissipate when the Ronin tribe students gathered around the newly established Jiangxin Island Academy. The edifice, intricately woven from the vines nurtured by the essence of Go Buwei and the metallic framework forged by Jin Sinan, glimmers with a gentle radiance under the morning sun. The vines atop the roof gracefully coil into awnings, while the metallic window lattice is adorned with patterns that merge the morning glory designs of Chaoyan with the fluid motifs of the Ronin tribe. A refreshing sea breeze wafts through, carrying a faint scent of ink. Lan Shi, wielding a bamboo teaching rod, stands before a blackboard crafted from the bark of the golden silk tree, where Arabic numerals and Chinese characters are meticulously inscribed. 1, 2, 3. He intones with a steady and resonant voice, as the Ronin students stretch their necks, their webbed hands diligently tracing the characters on a specially designed metallic sand table. Woya learns the fastest, her turquoise eyes fixed intently on the blackboard, her fingertips tracing out numbers on the sand with a unique ripple pattern. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. The recitation of the three-character classic resonates from another corner of the academy. Lan Shi leads the students in unison, and whenever they reach the line when Kong Rong was 4, he could share pairs. Chaoyan weaves a three-dimensional representation of the story using morning glory vines, eliciting gasps of wonder from the students. Go Buwei squats nearby, the tuft of his tail wrapping around the teaching rod, resembling a stern little assistant. When he notices a student drifting off, he gently taps them on the shoulder. Come, recite with me. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zhengwan. Lan Shi, holding a bamboo slip, enunciates clearly, and the academy is soon filled with a chorus of uneven recitations. Valine clumsily pinches a brush with her webbed fingers, scrawling the character Zhao haphazardly on the metallic plate, but ink drips from the brush tip onto her skirt, blooming into a small black flower. Valine, why does your Zhao have 3 tails? Xiao Tsue flutters over with her emerald wings, her goggles reflecting the distorted strokes on the metallic plate. It's even messier than Wei Wei's tail. She mimics the chaotic swaying of a dogtail grass with a playful shake of her wings. Go Buwei's tufted tail flicks in irritation, and he lightly taps Xiao Tsue on the head with the teaching rod. Who are you calling messy? Lan Shi, suppressing a laugh, approaches Valine and gently adjusts her grip on the brush. Don't rush. Writing Chinese characters requires balance and precision, much like the elegant lines you maintain while swimming in the water, as you Ronin do. Just as he finishes speaking, Valine suddenly exerts too much force, and the brush tip pierces through the metallic plate, creating a small dent with a soft pop. Oh no! Valine's turquoise eyes widen in shock. I've punctured the board. Her flustered demeanor sends Xiao Tsue tumbling from her chair, flapping her wings in laughter as she rolls on the ground. It's all right, Lan Shi chuckles, patting Valine's shoulder. He turns to Jin Sinan, calling out, Cici, could you bring another metallic plate? With such strength, Valine could become a master sculptor. Jin Sinan's golden ponytail sways as a brand new metallic plate swiftly flies over, with the words great strength yields miraculous results written in gold powder on its surface. Valine glanced at the line of text and let out a soft chuckle, her tension dissipating in an instant. During arithmetic class, Lan Shi wrote 11 on the blackboard, signaling for Xiao Tsue to respond. Tilting her head, Xiao Tsue scratched her goggles with her claws. I know this. In our Kingfisher clan, catching one fish and then catching another means. It means a whole lot of fish. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted within the academy, and Go Buwei laughed so hard that his tail curled into a twist. What kind of math is that? By your logic, 1 + 1 could equal an entire pond of fish. Lan Shi shook his head with a smile and approached Xiao Tsue. Let us calculate it again. Watch closely. He extended one finger, then another. How many fingers do we have now? 2. Xiao Tsue exclaimed proudly, spreading her wings. Then what does 1 + 1 equal? It equals 2 fingers. Xiao Tsue fluttered her wings in excitement, accidentally toppling Valine's ink pot beside her. causing a splash of black ink to spread across the floor like an abstract painting. Xiaocui, Volin exclaimed, then couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to turn our arithmetic problem into an ink wash painting? Lanqi looked at the chaotic scene with a mix of exasperation and delight, picked up his pointer, and tapped the blackboard. All right, next question. If Go Buwei planted 3 trees and Volin planted 2, how many trees are there in total? I know. Go Buwei's tail tip shot up enthusiastically. It's 5. But if I were to plant them, I could do it 10 times faster than Volin. Not necessarily. Volin retorted defiantly. With the water magic of the Ronin clan, I can make the trees grow quickly and robustly. As the two exchanged playful banter, Lanqi and Xiaocui exchanged amused glances. The laughter and joy from the academy, mingled with the scent of ink and the sea breeze, wafted out the window, startling a flock of waterbirds resting in the reeds. At that moment, Jiangxin Island Academy was not only a hall of knowledge but had transformed into a warm and joyful home. In Jean Sinan's workshop, the sound of metal clashing filled the air. The little girl's golden ponytail moved nimbly as she crafted precision components for a printing press from sheets of metal. Brother, look! Her eyes sparkled with excitement, the golden hue reflecting the newly completed printing machine. Once we place the engraved metal plates on it, we can quickly print out the pages. Soon, the first printed copy of the 3-character classic emerged fresh and new. Jean Sinan had deliberately inscribed written by Lanqi in liquid gold on the title page, accompanied by a small illustration of the earth. Following that, 100 family surnames and elementary mathematics were successively produced, each book gleaming with the unique luster of metal, the edges adorned with the water pattern symbol of the Ronin clan. As if narrating the fusion of 2 civilizations, Lanqi gently caressed these books, and images of his wife and daughter surfaced in his mind. He fervently hoped that one day, they would behold these books imbued with his longing and dedication, understanding that on this unfamiliar land, he steadfastly upheld the legacy of knowledge and tirelessly sought the path home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the students in the academy continued their relentless pursuit of learning. Jean Sinan meticulously arranged the printed volumes on the metallic shelves. While Lanqi stood at the entrance, gazing at this hopeful tableau, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The lights of Jiangxinyu Academy gradually illuminated, harmonizing with the distant coral lighthouse of Red Moon City, as if igniting the flame of cultural inheritance on this alien continent. Chapter 13. The ripples of civilization. The tale of Silver Moon Island drifted through every corner of Sumiyata, carried by the songs of the wandering tribe. When the first coral ship adorned with the banner of Jiangxinyu Academy sailed into the port of Red Moon City, its hold was laden not only with copies of the 3-character classic and arithmetic textbooks, but also with hand-painted comic strips by the werewolf tribe students. Among these were depictions of Lanqi in traditional Han attire teaching under the golden silk tree, Xiaoyan in Tang garb crafting incense amidst blooming flowers, and the comical image of Gabuwei calculating with an abacus, his tail wrapped around the beads, meticulously illustrated on silver moon paper. Look, this illustrates the 3 obediences and 4 virtues mentioned in the book. The mermaid maidens of Red Moon City gathered in the coral market, pointing to the comic strip where Xiaoyan demonstrated the flower pinning ceremony to the wandering tribe students. A woman should be esteemed for her virtue, speech, appearance, and skills, not for the exposure of her skin. They caressed the front-fastened buttons of the Tang attire depicted in the artwork, their fishtails instinctively curving with grace. Lanqi had thoughtfully instructed Jean Sinan to inscribe a small phrase on the title page of every book. Without carving, jade cannot become a gem. Without learning, one cannot comprehend righteousness. When these gleaming tomes arrived at the noble academies of Beijing City, they immediately sparked fervent discussions regarding Eastern aesthetics. Princess Ilia of the Merfolk even sent a choral invitation, requesting Xiaoyan to design a Han dress suitable for underwater wear, with the hem embroidered with the title patterns of Sumiyata, while the collar must retain the dignified uprightness of Chinese fashion. The essence of a currency system lies in trust. In the metallic workshop of Jiangxinyu Academy, Lanqi watched as Jean Sinan infused the gold powder of Silver Moon Island into the copper coins, ensuring that the shapes of Qin Banliang and Han Wuzhu were uniform. He pointed to the newly minted round coins with square holes, the front inscribed with the characters Silver Moon currency, and the back adorned with the frog spirit of the wandering tribe intertwined with the golden tree. Gold represented the upper currency, silver the middle, and copper the lower, each coin certified by Grandpa Tree's golden light. The standard measure was 1 gold coin equating to 10 silver coins and 100 copper coins. Jean Sinan engraved anti-counterfeiting runes on the casting mold of the gold chain. I have inscribed a miniature version of the Book of Rites within the coin hole, which can only be activated by the water language songs of the wandering tribe. As she tossed a gold coin into the air, The figure of a girl in Han attire painted by Xiaolin began to dance gracefully in the golden light, ensuring that even if it reached the Black Forest, no one could forge their currency. In the coral market of Red Moon City, the debut of the currency from Blue Evening sparked a sensation. The merfolk merchants exchanged 3 boxes of pearls for a box of copper coins, drawn by the image of a maiden in Hanfu on the coins, which was believed to hasten the pearl's growth. Meanwhile, the orc warriors from the land traded animal hides for silver coins, intending to purchase illustrated books on the female precepts for the girls in their tribe, reminding them of the long-lost chastity rituals. Brother, the messenger from Beijing City has arrived. Xiaoyan burst into the workshop, clutching a letter rolled into the shape of coral, bearing the seal of the merfolk royal family. They wish to acquire 300 sets of 3-character classic and invite you to lecture the noble young ladies on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Blue Evening, caressing the newly minted coins, recalled scenes from Earth where marriage was treated as a transaction. He observed Jin Sinan engraving the characters for integrity and shame onto the currency and suddenly felt that these warm metals might indeed redefine the essence of beauty on the continent of Sumiyata, not as exposed skin, but as the poise of one well-versed in literature, not as mere exchanges of interests, but as the promise of companionship through life. As the first wave of currency set sail towards the Shattered Star Sea aboard the merchant ships of the wandering tribes, the printing press at Jiangxin Island Academy worked tirelessly day and night. Gobu Wei was responsible for transporting the metal plates, the tail of his banner adorned with a wooden plaque inscribed with integrity as foundation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui flew with the printed comic books to various city-states, the metallic rings on her wings chiming like a prelude to civilization. In the salons of the nobility in Red Moon City, Princess Ailia of the Merfolk showcased the illustrated book biographies of virtuous women to her guests, exclaiming, "Look at the story of Ming Mu's 3 moves, which speaks of a mother choosing neighbors for her child's growth, resonating remarkably with our wandering tribe's legend of water nurturing the spirit." Her silver moon coin bracelet jingled, intertwining with the glow of the coral lamps, creating an enchanting halo. Meanwhile, in the metal workshop of Jiangxin Island, Blue Evening was designing the 2nd edition of the currency. This time, he instructed Jin Sinan to engrave ritual, justice, integrity, and shame on the reverse, with the growth rings of the golden silk old tree embedded in the center. When these coins eventually circulated to the fringes of the Black Forest, they might impart to the local spirits the understanding that true strength lies not in devouring, but in safeguarding. Suddenly, Jin Sinan pointed at the freshly minted gold coins in astonishment. "Brother, the maiden in Hanfu on the coin is moving." To their amazement, the figure depicted by Xiaoyan appeared to stroll across the surface of the gold coin, and what fell from her sleeves were not petals, but the silver moon grass of Sumiyata. Blue Evening recognized this as the golden silk old tree's response to the propagation of civilization. Those coins and texts imbued with beautiful aspirations would eventually take root and flourish like seeds in this alien land, allowing the ideals of valuing propriety and cherishing trust to blossom in every corner of Sumiyata. The waves crashed against the reefs of Jiangxin Island, while the lighthouse of Red Moon City and the golden light of Silver Moon Island shimmered in the distance, reflecting one another. Lan Shi held a tome inscribed with his signature, suddenly recalling his daughter Nianxi's frequent assertion that Daddy is Superman. At that moment, as he gazed upon the currency and books in his hands, he comprehended that in this fantastical realm, his role was not that of a hero destined to save the world, but rather that of an envoy tasked with sowing the seeds of civilization. With the strokes of Chinese characters, the flowing sleeves of traditional Han attire, and the measured forms of currency, he endeavored to redefine humanity on the continent of Sumiyata. As the coral vessel cleaved through the morning mist of the Silver Moon River, the ship's prow, manned by the wanderers, resonated with a welcoming tune that harmonized with the melody of jasmine flower. Feng Qiao Yingying clung to the intricately carved railing, her lotus-pink silk skirt billowing in the sea breeze, revealing an underskirt embroidered with patterns of silver moon grass, an alteration she had secretly requested from her maid. In that moment, upon catching sight of the Isle of Jiangxin, she momentarily forgot to adjust her dress. "Look, Cousin Irin, those glowing vines are indeed writing." She pointed at the shore, where the words welcome were woven from luminescent roses. The vines transformed into water-patterned symbols of Sumiyata as the vessel approached. Princess Chuj Irin supported herself against the gilded rail of the ship, the golden threads of her dark palace attire shimmering in the sunlight. Her emerald eyes reflected a look of disbelief as she beheld the architectural ensemble on the island, a tapestry of metal and flora. "My lady, ahead lies Lord Lan Shi's Jiangxin Island Academy." The captain of the guard, Uncle Ya, tapped his metallic gauntlet against the ship's deck, his werewolf clan's soundwave blade vibrating slightly, a response to the island's potent energy field. The maid, Yang Yuer, hurriedly arranged the pearl-adorned hairpin in Irin's hair, whispering, I have heard that the books here are printed in metal and can tell stories on their own. At the moment the gangplank descended, a tufted tail of Gobu Wei darted forward, only to halt abruptly upon seeing Irin's dark palace gown, fluffing up into a puffy ball. Wow, that black dress looks like our burnt fish. How rude, Wei Wei. Lan Shi's voice emerged from behind a wisteria arbor. Clad in an improved moon-white Han robe, the hem adorned with golden threaded rings of the ancient tree. Chapter 14. The young lady of Red Moon City and the third princess of Beijing City, Chuj Irin gazed at the subtly glimmering metal runes on his sleeve, suddenly reminded of the visitors from beyond legend chronicled in the ancient texts of Beijing. Her fingers instinctively brushed against the frog's spirit jade pendant at her waist. Princess, Miss Fengxiao, the island is rather humble. I hope you will not take offense. Lan Shi raised his hand in a gesture of respect, while Jin Sinan swiftly unfurled a golden welcoming sign with a chain, displaying both Chinese characters and water patterns. Jiangxin Island Academy, Lan Shi welcomes you. However, Fengxiao Yingying's attention was captivated by the floating metallic movable type at Jin Sinan's waist, the characters inscribed with three-character classic dancing gently with her breath. Is this what walking words look like? Chujiran stepped forward, her dark skirt sweeping the ground, inadvertently activating a metal pressure plate concealed beneath the moss. The entire flower rack suddenly illuminated with a fluorescent glow, as vines seamlessly wove themselves into tables and chairs, within the shell lamp held by morning glory. The pearl honey gradually solidified in harmony with the footsteps of Lan Shi. Princess, behold this newly crafted movable type printing press, Lan Shi announced, leading the group into the workshop. Jin Sinan immediately demonstrated the ascent and descent of the metal plates, casting a three-dimensional projection of the characters from the 100 family surnames under the light. The water pattern characters of Sumiata could also be transformed into movable type. He picked up a metal mold inscribed with the character E, which perfectly aligned with the intricate design on the jade pendant of Chuj Irin. At the moment Chuj Irin's fingertips grazed the metal mold, the golden silk banyan tree projection atop the workshop suddenly illuminated, revealing that the tree bark patterns overlapped with her family's ancestral totem. Uncle Ya's sound wave blade slid half an inch from its sheath, only to be ensnared by the tail of Gobu Wei. Do not be alarmed. Grandpa Tree says this is bloodline resonance. Fengxiao Yingying suddenly pointed at the metallic currency box in the corner. Is that the Silver Moon currency? My father has seen it in Red Moon City. The copper coins within the box emitted a subtle resonance. The image of a maiden in Hanfu on the front shifting into various poses as Chuj Irin approached, while the frog spirit totem on the reverse released a stream of bubble-like characters. Princess, do you know? Lan Shi picked up a silver coin, showcasing the miniature book of rites on its surface under the sunlight. The future of Sumiata lies not in the clashing of swords, but in without learning rites. One cannot establish oneself. His gaze swept over the dark embroidered war totems on Chuj Irin's palace attire. If Beijing City were to wield books as blades, the movable type of Jiangxin would be readily available to the royal family. A sudden breeze brought the fishing songs of the Ronin tribe, as Chuj Irin gazed at the distant fortifications constructed from metal and flora. Then, glancing at Gobu Wei, who was demonstrating abacus tricks for Yang Yuer with his tail, she chuckled softly. Lord Lan Shi's ceremony is indeed more reassuring than my brother's armor. Her fingertips glided over the illustrated book lessons for women on the metal bookshelf, where Morning Glory had depicted a lady whose eyes blinked, revealing a mischievous smile akin to her own, as the wisteria arch automatically descended into a sunshade. The metallic round table at the center of the academy was already laden with delicacies from Silver Moon Island. In the bronze cauldron, meticulously recreated from meteorite iron, the heads of silver moon fish and earth tofu swayed gently to the rhythm of the Ronin tribe's melodies. The intricate patterns of the cauldron, adorned with gluttonous motifs and frog spirit totems, exuded tantalizing aromas. Gobu Wei, with his tail, carefully picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks and offered fish to Chujiran. Princess, do try. This is stewed with worry-free beans ripened by my wood elemental energy. You won't miss home after eating it. Wei Wei, the chopsticks should be sanitized first. Lan Shi chuckled as he accepted the chopsticks and dipped them into the silver moon grass essence held by Morning Glory. The maid, Yang Yuer, gasped in astonishment as the seemingly ordinary basin revealed, through the variations in water temperature, the dietary maxims from the Book of Rites. Even the water of Sumiata understands the etiquette of Huaxia. Chujiran gently caressed the rim of the basin, causing the water's surface to ripple with the tidal patterns of her lineage, dancing alongside the Chinese characters of wisdom. The most breathtaking of all was the coral and glass cup. Woya demonstrated the sound wave fishing technique of the Ronin tribe, her emerald green pupils narrowing as her fingertips glided over the silver moon shrimp in the cup, transforming it into slices as delicate as gossamer. each piece curling into the shape of a wide-sleeved hanfu. This was a lesson learned from Lord Lanchi. One should never tire of exquisite food. She placed the fish slices into Chuj Irin's shell dish, where the water patterns at the bottom automatically reflected the characters for elders first. How we used to swallow them whole. Feng Xiaoying gazed intently at the luminescent fern-cold noodles, the emerald-green strands swirling beneath the moonlight, and when lifted, they emitted silken threads of light. These were crafted from luminous reeds cultivated by Gabuwei. Xiaoyan handed over a food fork woven from morning glory vines. Mixed with the pearl honey I brewed, eating this would allow one to see the stars at night. Just as the words left her mouth, the noodles suddenly lit up, spelling out Ying's name in sparkling brilliance. The tea ceremony was set within a metallic pavilion beneath the golden-threaded old tree. Jean Sinan's golden chains suspended 7 sets of tea utensils, each a perfect fusion of metal and plant. The body of the pot was made from the shells of the Ronin tribe. The lid fashioned as a bronze ding with a handle, and the spout shaped like a morning glory. This was the 5 elements harmonizing tea. Lanchi poured the tea, which displayed a tricolored layering of gold, silver, and copper within the cup, the freshness of silver moongrass, the richness of earth puer, and the vibrancy of Ronin seaweed. Alongside the tidal energy from the princess's jade pendant directed at Chuj Irin. Chuj Irin took a delicate sip, and the golden threads of her dark palace sleeves suddenly illuminated, resonating with the tea in her cup. The metallic armors of the guard captain, Yeshu, emitted a hum, synchronizing with the chime ceremonial instruments at the center of the tea ceremony. Jean Sinan had intentionally inscribed the rhythm of the tea ceremony into the metallic components. Who knew that drinking tea could also serve as military training? Chuj Irin chuckled as her fingertip traced the character for harmony on the rim of her cup, causing the tea to dance in a water ballet reminiscent of Semiata. The students of the academy gathered around, each showcasing their harmonious rituals. Some splashed water with fishtails in synchrony with the Chinese drumming, while others formed toasts with metallic movable type. Gabuwei clumsily rolled his tassel into a teaspoon, awkwardly serving tea to everyone, but accidentally spilled some tea leaves into Yang Yuer's hair. The maid jumped in surprise as the tea leaves sprouted into a miniature tea tree, attracting the gentle pecks of little Chui's emerald feathers. No worries, Lanchi said, plucking the tea leaves from her hair and placing them into Chuj Irin's cup. This was the tea of acknowledgement and correction, destined to dissolve all worries. He gazed into the distance at Jean Sinan, who was intricately crafting golden utensils with golden chains. The young girl was engraving the name of the princess onto each tea saucer. The customs of Silver Moon Island have never been about rigid rules, but rather about allowing diverse roots to blossom on the same soil. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the apex of the metallic pavilion unfurled into a celestial map. Chu Gu Irin looked up at the projection of Semiata, overlapping with the 28 lunar mansions of China, and suddenly raised her teacup to Silver Moon Island, where harmony exists in diversity. All the students echoed her toast, and amidst the clinking of shells and metal, the fireworks cultivated by morning glories erupted, their petals inscribed with the characters of both nations, symbolizing harmony. Within the coral boat, Chu Gu Irin discovered a guest's notebook left by Lanchi in the cabin. The metallic pages not only detailed the recipes for today's dishes, but also illustrated scenes of her dancing with the students. Accompanied by the note, the rites are the order of heaven and earth. The music is the harmony of heaven and earth. The tomorrow of Semiata should be akin to this silver moon banquet, where flavors are balanced and civil and martial arts harmonize. Amidst the splashes at the boat's stern, Gabuwei wagged his tail and, after a prolonged chase, finally tossed a ceremonial bookmark woven from his tail fur into the vessel. The bookmark bore the uneven inscription, and on the reverse side, his saliva-stamped paw print, representing the simplest of Silver Moon Island's rites. Holding the bookmark, Chu Gu Irin gazed at the diminishing golden light of Jiangxin Island, suddenly feeling that her heart, concealed beneath the dark palace attire, resonated with a harmonious melody previously unheard, echoing the lingering notes of the Silver Moon banquet. As the coral boat departed, laden with metallic tomes and luminescent flower seeds, Chu Gu Irin stood at the bow, fastening the golden token inscribed with that Lanchi had gifted her to the collar of her dark attire. The distant golden glow of Jiangxin Island merged with the faint light of her jade pendant, as if a bridge inscribed with Chinese characters and rippling waters were being constructed across the azure waves of Semiata. Chapter 15. The Affections of Princess Woya. Within the metallic workshop of Silver Moon Island, Jean Sinan's golden chains moved at an imperceptible speed, arranging the metallic type of dream of the red chamber into a bar-leaf wall. Lanchi stood nearby, proofreading the proofs, when she suddenly heard the sound of waves crashing against the rocks behind her. Woya approached, her skirt held high as she waded through the water. Still dripping from the silver moongrass hairband adorning her head, yet carefully cradling a shell box. Lord Lanchi. This is the newly harvested moonlight pearl, which will make the type shine brighter. Her aquamarine eyes shimmered under the metallic light as she poured the pearls into the outstretched palm of Jin Sinan. Gobu Wei suddenly poked his head out from behind the vine trellis, his tail twirling a crooked pearl. Woya has sent shiny gifts to brother again. I didn't even get to touch the coral pin you sent last time. Lanchi chuckled, and upon receiving the pearl from Woya, she noticed the delicate bandage wrapped around her fingertip, a remnant of yesterday's search for a substitute for in the coral reef area, which had resulted in a cut. Next time, let Xiaocai accompany you. He instinctively frowned, sensing the instability of the dark currents from the direction of the Black Forest. The tail of Woya gracefully swayed beneath the water, the splashes coalescing into the words "no harm" upon the metallic floor. Ever since the metallic edition of Dream of the Red Chamber commenced printing, she had immersed herself in the workshop daily, employing the sound waves of the Ronin tribe to polish the pages to a silk-like smoothness. In secret, she had even engraved Lin Dayu's poignant verses about the burial of flowers into her own tail scales. During lunch, the dish of eggplant stir-fry presented by Xiaoyan caused Woya's pupils to dilate in astonishment. This dish, crafted from the bioluminescent eggplants native to Silver Moon Island, astonishingly replicated the intricate process described by Fingjie in the book. How could Lord Lanchi transform words into tangible form? She murmured, her hand trembling slightly as she speared a piece of eggplant, her thoughts drifting to the scene of Baoyu and Dayu's first encounter. Unconsciously, her tail entwined around the metallic leg of the chair, a natural reflex of the Ronin tribe when stirred by emotion. Jin Sinan suddenly formed a phrase on the dining table with a gold chain. Woya's tail, writes Baoyu. Valine, stifling laughter nearby, accidentally splashed drool that landed on Lanchi's sleeve. Gobue promptly used the tuft of his tail to wipe it away, though intentionally brushing against Woya's hand. Hey, could you not look at my brother with such eyes as if gazing at Brother Ba? He has his own Lin Mimi on earth. Lanchi paused, gripping his bamboo chopsticks, as he gazed out towards the Silver Moon River. There, a hairpin belonging to his daughter Ninshi once drifted, now delicately set by Jin Sinan on the title page of Dream of the Red Chamber. Following his gaze, Woya's sea-green eyes darkened. Yet she maintained a light-hearted tone. Our Ronin tribe's brother Baoyu can fish using sound waves. In the dim light of the paper-making workshop, Lanchi was instructing the Woya sisters on crafting shuetao paper, as madder juice blended with the luminescent liquid from silver moon grass to produce a unique crimson hue. Woya suddenly seized a sheet of paper, dipping the tip of her tail in ink to inscribe, "The cold pond reflects the heron's shadow. The cold moon buries the soul of flowers." Her tail traced a sorrowful arc beneath the water, yet swiftly concealed itself behind a stack of papers when Lanchi looked up. Gazing at the ink smudges on the paper, Lanchi was reminded of how his earthly wife once recited verses under the moonlight. Woya's fingertips gently caressed the words "soul of flowers," then suddenly summoned her courage. Lord Lanchi, if there truly exists a realm of illusions, do you think we could meet those we long for there? Jin Sinan's gold chain suddenly formed a star map on the ceiling, connecting Earth and Silver Moon Island with golden threads. Theoretically feasible, the young girl's gilded eyes shimmered with reflected starlight, yet it would demand immense energy. Akin to the spiritual jade in Dream of the Red Chamber, Woya's tail struck the water's surface with a splash, creating ripples on the star map that formed the phrase "willing to be a bridge." Late at night, atop the watchtower, Lanchi discovered Woya gazing intently at the golden light of the river's heart. Her tail shimmered with a pearlescent glow beneath the moonlight. Scales etched with verses from Dream of the Red Chamber, the latest line reading, "Endless tears of longing shed for the red beans. Are you observing Grandfather Tree?" As he approached, she caught a whiff of the mingling scents of silver moon grass and ink wafting from her hair. She gazed at the earthly coordinates etched into the tree. Woya turned around, her emerald eyes glowing in the night like two luminous lanterns. Lord Lanchi, even if your heart dwells afar, I yearn to be your Shangyun on Silver Moon Island, to share in your intoxication upon the peony bed, and to safeguard this realm for you. Lanchi silently regarded the unhealed scar on her tail, a remnant from gathering the ingredients for the daughter's red wine as he had mentioned. In the distance, the workshop glowed with light, where Jin Sinan hurriedly crafted a metallic bookbox of Dream of the Red Chamber. Gobue curled his tail around the wine rules taught by Valine, while Chaoyan wove a flower pouch for Dayu's burial flowers. The development of Silver Moon Island is inextricably linked to your rogue clan. He finally spoke, extending a bamboo pen he had fashioned to Woya. This pen is for you. Please help me copy more text in the future. The moment Woya accepted the bamboo pen, her tail created ripples beneath the water, causing the metallic railing of the lookout tower to hum with resonance. She understood this was not a response, merely tacit approval. Yet she clutched the bamboo pinned to her chest, akin to Daiyu receiving a handkerchief from Baoyu, inscribing the characters Lanqi with sound waves, in distant correspondence with the verses of Dream of the Red Chamber etched upon her scales. The tides of the Silver Moon River rose and receded. The metallic pages of Dream of the Red Chamber, circulating with joy and sorrow under the sun. Lanqi observed Woya's bustling figure in the workshop. She was singing the elegy for the flowers to the tune of the Rogue clan's love songs. With each sway of her tail, a pearl cascaded onto the movable type, reminiscent of the endless tears of longing from the book. His heart's concerns mirrored the ethereal realm of the text, distant yet tangible, allowing this affection to flourish quietly amidst hope and vigilance on this alien world. The first rays of dawn had yet to grace the wisteria trellis. Yet Chaoyan's skirt had already swept across the dew-kissed stone path. The 13-year-old girl now blossomed like a hibiscus laden with morning dew, the morning glory vines naturally coiling at her waist, while the luminescent roses in her hair danced gently with her steps, each petal reflecting the gentle smile she had secretly practiced countless times. Today, she would create the earth version of Silver Moon Fish Bun. She tiptoed to retrieve the luminescent flower hanging on the metallic rack, and her skirt's blush flowers suddenly unfurled, scattering pink stardust across the ground, a remnant of the excitement that had made her petals tremble while reading the West Chamber last night. The bamboo knife glided smoothly across the cutting board as she sliced the fish, her mind filled with the scene of Zhang Sheng scaling the wall to meet Ying. The blade veered, nearly mistaking her own finger for a silver moon fish. Sister Chaoyan is thinking of brother again, isn't she? Go Buwei's tail tip suddenly snatched away half a fish fillet, the gray-green fluff still smeared with the pearl honey from last night's escapade. You nearly soaked your flower skirt into seaweed while watching Peony Pavilion yesterday. Mind your own business. As Chaoyan grasped the spatula, poised to strike, her demeanor transformed into a gentle smile upon seeing Lanqi approach through the morning mist. The spatula clattered into the batter, sending a flurry of flower particles dancing onto her nose, adorning it with a charming circle. Brother, good morning. Today, I have prepared your favorite step-by-step ascension buns, filled with silver moon fish and the earth mushrooms I recently learned to cook. Lanqi accepted the steaming buns, oblivious to the flush of anxiety that colored Chaoyan's fingertips. He took a bite and raised an eyebrow in surprise. This mushroom, why does it carry a hint of rose fragrance? That's a special variety from Silver Moon Island, Chaoyan exclaimed, flustered as she hurriedly offered him the dewdrop encased in a shell. The roses in her hair had wilted significantly, for she had secretly mixed her own flower pollen into the filling, hoping to impart a taste of love to Lanqi. Unbeknownst to her, Go Buwei had stealthily swapped in rose essence instead. Suddenly, Jean Sinan's golden chain formed a line of text on the dining table. Chaoyan's bun filling recipe: 1 pound of fish fillet, 3 earth mushrooms, Chaoyan's flower pollen, 3 drops of tears from Dream of the Red Chamber. The metallic type gleamed mischievously in the morning light, infuriating Chaoyan to the point where she seized the flour bag to hurl it, only to accidentally sprinkle flour onto Lanqi's shoulder. I'm so sorry, brother, she stammered, hastily attempting to wipe it off with her skirt. As the soft petals brushed against Lanqi's collarbone, her ears flushed crimson. Her mind flooded with images from the Eternal Palace, where lovers gazed at each other through tear-filled eyes. Yet, she fumbled over her words. I didn't mean to. I just thought your collar was a bit crooked. Lanqi chuckled, allowing her clumsy attempts to straighten his collar, unaware that she had secretly pinned a flower that would bloom automatically onto his button. This flower was the result of 3 months of her devoted care, said to blossom eternally in the presence of true love. At that moment, its petals trembled with excitement, mirroring the frantic rhythm of her heart. Go Buwei suddenly curled his tail around a mirror, exclaiming, Chaoyan, look, the pollen on your forehead is nearly spelling out I love brother. Ah, Chaoyan gasped, covering her face as the roses in her hair burst into full bloom, their petals cascading like rain and obscuring her cheeks, which were nearly crimson. Lanqi, exasperated, helped her brush away the petals from her head, entirely unaware that they formed a line from the Book of Songs upon touching the ground, the gentle ospreys on the river islet. Breakfast concluded amidst Chaoyan's flustered movements and Go Buwei's laughter. As Lanqi strode toward the academy, Chaoyan stealthily followed, admiring his upright figure while silently reciting a line she had just learned from the West Chamber. The shadows of flowers dance beyond the wall, suspecting a jade figure approaches. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and with a startled cry, she stumbled forward, on the verge of colliding with Lanqi, when a pair of warm arms caught her securely. Be careful. Lanqi's voice carried a hint of amusement, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her flushed cheek. How can you walk while looking at the sky? As Chaoyan hazily lifted her gaze, she collided with his smiling eyes and was suddenly reminded of the lyrics sung by Du Lingyao in the Peony Pavilion. For you, a beauty like flowers. As years flow like water, summoning all her courage. She was about to utter a heartfelt phrase when she was interrupted by the voice of Go Buwei from behind. Sister Chaoyin, the flowers on your skirt have all wilted. Have you been enchanted by your brother's celestial aura? Go Buwei, stop right there. Chaoyin, filled with a mix of shame and indignation, chased after him, her skirt trailing behind, leaving a scatter of withered petals on the stone path, creating a crooked trail. Lan Shi watched her retreating figure, picking up a still warm petal at his feet. Puzzled as he furrowed his brow, why does this flower seem to be sighing softly? Not far behind the rose bushes, Chaoyin pressed her hand to her racing heart. Gazing at the flowers on her skirt that had bloomed anew, suddenly recalling the scene of Lingyao painting roses in Dream of the Red Chamber. She crouched down, using her fingertip to inscribe the name Lan Shi in the dew, and the morning glory vine behind her immediately understood, quietly twisting into a crooked heart shape. The morning breeze of Silver Moon Island carried the fragrance of flowers, intertwining the laughter of dawn with the unspoken thoughts of the young girl. Entwined within the rings of the golden silk elder tree, our diligent Chaoyin, having patted the dew from her skirt, was preparing to deliver the freshly sun-dried metal bookmark of the West Chamber to her brother. Hidden within the layers of the bookmark was her specially crafted love powder, made from tears and flower pollen. Chapter 16. Silver Moon Weaving. As the morning mist of Silver Moon Island was stirred by Chaoyin's skirt, the 13-year-old diligent girl stood on tiptoe, plucking the luminous roses from the highest branches. The pink petals wove themselves into a crown amidst her hair, while the rouge flowers on her skirt gently swayed with her breath, making the dew on her cheeks shine brighter than pearls. Brother's breakfast needs silver moon honey. She spoke to the vines, and the morning glory quickly rolled over with a shell filled with flower nectar, but upon seeing Lan Shi approaching, the petals shyly closed into a heart shape. 12-year-old Go Buwei was twirling a bamboo broom with his tail, the gray-green fluff speckled with crumbs of roasted cassava he had pilfered the night before. Sister Chaoyin, your flower skirt has swept my fish jerky again. He leaped away, but his tail deliberately brushed against Chaoyin's skirt, causing the rouge flowers to explode into tiny fireworks. 9-year-old Lan Xiaozue rushed over, flapping her emerald wings, clutching a misshapen metal biscuit. Wei Wei has stolen snacks again. Just wait till I tell Cici. 5-year-old Jean Sinan sat upright in a metallic pavilion, her golden eyes reflecting the floating movable type in the air. The third page of the 3-character classic was missing the characters Gue Yizhuan. Her golden chain expertly extracted the movable type from the box, leaving a faint golden trail in the air as it arranged itself. 18-year-old Woya knelt beside her, her emerald eyes fixed intently on the silhouette of Lan Shi as she arranged her scrolls. Beneath the water, her fishtail subtly entwined into a heart shape, only to be disrupted by her 16-year-old sister, Valine, who playfully poked it with her toes. Sister is drawing Brother Bao again. On the long stone table of the academy, students from the Ronin clan were skillfully etching metal plates with sound waves. Sunlight filtered through the wisteria trellis, casting dappled shadows on the watergrass placemat woven by Woya, where she had meticulously embroidered the character for double happiness in silver thread made from silver moon grass, as taught by Lan Shi. Just as the breakfast platter brought by Chaoyin was set down, Xiaozue flitted in, snatching the largest fish bun, only to be lightly reprimanded by Jean Sinan, who gently tapped her paw with a golden chain. Sister Xiaozue, elders first. Sinan was increasingly resembling a little adult. Lan Shi chuckled, reaching out to straighten Jean Sinan's crooked golden hairpin. Suddenly, Woya's fishtail slapped the water's surface, splattering droplets that spelled out Lan Shi on the stone slab, which she hurriedly wiped away with her skirt. Seizing the opportunity, Valine stealthily placed a piece of glowing sweet potato cake into Woya's bowl. Sister's face is as red as a coral reef. Breakfast unfolded amidst laughter, with Gabuwei's tail tuft twirling chopsticks in a playful display, though it accidentally toppled Chaoyin's jar of nectar. The amber nectar flowed over the metallic tabletop, which Jean Sinan instantly solidified into translucent amber, encasing Xiaozue's fallen green feather. This can be a commemorative coin, Xiaozue exclaimed excitedly, flapping her wings, creating a breeze that blew Valine's watergrass headband onto Lan Shi's shoulder. Valine's headband tells stories. Chaoyin picked up the headband, and the water-patterned characters immediately transformed into scenes from Cinderella, a tale Lan Shi had recounted the previous night. Valine had secretly woven it into the memory thread of the Ronin clan. In the distance, Ronin students were rehearsing a newly learned Han dance, the sounds of choral bells mingling with metallic chimes, producing the melody of jasmine flower. The afternoon sun was particularly languorous, as Chaoyin cultivated a new variety of luminescent twin lotus flowers in the greenhouse, each bloom releasing Chinese characters with every opening and closing. Gabuwei dozed nearby, his tail tuft unconsciously wrapping around Xiao Yan's skirt, causing the mimosa plants she nurtured to close up shyly. Xiao Zui was engaged with Jin Xinan, playing with metal transformations. The little girl's golden chain flicked out, instantly transforming a shell into a singing jewelry box, inside which lay a hairpin belonging to Lan Shi's daughter. Woya sat alone atop the watchtower, gazing towards the dark forest at the end of the Silver Moon River. The clouds above that region appeared heavier than usual. Yet upon turning to see Lan Shi approaching, they immediately donned a gentle smile. I was admiring the earth coordinates you carved. Her fingertips traced the metallic patterns on the tower wall, which recorded Lan Shi's nightly stargazing paths. Unbeknownst to Lan Shi, hidden beneath the scales of Woya's fishtail were scars inflicted by shadowy creatures during her exploration of the forest's dark currents the previous night. As dusk fell, Jin Xinan suddenly used her golden chain to form a star map in the plaza. Brother, today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival on Earth. As the metallic stars twinkle, Morning Glory presents mooncakes crafted from luminous glutinous rice, adorned with petals inscribed with the word reunion. The tail of Gabuwei curls around the water-riddle lanterns topped by Valine. While Xiao Zui mimics the moonlit sacrificial dance of the wandering tribe, her wings glimmering with the firelight reflected in her metallic goggles. Wolia discreetly slips a peace pendant, polished from her own fish scale, into Lancey's palm, the scale etched with her daughter's childhood name. Wear it, she whispers, her voice as gentle as the sea breeze. A guardian spell of the wandering tribe. Lancey gazes down at the pendant, unaware that as she turns, the splash from her fish tail forms a crimson pattern in the shadows. The night on Silver Moon Island is serene and beautiful, with the songs by the bonfire drifting into the starry sky. Morning Glory leans against Lancey's shoulder, watching Jin Xinan perform with metallic fireworks, while Gabuwei's tail playfully teaches Xiao Zui to play rock, paper, scissors. The Wolia sisters snuggle close, humming a lullaby from the wandering tribe. None notice the glimmer of warning light flickering in the depths of Jin Xinan's golden eyes. She has just received an unsettling signal from the ancient golden tree, originating from the depths of the Black Forest. But upon seeing everyone's smiles, she quietly suppresses the alarm deep within her metallic heart. This night, the silver moon shines exceptionally bright, casting elongated shadows of every person on the island. On Morning Glory's skirt, newly cultivated forget-me-nots bloom in the moonlight, while in an unnoticed corner, the wound on Wolia's fishtail continues to seep dim light, a testament to the struggle between the shadow toxin and the magic of the wandering tribe. Happiness resembles a brocade, currently being intricately sewn with the golden threads of the silver moon, yet unbeknownst to all, a dark thread from the Black Forest has silently infiltrated the fabric's reverse. As the night waves of Silver Moon Island caress the reefs, the dry branches of the ancient golden tree in the bonfire explode into sparks. Female students of the wandering tribe form a circle, their watergrass skirts dipping into the shallows, their songs rising and falling with the tides. Wolia's voice resonates like a choral flute under the moonlight, singing the wandering tribe's star-shard ballad. The trailing water patterns from her notes condensing into glowing shells over the bonfire, transforming into shimmering droplets that fall into the shell bowl cradled by Xiao Zui. Lord Lancey, please sing a song too. Valine suddenly flicks her tail, sending splashes that glimmer like strings of crystal beads in the firelight. We wish to hear the Song of Earth. 20 pairs of turquoise eyes gaze expectantly. Even Gabuwei pauses from gnawing on roasted cassava, her tail curling around a twig to draw a question mark in the sand. Suddenly, Jin Xinan's golden chain glimmers in the firelight, twisting the decaying wood at Lancey's feet into the shape of a guitar. With the submerged wood from Jiangxin Island as the body, the little girl's golden eyes reflect the flames as her fingertips etch metallic melodies into the wood grain. The metallic strings enhanced by my spare tail chain to amplify the sound waves. As the strings tighten, they emit a clear resonance, harmonizing subtly with the songs of the wandering tribe. Lancey hesitates in tuning, catching sight of the liquid gold swirling in Jin Xinan's eyes. The child never shed tears. Yet at this moment, metallic droplets formed tiny prisms upon her lashes. Xiao Yan hastily offered a music stand woven from fluorescent ferns, the edges of its petals still stained with the notes of singing for our country that she had stealthily transcribed the previous night from Lan Shi's diary. As the first chord resonated, the sea breeze abruptly ceased. The waves of Silver Moon River solidified into a hue of obsidian, and the mermaids instinctively entwined their tails. Lan Shi's voice transcended the crackling bonfire, imbued with the warmth of a wooden guitar and the clarity of metallic strings, singing of the five-starred red flag fluttering in the wind. Gabuwei's tail fin suddenly stood erect, its bristles standing on end. This melody evoked memories of the military boxing steps that Lan Shi had taught him, steeped in the weight of land and bloodline. As the lyrics proclaimed the resounding victory song, Jin Si Nan's golden chain unexpectedly wove the pattern of the Chinese flag against the night sky. The collision of metallic threads and the sparks from the bonfire cast a flickering light upon Xiao Yan's petal skirt. She glanced furtively at Lan Shi and found his gaze fixed upon the metallic flag, more distant than ever yet burning with an intensity unmatched. As the prelude of the moon of the 15th began, Wei Ye's tail splashed heavily against the water's surface. This melody pierced through her feigned tranquility like a slender needle. The moon of the 15th shines upon my homeland, illuminating the borderlands. Lan Shi's voice softened, imbued with a watery tremor. Suddenly, Xiao Chui leaped into his embrace. Her emerald wings soaked with tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her, though she could not grasp the lyrics. She beheld the tree-like patterns on the nape of Lan Shi's neck gleaming silver in the moonlight, strikingly reminiscent of the silver necklace adorning his daughter in photos of Earth. The military honor medal, a share belongs to you, and another to me. Jin Si Nan's golden chain abruptly entwined the hands of all the mermaids, imprinting their collective palm print upon the sandy ground. At the center of the imprint, the metallic strings of the guitar arranged themselves into the characters for reunion, each stroke glistening with the memories of the merfolk. Lin was the first to weep, recalling her brother consumed by the Black Forest. The patterns of longing upon her fish scales resonated with the lyrics, emitting a fragmented lament. As the song reached its conclusion, a final colossal spark erupted from the bonfire. Lan Shi set down his guitar, realizing that everyone's eyes were glistening with tears. Gobu Wei buried his face in his tail. Xiao Yan's petal skirt was drenched halfway. Jin Si Nan's metallic tears fell upon the guitar, crystallizing into musical notes, while the mermaids traced the character for family in the sand with their tails. Brother's song can make the stars fall. Xiao Chui pointed towards the night sky, where ominous clouds had gathered unbeknownst to them. Yet a few exceptionally bright stars pierced through the layers, reminiscent of the moonlight described in the lyrics illuminating the borderlands. Suddenly, Jin Si Nan coiled the guitar with his golden chain, the strings emitting a warning tremor. In the resonance of metal, she discerned a shadowy low frequency emanating from the direction of the Black Forest, discordant with the melody of the moon of the 15th. Yet, at this moment, no one noticed the dark currents lurking in the distance. The young girls of the Ronin tribe softly encircled the guitar, serenading in their native tongue the lines that illuminated their homeland and the borderlands. Gowei whimsically rolled the palm fronds to fetch the coconut wine, while Xiao Yan filled each person's shell cup with luscious pearl honey. Lan Shi gazed at the flickering flames reflecting on youthful faces, suddenly perceiving that this moment of tranquility resembled the timbre of the submerged wood guitar, smooth yet concealing a metallic resilience, capable of withstanding any impending storm. Behind the darkened clouds, the silver moon was gradually being devoured by shadows. Jin Si Nan's gilded eyes flashed with a warning crimson glow. Yet upon witnessing Lan Shi pick up the guitar to play another tune, she discreetly tucked away the metallic alarm net within her palm. The final song before the storm deserved the earnest attention of all, even as the strings trembled with the distant rumblings of thunder. Chapter 17. Ink Rain and Peril. The plum rain season on Silver Moon Island arrived unexpectedly, with the leaden gray curtain of rain beating out a rhythmic pulse upon the Academy's metallic dome. Lan Shi was demonstrating the chords of jasmine flower on her submerged wood guitar when Jin Si Nan's golden chain suddenly coalesced into an alarm rune upon the strings. High-frequency vibrations emanated from the fluorescent morning glory in the southeastern reef area, signaling the activation of a soundwave snare laid 3 months prior. Silence enveloped the room. Lan Shi's fingertips pressed against the sound hole of the guitar, and the residual tremors of the metal strings caused the fish-scaled tails of all Ronin tribe students to tighten instinctively. Xiao Yan had just stowed away the last stack of the women's admonition engravings into the moisture-proof box, her skirt's rosy blossoms exploding into a crimson hue. There was unusual movement from the direction of the Black Forest. The morning glory warned of the scent of wolfish foulness. Wei, to the armory. Lan Shi's voice pierced through the rain curtain, and Go Wei's palm fronds had already grasped the keyring and dashed out of the classroom. As the 13-year-old dogtail grass sprite crashed through the metallic gate, she was followed by 20 Ronin girls, their coral daggers buzzing with adrenaline at their waists. Jin Si Nan's golden chain unfurled a defensive matrix in midair, dividing the academy into 3 combat zones. Sister Xiao Yan was tasked with activating the floral formation. Sister Xiao Chui would ascend for reconnaissance, and Sister Wei Ye would lead the students to secure the movable type workshop. Suddenly, a wolf's howl erupted through the ring. Xiao Chui's emerald wings pierced the rain clouds, her goggles reflecting over 200 shadows rushing down from a beached wreck. Leading the charge were 7 werewolves, ensnared in iron chains, adorned with dried monster ear pendants hanging from their wolf-tooth necklaces, members of the infamous night wolf pack from the southern region of Sumia. Their curved blades glinted with a green sheen in the rain, the blades tempered with the corruption of the Black Forest. Indeed, they were aiming for the Silver Moon currency. She tightened her grip on the composite crossbow handed to her by Go Wei, its limbs inscribed with the armor-piercing runes hastily crafted by Jin Si Nin overnight. The first scream pierced the rain, not from the islanders, but from the werewolf that had triggered Chao Yan's forget-me-not trap. Those seemingly delicate blades of grass instantly secreted a powerful adhesive, firmly binding the robust ankle of the werewolf to the rocks. "Brother, look quickly. They brought demon-breaking oil." Jean Sinan's gilded eyes reflected the dark liquid spilled by the werewolves. As the metallic defense net surrounding the academy came into contact with the oil, its golden sheen began to dim. Voya's tail suddenly lashed against the water's surface, the wall of water rising and obscuring the vision of the frontline werewolves. It was the forbidden technique of the dark forest goblins. It could temporarily suppress magic. 20 Ronin students clasped hands and formed a circle, weaving a translucent barrier with water runes amidst the downpour. The vanguard of the werewolf gang collided with the barrier, immediately releasing a scream akin to that of flesh corroded by strong acid. Chao Yan infused the barrier's interstice with the toxic powder of fluorescent roses. Seizing the moment, Go Buwei knocked an arrow, the fur at the tip bristling with fury. "Dare to touch my brother's book? Behold my arrow." The crossbow bolt pierced through the rain, but upon striking the werewolf chieftain, it emitted a metallic clang. The chest plate of the one-eyed wolf king was engraved with complete dark forest runes, which deflected the bolt into the air. "You little brats, the gold on this island is enough for you to share for 10 lifetimes." The wolf king's throat oozed green foam as his curved blade cleaved through the Ronin's water barrier. "Kill. Leave no survivors for the mother wolf's reward." Amidst the chaos, a poisoned arrow whizzed past Lan Shi's ear, embedding itself into the ancient golden silk tree behind her. Jean Sinan's golden chain swiftly encircled the arrow shaft, yet emitted a piercing alarm upon contact with the toxin. Chao Yan's skirts suddenly swelled into 10 feet of flowering vines, ensnaring 3 werewolves like rice dumplings. But the petals quickly withered in the aftermath of the poisoned arrow. Their venom could kill plants. "Fall back to the second line." Lan Shi urged Chao Yan to retreat. But the metallic floor abruptly rose with spikes, an emergency mechanism set by Jean Sinan. Amid the werewolves' wails, Xiao Chui's shrill cry echoed from above. "Brother, reinforcements are coming from the eastern rocks. It's a merchant ship from Red Moon City." The outline of a coral vessel emerged in the rain, the Ronin's conch horn on the bow sounding the familiar melody of jasmine flower. Voya suddenly laughed. The water dragon coiling with the merchant ship's signal flare trajectory. "It's a patrol team sent by my father. They received the distress signal I concealed within the Silver Moon currency." Seeing this, the Wolf King abruptly waved his hand, and the remaining werewolves hastily abandoned their spoils, carrying their injured comrades back to the wrecked ship. Lan Shi's crossbow bolt pursued until it reached the ship's railing, but came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the family crest on the Wolf King's chest. The twisted wolf head emblem bore an uncanny resemblance to the zodiac pendant worn by his daughter, Nianxi, back on Earth. As the rain gradually ceased, the stone path of Silver Moon Island lay scattered with poisoned arrows and wolf fangs. Jean Sinan's golden chain coiled around the last bloodied werewolf chest plate, the dark forest runes revealing themselves in the sunlight, forming the twisted letters of Onia. Chao Yan knelt before the wilted flower vines, tears streaming down her face, while Go Buwei excitedly shook a tuft of wolf fur he had gathered with his tail. "Brother, we won." The people of Red Moon City even salvaged 3 crates of the goblins' gunpowder. Lan Shi gazed in the direction of the vanishing ship. The tree pattern on the back of her neck suddenly ignited with warmth. In the palm of Jean Sinan's hand, his golden chain formed a line of tiny characters, the vanguard of the Onia Empire, adept at utilizing werewolf mercenaries. In the distance, the coral vessel of Red Moon City gradually approached the shore. Among the injured soldiers lowered by the Ronin tribe, a youth bore a cartoon wristband identical to that of Nianxi, though the strap had been corroded to black by the venom of the Black Forest. With the crisis averted, Lin Shi and the others expressed their gratitude for the support of the werewolf clan. The patrol unit of the Ronin tribe lingered for but a moment before setting sail once more, continuing their mission. This night on Silver Moon Island lacked the festivities of a bonfire party. Jean Sinan melted down the werewolf armor into metal bricks, each inscribed with defensive upgrade plans. Chao Yan cultivated toxin-resistant varieties in the flower house, dew and tears congealing on the petals. Go Buwei stood guard at the weapons depot, his tail adorned with freshly sharpened crossbow bolts. Lan Shi stood solitary atop the watchtower, gazing toward the ever-present dark clouds over the Black Forest. Finally grasping the true meaning of the inscription on the silver moon currency, home lies hidden in the shattered sea of stars. Some paths home are destined to tread upon the bones of enemies. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the military headquarters of the Onia Empire, the one-eyed Wolf King slammed the blood-stained silver moon currency onto the map. When the emblem coincided with the marked Jiangxin Island, an image of the tree pattern on Lan Shi's nape suddenly projected onto the table. The mechanical arm of the Imperial Marshal ground over the characters Lan Shi on the currency. Green venom seeping between the metallic knuckles. We have found the Earthling capable of resonating with the Ark's core. The plum rain on Silver Moon Island drummed against the metallic dome as Lan Shi taught the Ronin students to play Midnight Moonlight on a guitar. Suddenly, sparks erupted from Jean Sinan's golden chain upon the guitar strings. The bioluminescent morning glory from the southeast reef area emitted a series of tremors, signaling an activated defense tripwire. All personnel alert. Lan Shi's voice pierced through the sound of rain, as Gobu Wei's tail whisked the keys toward the weapons depot. When the 13-year-old dogtail grass spirit crashed through the metal gate, Xiao Yan's skirt inexplicably sprouted 10 zhang of flowering vines, sealing the classroom windows and doors into an impenetrable floral wall. It's the werewolves. The morning glory sensed the scent of wolf fur. Amidst the rain, the howls of wolves echoed, and Xiao Chui's sharp scream pierced the sky. Brother, so many werewolves. At least 5,000. They are so despicable, using a sneak attack. The 9-year-old Kingfisher spirit's goggles reflected a multitude of shadowy figures. Leading the charge was a black-tailed werewolf wielding a curved blade etched with dark patterns. Notorious as the Vanguard Flying Wolves gang, their quivers glimmered coldly in the rain. The arrowheads, though not poisoned, were steeped in the corrupt sap of the Black Forest. Wei Wei grabbed the composite crossbow. Lan Shi seized the weapon tossed by Gobu Wei, the armor-piercing runes on the crossbow arms glowing in the rain. Xiao Yan crouched. In the moment her fingertips touched the ground, the roses surrounding the academy surged upward by 3 feet, their thorns glistening with bioluminescent venom. These were the wolf-repelling roses she had cultivated overnight. The battle erupted amidst the torrential rain. As the werewolf vanguard crashed into the rose barrier, they let out anguished cries, allowing Xiao Yan's floral vines to ensnare 3 of them within a floral cocoon. However, the opposing force was overwhelming, swiftly carving a path of blood with their crude oil. They had seized the entire riverside area. The tail of Wei splashed against the water, only to be pierced by the armor-piercing arrows shot by the werewolves. My lord, they are armed with crossbows that can break our spells. In the ensuing chaos, a wolf fang arrow suddenly soared toward Gobu Wei's back. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Shi lunged forward to push his brother aside, oblivious to the second arrow already targeting his own back. Xiao Yan's scream tore through the rain, and her warm body collided violently into his arms as the arrow pierced her shoulder blade with a dull thud, sending a shiver through Lan Shi. Xiao Yan. He caught the fainting girl and saw the arrowhead protruding from her back. Though the edges of the wound were slightly charred, it was not poisoned. The petals of Xiao Yan's dress trembled, yet she mustered a smile. Brother, as long as you're unharmed. Her fingertips brushed against the nape of Lan Shi's neck, instinctively trying to smooth his collar as she always did. The gravitational pull of the planet seemed to propel Lan Shi into action, and he seized the sword beside him. The metallic blade slicing through the air with a translucent arc, instantly felling 5 advancing werewolves. Gobu Wei's tail, adorned with healing herbs, rushed over, the soft fur glowing green as it brushed against Xiao Yan's wound. Brother, the arrow isn't poisoned. It merely injured her lungs. Quickly, stop the bleeding. Lan Shi shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. Jean Sinan's golden chain immediately pierced Xiao Yan's wound, the liquid gold forming a net-like support within her body, temporarily stabilizing the damaged organs. The young girl's gilded eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, I can only stabilize the injury. Choking on blood, she gently tugged at Lan Shi's collar. Brother, you are my son. Her voice grew fainter. If I don't make it, burn me to ashes and wear me as a pendant. Nonsense. Lan Shi tightened his embrace, feeling her body grow lighter in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the arrowhead, using the hemostatic herbs Gobu Wei provided to staunch the bleeding, then tore off a sleeve to bind the wound tightly. Wei, use your wood element energy to protect her heart. Gobu Wei promptly pressed his tail against Xiao Yan's chest, the gray-green fur emitting a gentle glow. Xiao Yan's breathing gradually steadied, though her face remained pale as paper. Lan Shi secured her firmly on his back, then scooped up the frightened, sobbing Jean Sinan. Do not fear, CC, I will take you away. 20 students from the rogue tribe immediately formed a line, weaving a barrier of water spells amidst the rain. Wei wielded a coral dagger, her emerald eyes reflecting the approaching shadows of the werewolves. "My lord, the secret passage to the head is temporarily safe." As they fought and retreated, they finally burst into the hidden passage leading to the riverside. The metallic door clanged shut behind them, the sounds of clawed werewolves scratching at the surface still audible. The passage was dimly lit, Xiao Yan's head gently resting against Lan Shi's back, and the occasional drops of blood she coughed up fell onto his collar, blooming into tiny crimson plums. "Brother, I am deeply sorry." Her voice was as faint as the hum of a mosquito. "I've troubled you again. Please, do not speak." Lan Shi's voice quivered, conserving her strength. Once aboard the ship, all would be well. He could feel the warmth of Xiao Yan's body seeping through her clothing, feeble yet tangible, akin to a candle flame that could extinguish at any moment. The faint glow of the secret signal was drawing near, and the silver moon, hidden away by the Ronin tribe, lay quietly anchored there. Go Buwei was the first to rush onto the deck, activating the ship's defensive runes with the tip of his tail. Lan Shi carefully placed Xiao Yan on the soft couch within the cabin, while Jin Sinan immediately constructed an energy shield around her with golden chains. The rain gradually lessened, and the silver moon slowly departed from the heart of the river island. Lan Shi stood at the bow, gazing at the diminishing outline of the island, his hand instinctively pressing against Xiao Yan's back. Though her breath remained faint, it had at least become steadier. Go Buwei crouched beside him, his tail gently coiling around Lan Shi's wrist, the soft fur trembling slightly from fear. "Brother, Xiao Yan will be all right, won't she?" Jin Sinan's voice trembled with tears, her golden eyes reflecting Xiao Yan's pale face within the cabin. Lan Shi silently nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant dark forest. He understood that this escape was merely a temporary respite. The peril of Silver Moon Island was far from over. Yet, as long as Xiao Yan remained, as long as they all were together, he would never relent. Inside the cabin, Xiao Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to bear a faint smile. Perhaps in her dreams, she had returned to that sunlit morning, humming a tune while preparing breakfast for Lan Shi, the winds of Silver Moon Island carrying the fragrance of flowers. And all was well. Chapter 18. The wandering vessel. The metallic sails of the silver moon glimmered coldly in the morning mist, the engraved patterns of the golden tree at the bow blurred by the rain. Lan Shi knelt before the soft couch in the cabin, wiping Xiao Yan's feverish forehead with silver moon grass dew, while the bandages on her back seeped with faint red stains, glowing softly under the fluorescent light. "Brother, the defense matrix of the heart of the river island has been utterly destroyed." Jin Sinan's golden chains lifted the last piece of metallic debris, the inscriptions of righteousness, integrity, honor, and shame torn apart by wolf claws. The 5-year-old girl curled up beside the helm, her golden eyes reflecting the receding outline of the island, suddenly pointing at the water and exclaiming, "The Ronin girls are still in the water." 20 young girls from the Ronin tribe chased through the waves, their grass skirts torn by wolf fangs, yet they still held coral daggers in salute. Woya's fishtail splashed against the surface, her teal eyes brimming with tears. "Lord Lan Shi, let us accompany you to Red Moon City." Behind her, Valine raised a half-burnt wooden block of the 3-character classic, "We haven't yet learned as a son. One should be filial." "Foolish girls." Lan Shi's voice was hoarse as he knelt to stroke Woya's fishtail, which bore the mark of a poisoned blade. "The water is your domain." He took 20 silver moon coins from Jin Sinan's palm, inscribing the character master upon their surfaces with the tip of his sword. Carrying with him the teachings of movable type and etiquette, he intended to let Sumiya know that the spark of Silver Moon Island would never extinguish. Suddenly, Go Buwei flicked his tail, sending an entire basket of silver moon grass cakes flying towards the wanderers. "Eat on the way. If it's not enough, I shall roast more." His fur was still stained with the blood of morning glories, and with each flick, charred blades of grass fell to the ground. As Woya caught the grass cakes, she suddenly knelt, and 20 maidens performed the highest water spirit bow of the wanderer tribe, their fishtails creating vast ripples beneath the surface. Their voices, a haunting melody intermingled with sobs, resonated across the river, trailing a long echo. When Lan Shi turned, she beheld Jin Sinan's golden chain weaving the characters for peace in the air. The metallic threads resonated with the water incantations of the wanderers, coalescing into 20 luminous apprentice badges. Xiao Chui descended from the heavens, transforming into human form, clutching the sorrowful sister of Morning Glory. As the Silver Moon ship entered the waters of Red Moon City, Morning Glory suddenly coughed. Lan Shi unwrapped the bandage, revealing the surrounding skin of the wound taking on a strange purplish hue, the remnants of the black forests corrupting with sap spreading. "Wei, quickly use your wood attribute energy." He pressed the tip of Go Buwei's tail against the wound, and the moment the gray-green fur made contact, Morning Glory's petal skirt suddenly swelled, encasing them both in a floral cocoon. "Brother, I feel as if I am blooming," came Morning Glory's faint laughter from within the cocoon. Jean Sinan's golden chain immediately pierced through the floral layers, inscribing detoxification runes among the petals. The luminescent rose is resisting the toxin. Sister Morning Glory's floral spirit is resonating with the wood attribute. The coral lighthouse of Red Moon City flickered in the mist, the memory crystals embedded within its tower suddenly illuminating, casting the image of Lan Shi, an entry permit conveyed in advance through sound waves by Woya. Go Bue skillfully maneuvered the helm to avoid hidden reefs, his tail pointing towards the flag of Jiangxin Island Academy hanging at the port. "Brother, look, the people of Red Moon City are welcoming us." On the dock, merman merchants held coral boxes, waiting, each box filled with herbs exchanged for silver moon coins. As Lan Shi stepped onto land with Morning Glory on her back, she suddenly heard someone shout in broken Mandarin, "Lord Lan Shi, we have learned the 100 family surnames." 3 young fishmen held up a metal plate, upon which the names Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were awkwardly carved. "First, let us find an inn." Lan Shi pressed her palm against Morning Glory's increasingly feverish forehead and followed the guide deeper into the coral inn. The innkeeper, a mermaid with a fish tail entwined with a waist belt inscribed in Chinese characters, immediately lifted the counter upon seeing Morning Glory's injuries. "Quickly, use this. The nemesis of the Black Forest's poison, worry-free sea anemone." On the coral bed of the guest room, Morning Glory's breathing gradually stabilized. Lan Shi applied the anemone's juice to the wound, astonished to see fine golden fur sprouting along her back, life energy from the golden thread elder tree mending her lungs. As Guo Bu Wei dozed by the bedside, his tail curled around the hairband of Chao Yan. Jean Nen was meticulously etching defensive runes into the wall with a golden chain, each line radiating a soothing light of safety. Lan Xiao Chui nestled beside Yin Yan, having spent the day vigilantly soaring through the skies, ensuring the safe retreat of the group. In the deep night of Red Moon City, the faint sound of bells echoed, while Lan Shi stood by the window, gazing at the ominous clouds over Jiangxin Island. Suddenly, Jean Nen presented a metal plate inscribed with the latest message from the Ronin clan, conveyed through sound waves. "Teacher, we have engraved the 3-character classic onto the rocks at the bottom of Silver Moon River. Henceforth, the fish shall recite Renji Chu." He traced the uneven water-patterned characters on the plate, recalling the words spoken by Woya before his departure. "Teacher, you said all under heaven are brothers. Thus, we, the Ronin clan, are the seeds you have scattered across the rivers." Outside the window, the coral lamps flared to life, casting the characters for welcome home upon the surface of the water, each stroke composed of countless glowing silver moon grasses. In her dreams, Chao Yan murmured softly, her fingers entwining with Lan Shi's sleeve. He glanced down to see the metallic bracelet on her wrist radiating warmth, a life link crafted by Jean Nan from Chao Yan's petals and his own golden chain. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the bracelet blossomed into a miniature luminescent rose, the dewdrops on its petals reminiscent of the tears shed by the Ronin upon parting. Chapter 19. The warm current of red moon as the morning light, imbued with a briny scent, seeped through the window of the coral inn. Lan Shi was using silver moongrass to tenderly cleanse Chao Yan's palms. The golden fur on the girl's back had largely faded, replaced by newly sprouted tender pink skin, a miraculous result of the innkeeper's sea anemone ointment and Lan Shi's body heat. "Brother, your hands are so warm," Chao Yan murmured in her sleep, the petals of her dress inadvertently wrapping around Lan Shi's wrist. Suddenly, the 9-year-old Xiao Chui emerged from beneath the bed, her emerald wings adorned with a half-piece of coral candy. "You monopolized brother again. I wanted to squeeze in last night, but I was bounced away by Chao Yan's floral vines." Jean Nan's golden chain inscribed a diagnostic report on the vanity. Sister Chao Yan's internal recovery rate is 87. When resonating with brother Lan Shi's bioelectric frequency, the cellular regeneration speed is enhanced by 300. As the little girl spoke, her gilded eyes momentarily sparkled with computation, suggesting sustained physical contact until complete recovery. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Guo Bu Wei unfurled the window curtain with his tail, the gray-green fur exploding outward. "Brother, look! The entire Red Moon City is queuing up." On Coral Street, merfolk, tree spirits, and frog spirits carried an array of items. Some held shells inscribed with Chinese characters, while others clutched seaweed scrolls adorned with illustrations of the 3-character classic. At the forefront, an elder merfolk bore a smooth rock upon his back, inscribed with fish blood. "Reading in gratitude to the teacher. Is this the breakthrough of the extraordinary beings?" Lan Shi cradled Xiaoyan as they approached the balcony, where they beheld the merfolk merchant shedding his old scales, revealing beneath them a new skin that shimmered with a pearlescent glow. The bark-like wrinkles of the tree spirit apprentice softened, and to their astonishment, he sprouted growth rings reminiscent of the character longevity. Lord Lan Shi, the elderly merman exclaimed, lifting a luminous piece of coral. Having read your 100 family surnames, I finally comprehend how the resonance of Zhao Qian's son Li can vibrate through our scales. Behind him, a frog spirit maiden hopped eagerly, showcasing her palms. With the pen-holding technique you taught me, I have amplified the power of my water spells threefold. Suddenly, the golden chain of Jin Sinan unfurled in mid-air, revealing a data model. Brother. The fusion of Sumiya Da One with the phonetics and meanings of Chinese characters can stimulate the resonance frequency of the demonic cores. Metallic points of light coalesced at her fingertips into a celestial map, revealing a 47 increase in the evolution rate of the demonic creatures in Red Moon City since his arrival. Xiaoyan, startled by the commotion, awoke to see the dense crowd below and instinctively shrank into Lan Shi's embrace. Brother, their gazes upon me are so bright. Suddenly, her petal-like skirt burst forth with fluorescence, each petal reflecting water-patterned characters of gratitude, a heartfelt technique taught to her by the Ronin tribe's students before their departure. It's all because Sister Xiaoyan monopolizes brother. Little Cui suddenly fluttered onto Xiaoyan's shoulder, her claws slyly snagging Lan Shi's collar. I want a hug from brother too. Go Buwei promptly wrapped his tail around a coral candy. Be good, little Cui, Sister Xiaoyan's injury isn't healed yet. Before he could finish, his own fur brushed against Lan Shi's sleeve. The innkeeper's wife ascended the stairs carrying a bowl of sea anemone soup. As her fishtail swept across the floor, the coral tiles magically arranged themselves into the characters for peaceful recovery. Lord Lan Shi, she said, extending the bowl to him, the pearl necklace resonating with a clear chime. This medicine, crafted with your teachings on rulers and ministers, has been infused with a bubble fish that whispers wishing you a speedy recovery. In the days that followed, Red Moon City transformed into a temporary sanctuary for Lan Shi. By day, he answered the questions of the demonic beings from the inn's balcony, while Jin Sinan inscribed their queries onto metal plates with her golden chain. By night, Xiaoyan could only sleep soundly with her head resting on Lan Shi's arm, their souls intertwining in dreams, and her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Brother's heartbeat is like a soothing drum. One night, in a half-dream state, Xiaoyan murmured, her fingers unconsciously tracing the tree-like patterns on Lan Shi's nape. Little Cui immediately sprang up from the foot of the bed. My wings can buzz too, she exclaimed, leaping onto Lan Shi's chest, only to be gently swept aside by Xiaoyan's floral vines. Go Buwei kept vigil by the bedside each night, his tail holding a spare hemostatic herb, his fur standing alert with vigilance. Meanwhile, Jin Sinan inscribed a defensive array on the ceiling, metal runes pulsating in synchrony with Lan Shi's breath, forming an invisible protective net. On the 10th morning, Xiaoyan abruptly opened her eyes and pressed a petal-like kiss into Lan Shi's palm. Brother, I am well now. Her back was as smooth as ever, with only a faint pink birthmark resembling a silver moonflower near her heart, a mark signifying her life bond with Lan Shi. Xiaotsui, she exclaimed, bursting into tears as she flung herself into Lan Shi's embrace. Sister Xiaoyan can hold her brother by herself now. I shall have no more chances. Go Buwei hurriedly coiled a basket of coral candy with his tail to console her, though his eyes discreetly glistened with unshed tears. The recovery of his sister was more precious than anything else. The creatures of Crimson Moon City, upon hearing the news, organized a grand appreciation banquet in Coral Square. Lan Shi cradled Xiaoyan as they traversed the streets adorned with Chinese characters and water patterns. They witnessed merfolk singing the three-character classic with sound waves, tree spirits arranging 100 family surnames in their growth rings, and frog spirit children performing the etiquette exercises he had taught, dancing upon the waves. Brother, look. Xiaoyan pointed at the coral monument in the center of the square, where her likeness was inscribed in gold powder, accompanied by the words Diligent Lady Xiaoyan, Light of Silver Moon Island. Lan Shi gazed at the brows he had drawn for Xiaoyan on the monument, and suddenly, memories of his Earth daughter Nianqi's doodle book flooded back, warming his eyes with tears. In that moment, he comprehended his mission on this planet, the potential to alter the fate of its indigenous inhabitants. Yet, who could discern whether it would be for better or worse? Lan Shi found himself at a loss, yet he vowed to exert every effort to change their destinies. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet, Jin Sinan's golden chain received faint signals from the direction of Jiaoxin Island. Metallic characters materialized in her palm. The werewolf brigade was reinforcing the island's defenses, with the coverage of black forest runes elevated to 62. The young girl silently molded the information into a metallic sphere and swallowed it, her gilded eyes regaining their usual calm as she looked up. This night, the crimson moon shone particularly bright, casting light upon Chaoyan's peaceful slumber in Lan Qi's arms, as well as illuminating the grateful glimmers in the eyes of the creatures of Crimson Moon City. Yet, unbeknownst to all, in the shadows where the coral lighthouse's light could not reach, a hand adorned with a wolf head ring was pinning Lan Qi's portrait to the center of a map, inscribed alongside with black forest venom, next target. Chapter 20. The Coral City Hall. The Coral City Hall of Crimson Moon City glowed softly in the twilight, its walls constructed from millennia-old coral reefs, interspersed with luminescent silver moon flowers, spelling out the characters for benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom upon the stone bricks, an endeavor secretly orchestrated by Feng Xiaoying. As Lan Qi carried Chaoyan through 3 water-patterned arches, the metallic wind chimes above unexpectedly resonated with jasmine flower, the notes arranged in the movable type he had taught. Lord Lan Qi. Feng Xiaoying rushed toward him, her modified hanfu skirt swaying, embroidered with patterns of silver moonflowers and waves. My father awaits you in the Coral Hall. Following her was a maid carrying a gilded box, within which lay the city lord's decree, forged from silver moon currency, its surface adorned with the design of Lan Qi imparting knowledge. The dome of the Coral Hall was a single transparent piece of coral, revealing the luminous fish schools swimming above. Feng Xiao Zhengming sat upon the throne of undulating waters. A merman noble in his 40s, his fishtail adorned with pearlescent scales, and a jade pendant inscribed with the character for benevolence hanging from his waist. Beside him, the lady of the city, Chu Gu Jingxi, rose to pay her respects. The pearl chains cascading from her dark-hued palace attire chimed softly, a symbol of her status as the eldest princess of Beijing City. Mr. Lan Qi graces us with his presence, illuminating the Red Moon City. Feng Xiao Zhengming spoke gently, his voice flowing like water. As his tail swept across the metallic surface beneath the throne, a defensive map of Silver Moon Island materialized. Having learned of the disturbances at Jiangxin Island, he had dispatched additional personnel to patrol the shores of the Black Forest. Suddenly, Jin Sinan's golden chain unfurled a 3-dimensional map within the hall, marking the positions of the werewolf forces on Jiangxin Island. My lord, the dark energy from the Black Forest is infiltrating Red Moon City through the subterranean river. The young girl's gilded eyes reflected the crimson dots on the map. Their anti-magic oil derived from the underground caverns. Chu Gujingxi paused as she lifted the coral cup, the pearl chain glinting coldly under the light. The 4th prince of Beijing City once mentioned that there are secret passages between the Black Forest and the Onia Empire. Her gaze swept over the tree-like patterns on Lan Qi's neck. Perhaps his knowledge of Earth could unravel their runes. Chaoyan suddenly coughed, prompting Lan Qi to assist her in regaining her composure. Chu Gujingxi immediately signaled to a maid to present warm soup, delicately placing her jade fingers upon Chaoyan's wrist. The revival grass from the princess's estate is most effective for lung injuries. A faint glow emanated from her fingertips, causing the light pink birthmark on Chaoyan's back to shimmer, a resonance of royal life energy. Mother, Feng Xiaoying suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside the hall. Look, it is my cousin's coral boat. The fleet of the 3rd princess, Chu Guirin, was entering the harbor, the dark palace flag at the bow flying alongside the benevolent flag of the city lord's residence, fluttering in the sea breeze. Lan Qi noted that the armor of the fleet's guards bore not only the royal insignia, but also the defensive rune engravings he had taught them. The banquet was set upon an open coral platform, with dishes served in singing shells. Feng Xiao Zhengming raised a metallic goblet. This wine is named Unity of Knowledge and Action, brewed using the distillation method taught by our esteemed teacher. His fishtail gently struck the ground, and a circle of metallic screens rose from the platform, inscribed with famous quotes from the Analects. My father always says that our teacher's knowledge is deeper than the coral reefs. Feng Xiaoying served dishes to Lan Qi. The silver moonfish sashimi cut into the shapes of the Chinese characters for and in harmony. The children of Red Moon City now learn their characters using metallic plates, and even the merman infants recognized the beginning of humanity. As Lan Qi observed the harmonious scene at the banquet, he noticed the guards of the city lord's residence had their sword hilts wrapped in black cloth, concealing the cracks along the blades. Jin Sinan's golden chain in his palm formed letters. Half of the patrol team's weapons have been corroded by the Black Forest toxins. The replacement metals have come from the black market. In a moment of tranquility, Chu Gujingxi unexpectedly clasped Lan Qi's hand, the pearl chain brushing against the silver moongrass cord around his wrist, emitting a faint crackle of electricity. Are you aware that the struggle for positions in Beijing City has begun to affect the city-states? Her voice was barely above a whisper. The elder prince intends to manipulate public opinion with your movable type printing technique. while the second prince secretly colludes with the dark forest. Before her words could fully settle, a distant coral lighthouse suddenly erupted in a flash of red light. The fishtail of Fengxiao Zhengming shattered a wine glass, metal shards coalescing mid-air into a defensive formation. It was the shadow tide of the dark forest, arriving 3 days earlier than anticipated. The seawater below the platform instantly darkened, and countless wolf-like figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Guiran's fleet was the first to open fire, the Black Palace flag unfurling into a metallic net, only to be corroded by the shadows, leaving gaping holes. Lan Shi entrusted Zhao Yan to go Buwei, seizing a metal dinner knife from the table, which swiftly elongated into a sword in his grasp. This was a transformation rune secretly embedded in the cutlery by Jin Sinan. Yingying, take Zhao Yan and the others to the secret chamber. The fishtail of Fengxiao Zhengming curled to form a wall of water. Yet he beheld the pearl chain of Madame Chu Gu Jingxi fracture suddenly, each pearl morphing into miniature explosives that detonated into bursts of white light amidst the throng of werewolves, a shattered pearl formation prepared specifically for this day. Jin Sinan's golden chain wove a colossal net in the night sky, drawing all movable type screens upward, forming a shield of myriad symbols. Lan Shi stood before the shield, observing the coral walls of the Lord's mansion peeling away in the shadows, revealing a corroded metallic skeleton within. It was revealed that the fortitude of Red Moon City was merely superficial, already hollowed out by the infiltration of the dark forest. Sir, you must leave. Fengxiao Yingying tugged at Zhao Yan, rushing into the secret passage. As she glanced back, she saw her father's fishtail ensnared by shadows, yet he continued to shout, "The benevolence of Red Moon City shall be passed on by you." The coral walls of Red Moon City crumbled inch by inch under the shadow tide, the howls of werewolves mingling with the sound of splintering metal and the roar of the sea. Fengxiao Zhengming's fishtail was gnawed by the corrosive poison of the dark forest, yet he upheld the final curtain of water with his coral staff, the jade pendant inscribed with the character for benevolence oozing golden blood. Yingying. Now, his voice pierced through the waves, and upon turning, he beheld his daughter Fengxiao Yingying kneeling at the coral altar, the 13-year-old mermaid girl trembling, her fingertips channeling energy into the water pattern runes inscribed on the altar. Behind her, Chu Guiran tightly grasped the Black Palace flag, its surface marred by web-like cracks from shadow corrosion. Father! Fengxiao Yingying's nails dug into the runes, and the altar suddenly erupted in blinding blue light. Lan Shi sprinted towards them, cradling Zhao Yan, witnessing Chu Gujingxi tearing at her pearl necklace, desperately attempting to hurl the remaining pearls towards the werewolves. "I am the crown princess, and I shall share the fate of Red Moon City. Mother!" The anguished cry of Fengxiao Wanner pierced the chaos. The 5-year-old mermaid girl clung tightly to Chu Gujingxi's leg. "Daddy said he would take care of me." The silver moongrass tattoo on the little girl's tail fin began to glow, a safety charm meticulously carved by Lan Shi himself. Fengxiao Zhengming suddenly turned, sweeping his wife towards the teleportation array with his tail. The bloodline of the Fengxiao family must not end here. His scales began to shed in large patches, revealing the metallic sheen of the fish bones beneath. "Mr. Lan Shi, the teleportation can only reach Misty Shadow Mountain, where a rift leads to Zion City." The azure light of the teleportation array surged violently, and silver blood seeped from Fengxiao Yingying's nostrils. Chu Guiran abruptly pulled Chu Gujingxi into the array, while the sleeves of her dark palace robes inadvertently wrapped around Fengxiao Wanner. As Lan Shi protected Zhao Yan, stepping into the light array, he heard Fengxiao Zhengming's final words. "Tell Beijing City, the Ark's core fragment is in the 3rd level of the National Treasury." In that moment of spatial distortion, Lan Shi beheld the coral dome of the Red Moon City Lord's residence collapse with a thunderous roar, and Fengxiao Zhengming's figure transformed into a golden light in the shadows, shooting towards the tide of werewolves like an arrow released from a bowstring. Jin Sinan's golden chain suddenly tightened, forming a line of blood letters in his palm. The city lord stabilized the teleportation coordinates with his life energy. The cold mist of Misty Shadow Mountain, laden with the scent of sulfur, surged forth, extinguishing the teleportation array upon the moss-covered rocks. Fengxiao Yingying collapsed to the ground, her fish scales dulled, silver blood frothing at the corners of her mouth. Two teleports have been exhausted. She gazed at Lan Shi, suddenly grasping his sleeve. "My father said the mist of Misty Shadow Mountain can conceal from the perception of the Black Forest." Chu Gujingxi knelt upon the damp earth, her pearl necklace scattered across the ground, one pearl rolling into a crevice, reflecting the image of the fallen Red Moon City. Chu Guiran assisted her in rising, noticing a deep claw mark on the shoulder armor of her dark palace robe, visible to the bone. "Auntie, we must go to Zion City. It is a neutral zone for the boundaryless races." Suddenly, the petals of Chao Yan's skirt trembled violently, pointing towards the depths of the mist. Brother, there is a presence of demons over there. They are good demons. Her fingertips glowed with phosphorescence, inscribing the character in the fog, causing the surrounding mist to part and reveal a path. Go Buwei's tail wrapped around Fengxiaowana, the little girl still sobbing. Yet pointing at the rocky crevice ahead, I saw something shiny within the stones during the teleportation, like father's jade pendant. Jean Sinan's golden chain pierced into the rock fissure, instantly revealing a metallic fragment inscribed with the character. Upon contact with the tree-like patterns on Lanqi's neck, the fragment projected Fengxiao Zhengming's final image. Misty Shadow Mountain conceals the earliest fragment of the Ark of Sumiyata. Only those who understand the rune can unlock it. The mist suddenly thickened, and the distant howls of wolves echoed ominously. Chu Gu Irin immediately unfurled the palace flag, transforming its surface into a metallic shield. They are coming. Yingying, can you create another small-scale concealment array? Fengxiao Yingying gritted her teeth and nodded, tracing incomplete water patterns upon the ground. Lanqi held Chaoyan, clasped Jean Sinan's hand, and Go Buwei carried Lan Xiaozue, following Chu Gu Jingxi as they dove into the rocky crevice. Deep within the crevice, the sound of dripping water echoed, each drop striking the metallic fragments, producing a chant reminiscent of the three-character classic. My father spoke of the boundless ones in Zion City, who all believe that knowledge is power. Little Fengxiaowana gently caressed the character inscribed on the shards, tears falling upon it, miraculously blossoming into a miniature coral flower. Would they assist us? Lanqi gazed at the faint light at the end of the fissure, recalling the smile of Fengxiao Zhengming before the teleportation array. Jean Sinan's golden chain etched new coordinates upon his shoulder, each rune glowing with the remnants of the last golden light from the Red Moon City. He understood that the road to Zion City remained long, but as long as he clutched the shard bearing in his hand and held the righteousness of Red Moon City in his heart, he would undoubtedly find the path forward on the mist-shrouded continent of Sumiyata. Chapter 21, The Dual Fate of Calamity on the third day since the fall of Silver Moon Island. The copper bells of the suspended temple in the northwest resonated through the fog, casting blurred silhouettes. Master Wukong paused as he twisted his prayer beads, noticing the fine cracks appearing on the red sandalwood rosary, an echo from the energy explosion emanating from Jiangxin Island. Shudu? The old monk's voice drifted through the gnarled hollow of a millennia-old ginkgo tree. 300 years of cultivation stagnated at the transformation realm. Do you comprehend why? The young monk seated upon the stone bed suddenly opened his eyes, the seal on his third eye radiating heat. The Buddha light enveloping him became chaotic, transforming into myriad shards of gold. Disciple, your heart remains unbroken. Master Wukong struck the ground with his staff, and the ginkgo leaves in midair formed a map of Zion City, to the boundless city. Your calamity lies within a terrestrial being bearing tree-like markings on the nape of their neck. Master, the monk's robe fluttered without wind, blood seeping from the seal of his third eye. What is his name? What does he resemble? The old monk's gaze shifted southeast, his pupils reflecting the fleeting shadow of Lanqi cradling Chaoyan in flight. When you encounter him, the seal upon your brow will shatter, and your robe will ignite. Suddenly, the staff broke, revealing a hidden metallic shard within. This was a fragment of the Calamity Stone from the Ark era, destined to resonate upon meeting him. The moment Shudu grasped the shard, the copper bells of the entire suspended temple rang in unison. The Buddhist seal on the nape of his neck came into contact with the fragment, revealing a tree ring pattern reminiscent of Lanqi's markings. Amidst the swirling clouds, Master Wukong's final verse resonated. Calamity is indeed fate. Fate is likewise calamity. The mist of Zion City will cleanse you of 300 years of dust. Atop the highest peak in the north, the Lotus Palace of the Snowy Summit was engulfed in a once-in-300 years ice calamity. The palace master, Kuelian, knelt upon the ancient glacial platform, droplets of blood from her fingertips falling onto the brow of her master, Ku Chan, only to be swiftly frozen. Master's essence elixir has shattered. Ku Chan's voice emerged from the ice coffin, each word crystallizing in the air. Only the pure young blood of a terrestrial being can reconstruct the elixir's foundation. The snow lotus skirt of the bitter lotus suddenly burst forth with blood-red flower buds, each of the 12 petals corresponding to the 12 hours. Master, I shall set forth to seek him. Wait. From the ice coffin emerged a jade token, its surface engraved with the burning image of Jiangxin Island. His name was Lanqi, marked on the nape of his neck with the imprint of an ancient golden tree. To extract his essence, one must awaken the arc resonance within him, otherwise it would be futile. As the jade token touched the palm of the bitter lotus, an image materialized of Lanqi fleeing with the morning glory on his back. The girl's nails dug deep into her palm, and the blood-red flower bud of the snow lotus skirt suddenly blossomed. Within 3 years, I shall return with his essence. Should I break this vow? May I suffer a millennium of icy punishment. A final sigh echoed from the ice coffin, as the image of Ku Chan transformed into countless ice butterflies. Remember, to extract the essence, one must forge a covenant of companionship with him to invoke the resonance. This is the sole solution. Clutching the jade token, the bitter lotus dashed out of the lotus palace, the fierce winds of the snow abyss lifting her silver hair, revealing the nascent tree pattern on her nape. Akin to Launchi's, the jade token burned in her palm, reflecting the gates of Zion City, where a metallic plaque inscribed with the words "Boundless" hung above. As time and space intertwined, when the monk's sandals stepped into the mists of Mist Shadow Mountain, the snow lotus boots of the bitter lotus crushed the morning frost of Zion City. The former's robe tore at the metallic scent left by Lanchi. The neckline of the Buddhist robe suddenly fracturing, the latter's jade token, sensing the fragments of benevolence emanating from Red Moon City, caused the blood-red flower bud of her skirt to seep golden liquid. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, within the crevices of Mist Shadow Mountain, Lanchi was tenderly licking the wound on the back of the Morning Glory. A golden chain belonging to Jin Sinan suddenly etched a warning into the rock wall. In the northwest, a high monk's Buddhist light stirs. In the far north, a demonic cultivator's ice power surges, all moving towards Zion City. The tail of Go Wei, entwined with Maple Bridge Wanner's hand, suddenly pointed towards the mist outside the crevice. Brother, there are monks in the fog, and a sister in a white dress is flying. Lanchi looked up to see two figures faintly emerging from the mist, one clad in a tattered robe, golden light radiating from his brow, the other in a blood-stained skirt, silver hair glistening like snow. The energies of the two clashed in the air, forming an energy vortex reminiscent of Jiangshan Island, igniting the tree pattern on his nape to a feverish heat. The golden chain of Jin Sinan spelled out a final warning in his palm. The Ark's remnant core senses the approach of the fateful twin calamity. It is advised to leave Mist Shadow Mountain immediately, but it was too late. The monk's staff from the realm of nothingness and the bitter lotus's ice blade simultaneously pierced the fog barrier, the former's robe igniting in flames upon beholding Lanchi, while the latter's jade token erupted in a dazzling golden light upon contact with his blood. 300 years of Zen heart, 300 years of icy tribulation. At this moment, intertwined with the fateful wanderer from Earth, as the howl of a werewolf echoed off the rock walls of Mist Shadow Mountain, Lanchi was busy slicing through the constraining shadow vines with his sword. The petals of the Morning Glory skirt were torn by poisonous thorns, and the luminous sap that oozed out traced a path of escape on the ground, only to be pierced by a rotting spear hurled by a pursuing werewolf. Brother! To the left, Xiao Chui's piercing scream echoed through the air as three werewolves closed in, reflected in her goggles. Go Buwei violently flicked his tail, sweeping Feng Xiao Wanner behind Lan Shi, but a tuft of his gray-green fur was sliced off by a wolf's fang knife. You damned beast! Return my fur! In that critical moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the mist. Just as the leading werewolf raised his poisoned blade, a monk's robe sliced through the air, wrapping around his wrist like a living creature, revealing the burning Buddhist seal beneath. Amitabha, killing and creating karma. Lan Shi stepped back in astonishment, noticing the third eye on the visitor's forehead oozing golden blood, and beneath the tattered robe was a nascent tree pattern strikingly similar to her own. Even more astonishing was the girl on the right, clad in a silver-haired snow dress, whose fingertips gathered an icy lotus. The blood-red buds of her skirt opening and closing with her breath, each petal reflecting her own image. Master Lan. The monk pressed his palms together, and the burning robe suddenly transformed into a myriad of golden butterflies, melting the werewolf's poisoned blade into molten iron. Having come here at the behest of my master, I wish to serve you for 3 years, to resolve the mundane tribulations. The Buddhist seal on the back of his neck resonated with Lan Shi's tree pattern, causing the rock wall to exude a faint glow reminiscent of the Ark's remnants. Audacious, the icy blade of Ku Lien brushed past Lan Shi's ear, freezing the advancing werewolf into an ice sculpture. Mr. Lan, I only need to protect you for 3 years, and a certain reward shall naturally arrive. Her palm flashed with a jade token, its surface vividly depicting the burning scene of Jiangshan Island. Go Buwei's tail trembled, the icy shards wrapping around it. Brother! This fairy sister is even colder than Sister Morning Glory. Before he could finish, the chill emanating from Ku Lien's skirt swept over, freezing him into a furball. Morning Glory weakly grasped Lan Shi's sleeve, and as their respective patterns touched, a shared golden light flickered. You two are. Lan Shi tightened her grip on the sword hilt, the blade trembling in resonance with the Arkansas suddenly. The golden chain of Jin Sinan formed a warning in midair. The high monk's Buddhist light contains the calamity of breaking precepts. while the demon cultivator's icy power harbors a blood contract. Both are aimed at your life source. The monk's staff struck the ground heavily, and the collision of the rock wall's Buddhist script with the werewolf's poisonous mist produced a thunderous sound. My master has stated that my worldly heart must rely on Master Lan's worldly calamity to be resolved. His third eye projected a hologram of the tree pattern on Lan Shi's neck, marking the fate calamity isomorphism of the Arc era. Suddenly, Ku Lian knelt on one knee, her snow lotus skirt blossoming into 12 blood-red petals. My master Ku Chan requires a drop of your essence blood to extend his life. I am willing to offer the 300 years of heritage from the Ice Lotus Palace as recompense. The jade token flew into Lan Shi's palm, its back inscribed with the ancient seal of contract of partners, which would shield her from malevolent forces for 3 years. The howls of the remaining werewolves suddenly shifted pitch, and a deeper, beastly roar came from the direction of the Black Forest. Lan Shi gazed at the unconscious morning glory in her arms, then at the flashing alarm of danger from Jean C. Nan's golden chain, and finally gritted her teeth, declaring, "Follow me to Zion City." However, it must be stated in advance that his sword was aimed at Su Du and Ku Lian, its blade scorching due to the energy of the Arkansas. "I only borrow your strength to safeguard my kin, should you harbor wicked thoughts." Before he could finish his sentence, the robe of Su Du suddenly erupted in flames, and the hem of Ku Lian's dress exploded in a bloom of blood. In unison, they declared, "May we vow our heart and blood to the path." As the mist began to dissipate, Lan Shi beheld the burning robe of Su Du, which had imprinted the entirety of the Heart Sutra upon the rocky wall, while Ku Lian's icy blade carved a lotus formation into the ground. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the fog, the remnants of the wolf pack turned to ash, revealing beneath them metallic shards of the arc, each etched with symbols akin to those of Lan Shi's tree patterns. "Brother, look!" Xiao Chui exclaimed, bringing forth a fragment from the ashes of the wolf, the design upon it remarkably matching the Buddha's eye at the tip of Su Du's staff. Suddenly, Jean C. Nan's golden chain tightened, forming a final warning in Lan Shi's palm. "The calamity marks of these two are intertwined with your tree patterns, belonging to the core code of the Arkansas." Behind them, the depths of misty Shadow Mountain echoed with the sound of shattering ice. Ku Lian abruptly turned, blood seeping from her silvery hair. "My master Yuan Dan has shattered another piece. Mr. Lan, we must reach Zion City within 5 days." Su Du gently caressed the nearly consumed robe, revealing beneath it a tree pattern imprint identical to Lan Shi's. His third eye slowly closing. "What my master foretold is indeed true. This tribulation has consumed 300 years of cultivation since our encounter." Lan Shi clasped the cool hand of Chao Yan, gazing at the intertwining patterns of Buddhist scriptures and ice lotus upon the rock face, suddenly realizing that the fall of Jiangxin Island was merely a prologue. When both Buddha and demon entrusted their lives, what resolute and tragic resolve did that embody? They may have held differing beliefs and positions, yet in this moment, they chose to relinquish their lives for a shared objective. As the mark of the Ark's core resonated among the three, it felt like a guiding fate, binding them closely together. This mark perhaps bore some unknown power or a forgotten history, but regardless, it illuminated their path forward. The road to Zion City was destined to be fraught with challenges, a path strewn with thorns and traps that required their courage and wisdom to traverse. On this journey, they would inevitably confront the trials of wolf corpses and Buddhist flames. The wolf corpses symbolized savagery and brutality, while the Buddhist flames represented compassion and wisdom. Though seemingly contradictory, they were interdependent to a certain extent. Blood contracts and worldly tribulations were unavoidable challenges along this road. A blood contract is a life and death pact, irrevocable once established. The tribulations of the world encompass various hardships that they must endure with unwavering faith. Yet, despite the rugged terrain and overwhelming difficulties, they resolutely embarked on the journey home. For within their hearts lay a yearning for home and a longing for family. No matter what awaited them ahead, they were determined to carve a path back home. Chapter 22. The Sword and Fox of the Floating City. On the 5th morning, the sulphurous mist of the Boundary Canyon unexpectedly dissipated. When Lan Shi lifted his gaze, he beheld 9 bronze islands suspended at the horizon of the Sea of Clouds. The rainbows connecting the islands resembled delicate white ribbons, linking countless pavilions adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets. On the foremost island, the city walls gleamed with the golden radiance of the characters Zion, each stroke resonating with the hum of the Ark's core. Is this a city that breathes? The tail of the fox, Go Buwei, curled around the ribbon of Asigao, its gray-green fur erupting in response to the resonance of the Ark's energy. Jean Sinan's golden chain suddenly straightened, outlining the city's silhouette in midair. "Brother, the island's foundation is the anti-gravity engine of the Ark era, with the walls embedded with 3,600 memory crystals. As the city gates thunderously swung open, 5 fluffy fox tails brushed over the threshold. A girl with ginkgo leaf braids leaned against a coral pillar, her silver bell earrings chiming gently in the sea breeze. Mr. Lanchi. Aaliyah's been waiting patiently. The foxfire of Qingxiu Mountain is nearly melting the crystal ball. She tossed a burning tuft of fox fur from her fingertips, which miraculously formed the silhouette of Lanchi carrying Asagao in midair. How did you know we would come? Lanchi, cradling Asagao, noticed the ancient seal inscribed on the girl's waist token, bearing the mark of Qingxiu Mountain. Ali flicked her 5 tails, the tip of the last one emanating a faint glow. The Fox King saw the tree patterns on the nape of your neck resonating with the boundary monument of Zion City last night. See, that metallic pillar embedded in the sea of clouds at the city's center, traversing the floating streets of white jade. Lanchi observed that the outer walls of the buildings were embedded with fragments of the ark that could tell stories. A gear-shaped shard suddenly projected an image from before the fall of Red Moon City. The fishtail of Fench Aozhuming splashed the last wall of water, as the coral of the city walls crumbled. With a gentle sweep of her foxtail, Ali changed the projection to the glazed rooftops of Beijing City. Li Shuyuan of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had already prepared a welcoming feast, and his Duanqing sword was impatiently awaiting his return. The eaves of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion held 12 bronze lanterns, each containing fireflies capable of reciting the 300 Tang poems. Suddenly, a swordsman by the window drew his sword from its sheath. The 3-foot azure blade carving arc runes in the air, with a fragment of a sunken log from Jiangxin Island dangling from its tassel. You are Lanchi? You bear more scars than the portrait my master painted. Li Shuyuan of Wanyashan? Lanchi recognized the gear patterns on the other's cuffs, a symbol of swordsmen from the Ark era. The swordsman sheathed the Duanqing sword back into the wine jar, and the wooden fragments abruptly soared, assembling a defensive map of Jiangxin Island on the wall. My master said only you can allow me to enter the no-sword period. Do you see the cracks on my sword body? That is the injury of a Taoist caught at the bottleneck of realms. Suddenly, the golden chain around Jin Sinan entwined itself around Lan Shi's wrist, the gilded eyes reflecting the engraved marks of the arc upon the sword's blade. Brother, his sword spirit shares the same origin as your tree pattern. It requires the resonance of human thought power to break through the barrier. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyuan sprang to his feet, shattering the wine jar with a surge of sword energy, revealing the hidden inscription of the Wanya Mountain Secret Order. Only with the completion of the no-sword period can one investigate the remnants of the ark within the treasury of Beijing City. Zhaoyan coughed softly on the couch, the petal birthmark on her skin suddenly resonating with the foxfire mark on Ali's nape. The 5 tails of the Qingxiu maiden stood erect simultaneously, her fox-like eyes gazing towards the ruins in the south of the city. Chuj Iran's maid, Yang Yuer, is sending out a distress signal. Uncle Ya's metallic armors are operating beyond capacity. Lan Shi dashed towards the terrace, only to be intercepted by Ali's foxtail. The girl flicked her fingertips, releasing a green light that coalesced into a water mirror in her palm. Do not rush, sir. Uncle Ya has used the ark remnants as bait, currently luring the werewolves away from the Black Forest. In the water mirror, Uncle Ya's metallic armors erupted in a shower of sparks, and at the moment of their mutual destruction with the werewolves, the fragments of the armors surprisingly formed a coordinate map of Beijing City. We must rest in Zion City. Lan Shi helped Zhaoyan to sit up, noticing that the pale pink birthmark on her back had faded significantly. Jin Sinan, please investigate the arc energy nodes in Zion City. Guobu Wei, go procure some spirit rice for restoring energy. Ali, may we utilize the basement of the Drunken Immortal Tower? Of course. Ali's foxtail curled to fetch a set of keys, whose teeth were made from luminous fox fur. The basement contained the time-space shuttle shadow array left by the Fox King, capable of simulating the defensive layout of Beijing City. Li Shuyuan silently passed over a jar of healing medicine, the jar engraved with the skin regeneration spell of Wanya Mountain, remarkably similar to the Yunnan Baiyao he had once used on Earth. As dusk enveloped the floating city, Lan Shi pressed a calming spell onto the tree pattern on his nape. The golden chain of Jin Sinan unraveled information in his palm. The Boundless Council in Zion City is debating whether to surrender the Earthlings, while the Onya Empire has dispatched an envoy awaiting in the council hall. Suddenly, Li Shuyuan plunged the Duan Chun's sword into the ground, and the blade transformed into steps leading directly to the basement. Tonight, I shall stand guard. You may focus on breaking through the barrier, sir. In her slumber, Zhaoyan grasped Lan Shi's hand, her fingertips brushing against the calluses on his palm. Ali's foxfire flickered outside the window, her 9 tails sweeping across the glass to form words. The Fox King has said that once you help Li Shuyuan break through the no-sword period, The teleportation array of Qingxiu Mountain will lead directly to the corner tower of Beijing City. Lan Shi gazed at the defensive light barrier surrounding the floating city, recalling the golden-threaded ancient tree on Jiangxin Island. Suddenly, the golden chain of Jin Sinan illuminated, projecting the night view of Earth onto the ceiling. Brother. The anti-gravity engine energy of Zion City and the multifunctional knife you brought are of the same arc remnants. The stone door of the basement quietly opened, revealing that Li Shuyuan had already arranged the arc runes necessary for the breakthrough. Lan Shi inhaled deeply, as the tree-like patterns on the back of her neck and the cracks in the Duanqing sword shimmered simultaneously. In this boundless city, suspended above the sea of clouds, a wanderer from Earth was on the verge of confronting the ardent desire to return home, joining forces with a swordsman and a fox spirit to knock upon the Arc-S gate leading to the city of Beijing. The bronze lamp of the drunken immortal pavilion emanated a ghostly green light in the dead of night, as Chu Gu Yiren used a silver hairpin to pry open the final shard of Yeshu's arm armor. When the metallic fragment fell to the ground, it intriguingly formed patterns reminiscent of a secret missive from the four royal uncles of Beijing on the blue bricks. The royal bloodline needed to be reforged through the yang essence, and the white tiger totem was destined to manifest tonight. Princess, your hands are trembling. The handmaiden Yang Yuer offered a handkerchief soaked in snow ginseng juice, and upon touching Chu Gu Yiren's wrist, she discovered a faintly visible white tiger pattern entwined there. Feng Xiaoying clutched her sister one air as they huddled behind the screen, their fishtails unconsciously entwining around Chu Gejingxi's skirt. They all recalled what Li Shuyuan had said earlier that night. The white tiger bloodline of the Chu Gu royal family has thinned to the point of failing to awaken naturally. Chu Gu Yiren gazed into the copper mirror at her reflection. The collar of her dark palace attire slipped, revealing a pale golden totem nestled between her collarbones. 300 years ago, her ancestor had effortlessly torn apart the black forest barrier with the true form of the white tiger. But now, that totem resembled a faded ink painting, incapable of even preserving the most basic night vision abilities. Is Mr. Lan Shi still breaking through in the basement? She suddenly inquired, her fingertips tracing the reflection of herself and Lan Shi in the mirror. Just then, Jin Sinan's golden chain slipped through the window, and metallic characters materialized on the table. Brother has activated the Arc-S remnant core. Tonight is the optimal moment for breaking through. Suddenly, Feng Xiaowan Air exclaimed from behind the screen. Princess Sister's eyes are glowing. Everyone turned to see Chu Gu Yiren's pupils displaying vertical stripes, and two snowy white tufts emerged from her pointed ears. She hastily covered her face with her palace attire, but upon touching the metallic bookmark left by Lan Shi, her fingertips suddenly felt a surge of heat, the bookmark retaining the warmth from when he had changed the medicine for Zhaoyan the previous night. Warm the forget worries brew from the drunken, immortal pavilion. As Chu Gu Yiren stood, her dark skirt swept across the ground, revealing half-formed paw prints of a white tiger on the blue bricks. When Ali entered with a wine jar, 9 foxtails simultaneously bristled. Princess, are you intending to borrow yang essence? The sharp clinking of wine cups was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Little fox, mind your tongue, or I shall turn Qingxiu Mountain into Qingxiu Sea. As Lan Shi emerged from the basement, he found Chu Gu Yiren pushing a third cup of wine toward him, the golden thread of her dark sleeve swirling under the lamp, reminiscent of the white tiger totem artifacts in Earth's museums. Sir, your efforts in breaking through are commendable, she remarked, her fingertip grazing the back of his hand. The white tiger pattern glowed upon contact. This wine can soothe the spirit. Before he could examine her closely, he was momentarily entranced by the sudden appearance of vertical pupils in her eyes. Deep within those pupils, the image of him wielding his sword during the fall of Jiangxin Island was reflected. The sensation of dizziness struck without warning. As Lan Shi leaned against the edge of the table, he felt his consciousness descend into a warm sea of clouds. The voice of Chudge Yiren resonating in the mist. Do you know, sir, that the He-Yang rite of the White Tiger clan can help stabilize your arc's energy? He wished to respond, yet his gaze fell upon his hand brushing against the totem nestled between her collarbones. The delicate golden lines, upon contact, transformed into a phantasmal tiger, which opened its maw to devour the light from his palm. In reality, Chudge Yiren was using a silver hairpin to pierce Lan Shi's fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the white tiger pattern on her wrist. The golden chain of Jin Sinan glimmered frantically outside the window, but was muted by the soundproof barrier she had previously set. As Lan Shi entwined with the phantasmal white tiger in his dreams, her ears sprouted a complete coat of pure white fur, her royal attire falling away to reveal her entirely snow-white skin, smooth and unblemished. Gradually, she leaned closer to Lan Shi, interacting with him. Thus, the Chuge royal lineage shall be revitalized, she murmured, witnessing the tree pattern on the nape of Lan Shi's neck resonate with her own white tiger pattern. coalescing into a holographic image of the Ark's core in the air. Behind the screen, Feng Xiao Yingying covered her sister's eyes, only to see Chudge Irin press her lips against his. The lower half of her body moved rapidly. It was the White Tiger clan's secret borrowing technique. As the clock struck 5, Lan Shi jolted awake, finding himself on a soft couch, with Chudge Irin gently wiping his palm with snow ginseng juice. Her pupils had returned to normal, yet the totem between her collarbones shone a brilliant gold, and her ears retained remnants of the fur yet to vanish. "You had a nightmare last night," she said, offering him ginseng soup, her fingers pressing on his pulse for 3 extra seconds. "Fortunately, this White Tiger jade pendant keeps it at bay." Lan Shi accepted the bowl of soup and drank it eagerly, quenching his thirst. While catching the scent of stone heather in the air, he noticed, at her waist, a tiger-shaped jade pendant that he had not seen before. Embedded in its eyes were fragments of the Ark's core that had spilled forth during his breakthrough last night. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, Chudge resembled a delicate bird, tightly clutching the blood-stained fragments of the bedsheet and a lock of Lan Shi's short hair within her concealed hand. In the bronze mirror, her White Tiger totem sparkled like a radiant star, spinning rapidly. With each rotation, the majestic reflection of the throne in Beijing City flashed within the mirror. This was a sign of the awakening of royal blood, a mark of successful borrowing technique, illuminating her path ahead like a brilliant beam of light. Chapter 23. The initial journey to the northern region. Fragments of civilization as the morning light at the eastern gate of Xian City was torn apart by Chudge Irin's fleet. The White Tiger totem on the dark palace flag oozed golden liquid. Feng Xiao Yingying grasped her sister Wanner's hand. As the mermaid's tail brushed against the dock, blood droplets that had yet to fade coalesced on the bluestone slabs, remnants of the genetic fragments from last night's borrowing technique. "Princess, the secret message from the 4th Imperial Uncle states that the barrier of Beijing City requires a Yuan guiding element." Suddenly, the pearl chain of Chudge Jingxi snapped, each bead reflecting the tree pattern on Lan Shi's nape. "How are we different from the genetic marauders of Aonia?" Chudge Irin abruptly turned. The White Tiger totem nestled between her collarbones, suddenly radiating brilliance. Should the royal bloodline be severed, the entire Semiata would descend into a mere genetic ranch for the empire. Her pupils shimmered with vertical stripes, and the snowy tufts emerging from her ears brushed against the ship's railing, leaving scratch marks on the metallic bars. The bronze lamp at the Yunzuixian Tower by the northern gate still flickered with residual oil, as Chudge Irin hastily departed through the eastern gate, with Chudge Jingxi and others. Feng Xiao Yingying glanced back at the mist-shrouded Xian City. As her mermaid tail swept across the ground, it left faint golden claw marks upon the bluestone pavement. That was the residual energy of the White Tiger bloodline that Chudge Irin had harnessed last night. "Brother, Princess Chudge's fleet coordinates are rapidly moving north." Jean Sinan's golden chain suddenly coiled around Lan Shi's wrist, her gilded eyes reflecting the metallic map in the air. Her sail now bore the White Tiger totem, sailing at thrice its usual speed. Xiao Yan paused, her hand holding the medicinal broth faltering as her petal skirt tightened. "I observed blood on her sleeve this morning, resembling a wound from a fine needle." The moment Lan Shi took the bowl of medicine, a warmth surged at the nape of his neck as fragmented memories of last night's breakthrough flooded back. He saw the White Tiger totem between Chudge Irin's collarbones devouring his vitality. "So I am the Tang's son, the one who traverses as the ginseng fruit." Lan Shi offered a bitter smile, his fingertips tracing the Ark's residual core imprint on the table. Jean Sinan retrieved data on monster activities across the Semiata continent. Metallic points coalesced in the air into a star map, as Jean Sinan's voice bore a note of urgency. "Brother, in the past month, the frequency of monsters with millennia of cultivation appearing on the surface has surged by 400. Within the shadow energy flow from the dark forest, fluctuations of the blood-tracking sorcery have been detected." Go Wei suddenly flicked his tail, bringing forth a half-eaten spirit rice cake. "No wonder those werewolves have been relentless in their pursuit. It turns out your blood can enable monsters to evolve?" His fur bristled suddenly. "Does that mean we have become a mobile buffet for monsters? Not merely blood." Li Shuyuan's Duanqing sword unsheathed with a whoosh, the blade carving arc runes in the air. The records of Wanya Mountain document that the mental resonance of earthlings can activate the Ark's residual core. To monsters, your knowledge and energy are akin to fresh meat before starving wolves. Ari's 9 foxtails all stood erect, her fox eyes gazing toward the fog-laden northern forest. The messaging fox of Qingxiu Mountain reports that the 1,000-faced demon is laying an ambush in the northeastern woodland, known for skinning those who seek enlightenment. She tossed a burning foxtail hair to Lan Shi, a concealment talisman from the Fox King, capable of masking the scent of blood. Lan Shi secured the talisman in Xiao Yan's hair, Observing the flickering alarm of danger from the golden chain on Jin Sinan, we shall exit via the northern gate. Circumventing Princess Chud's route. He drew them from his waist, and suddenly, new runes, comprehended during last night's breakthrough, appeared on the blade. These runes could summon the energy of the Ark's remnants, forming a stealth array. The northern gate of Zion's city hovered above the sea of clouds, with the city guard's armor embedded with fragments of the Arkansas. As Lanchi and her companions approached, the fragments emitted a buzzing sound, and the captain of the guard's third eye illuminated. Those carrying the Ark's insignia must register their destination to collect spiritual herbs in the northeastern forest path. Lanchi presented the false documents given by Ali, subtly infusing a trace of mental energy into them. Instantly, the captain's pupils glazed over, and the destination on the documents transformed into the Black Forest. Jin Sinan's golden chain spelled out in his palm, "Brother." He bears the mark of the Onia Empire on the nape of his neck. As the group passed through the northern gate, Lanchi heard the sound of wings flapping from within the clouds. Xiao Chui suddenly dove down, her goggles reflecting three dark figures. "Brother, they are the blood eagles of the Black Forest. They are tracking Princess Chud's convoy. Ignore them." Lanchi tightened her grip on Chai Yuan's hand, pointing towards the misty forest ahead. "We shall traverse the hidden path of the stealth array." Li Shiyuan's abruptly plunged into the ground, transforming into steps, each inscribed with metallic movable type from the art of war. Amidst the swirling sea, Lanchi gazed at the genetic map projected by Jin Sinan's golden chain. As his blood dripped onto the Ark's remnants, the map suddenly branched out into countless tributaries, each connecting to the monster clans of the Sumiyata continent. "Do you see these connections?" Lanchi pointed at the projection where the blade passed, sparks erupted from the nodes of the monster evolution tree. "My genes can activate the Ark's remnants, which harbor the source code of this world's civilization." The idol Kasaya fluttered without wind, and the third eye at the brow reflected ancient scenes. The flower spirits recorded runes with petals, the spirit beasts transmitted knowledge through sound waves, and the Ark's remnants, like seeds, scattered the genes of Earth's civilization across this land. "My master once said, the monsters of Sumiyata possessed no written language." The monk brushed aside the burning hem of his robe, revealing a tree-patterned mark similar to Lanchi's. "It was the Ark's remnants that bestowed upon us the ability to understand." The icy blade of the suddenly pierced the ground, reflecting scenes deep within the Black Forest. Uncivilized monsters carved runes with bone knives, each line resonating with the strokes of the three-character classic. When my master shattered, I glimpsed fragments of memories that included a private tutor from Earth. On the first day in the northeastern forest path, the group discovered a monster village amidst the decaying leaves. Inside the earthen houses, tree spirits recorded the seasons through growth rings. Frog spirits transformed the 100 family surnames into croaking melodies, while the Ark's remnants at the village entrance were being used as oracles, with humanity's beginning scratched into them, now blurred into bloodstains. They were imitating Earth's civilization. Jin Sinan's golden chain coiled around a piece of tree bark inscribed with the character Rin. His gilded eyes sparkled with a calculating light, as genetic resonance instinctively drove them to pursue civilization, yet they remained oblivious to the proper means of attainment. Suddenly, Gobuwei pointed to the chimney of the treehouse. "Look, the smoke rings take the shape of Zhao Qian Sunli." Lanchi raised her gaze, realizing that the smoke rings perfectly matched the phonetic gestures she taught the wandering clan. The petals of the morning glory skirt abruptly unfurled, glowing with luminescence, each petal reflecting the image of demon children learning to write the character E with their tails. This encapsulated the most fundamental yearning for civilization. Lanchi knelt down and picked up the fragments of movable type, glued together by the saliva of the little monsters. They knew nothing of blood plundering or genetic experimentation, only longing for symbols to comprehend the world. As dusk fell, the group encountered a migrating swarm of rune ants. The worker ants carried leaves inscribed with verses from the Book of Songs, while the soldier ants bore fragments of the Ark's core welded onto their exoskeletons. And the Queen's abdomen swelled with a hatching genetic bomb, the catalyst of the Onia Empire civilization. Detonated. Li Shiyuan's broken dust sword cleaved through the ant swarm, and wherever the sword's aura reached, the Chinese characters on the leaves transformed into fluttering fireflies. This substance could incite the primitive monsters into a frenzy. Suddenly, Ali's 9 foxtails converged to form a shield. As the foxfire scorched the bombed shell, the runes morphed into famous phrases from the Analects. The Empire wielded Earth's civilization as a poison. The fox-eyed maiden from Qingqiu bled tears, akin to administering strong liquor to an infant. Lanchi activated the stealth array of her submerged wooden sword, transforming the blade into a metallic tome. Upon uttering education without discrimination, the ant swarm abruptly halted. The worker ants set down their leaves and used their antennae to form the character Jiao. Seizing the moment, Jin Sinan's golden chain swept away the bomb, disassembling it in midair into the most fundamental arc particles. Did you see? Lan Shi observed the now tranquil ants as they rearranged the leaves with their antennae to compose the correct verses from the Book of Songs. Civilization should not be a weapon of plunder, but a bridge of understanding. During a late-night respite, Sudu extracted a fragment of the Ark's core from the tattered Kasaya. The image projected by the core left everyone in silence. In Earth's museum, the mask of Sumiyata's demon was displayed alongside Chinese artifacts, with a label inscribed on it reading the common origin of parallel world civilizations. The robbery spoken of by the master was to prevent the alienation of civilization. The monk pressed the core into Lan Shi's palm. The Buddha seal resonated with the tree's patterns, revealing a hologram of the treasury in Beijing City, where the core of the Ark was hidden, also serving as the confluence of two civilizations. The ice blade of bitter lotus suddenly pointed northward, its edge crystallized not with ice, but with layers of thin mist of knowledge. In my master's memories, a person from Earth once said that the advancement of civilization should not come at the cost of life. Her jade token turned to ash, revealing beneath it the inscribed character Rin, identical to the jade pendant of Feng Chao Zhengming. Lan Shi grasped Xiao Yan's hand tightly, feeling a profound resonance with a point in the north through the tree patterns at the nape of his neck. The golden chain of Jin Sinan revealed the final clue in his palm. The core of the Ark beneath Beijing City was autonomously repairing the civilizational rift between two worlds. From deep within the forest, the haunting melodies of monsters echoed, singing the three-character classic in a dissonant tone. As Lan Shi gazed into the eyes of the four children, he finally comprehended that their journey northward from Zion was not merely an escape, but rather a quest for the roots of civilization. They were destined to salvage the remnants of culture from the lives of the lowly monsters, piecing together the truths obscured by the empire. The path to Beijing City was paved with these fragmented shards of enlightenment. Chapter 24. The Dawn of Civilization in Yukon Valley. After days of travel, Lan Shi and his companions encountered uncivilized creatures along the roadside, flower spirits and tree spirits, devoid of souls. Some fought amongst themselves, while others were grotesque, yet none were whole. The children, witnessing this, felt tears welling in their eyes. Across the entire continent, few had truly evolved into perfection. They were lost, unsure of their destination, akin to a fly crawling on a glass window. Before them lay a bright expanse, yet no escape in sight. On this day, they arrived at the entrance of a valley, where a massive stone bore the twisted inscription, Yukon Valley. The moment they stepped into the valley, a three-legged lynx with coin-like patterns burst forth from a pile of decaying leaves. Its severed tail entangled with a fragment of the Ark, now moldy. It staggered upright, using its front paws to awkwardly form an indistinct shape resembling the character for human, while emitting a wailing sound reminiscent of the Chinese language. This was a consequence of genetic disorder. Jin Sinan's golden chain coiled around the lynx's neck, its golden eyes flashing with a warning light. The uncontrolled energy of the Ark had caused grotesque mutations, and at least 70% of the creatures here bore genetic defects. Xiao Yan's petal-like skirt suddenly quivered violently, pointing towards the depths of the mist. Brother, over there, the flower spirits. They are devouring their own petals. The group turned to see dozens of camellia spirits coiled in a mire, each petal covered with grotesque growths, tearing at their own bodies with twisted vines, emitting cries akin to that of a wailing infant. Stop! Lan Shi rushed forward, wielding his submerged wooden sword to inscribe gentle arc runes. As the runes made contact with the flower spirits, they abruptly froze, their murky eyes reflecting the tree patterns on Lan Shi's nape, simultaneously emitting a sound resembling "Save Me." From deep within the valley came the sound of metal clashing, as a leopard lady, adorned with coin-like patterns, approached on 7 unevenly sized claws. Her skin bore protruding bone spurs, pressing against a rusted metal armor, while vines sprouted from the armor's seams, blossoming into mutated orchids, an eerie hybrid of the flower spirits and cat spirits. Master Lan Shi. The leopard lady's voice rasped like sandpaper against metal, as she suddenly knelt on one knee, her 7 claws sinking into the mud, creating uneven pits. Sister Lan said that the one who can make the Ark's core shine will come to rescue us. As Sister Lan gradually emerged from the ethereal spring, a collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. She was originally meant to embody the form of an orchid, yet at this moment, she bore 6 twisted flower buds upon her head, each adorned with a mouth lined with sharp fangs. However, upon noticing the submerged wooden sword in Lan Shi's grasp, all the flower buds simultaneously blossomed, revealing the pristine orchid form within, an essence ensnared by genetic pollution. Master, we have strayed from the path, Sister Lan murmured, her vines trembling as they retrieved a stone tablet etched with chaotic patterns, on which the characters for humanity and culture were faintly discernible. A century prior, this relic of the Ark had been discovered, yet its purpose remained elusive. In contrast, her flower buds began to exude a black liquid that corroded the stone, leaving pockmarks in its wake. She placed her hand upon the tablet, resonating with the tree patterns and the remnants of the Arkansas. Suddenly, the tablet illuminated. Projecting images from a century past, the flower spirits recorded the seasons with petals, while the cat spirits conveyed messages through claw marks. Until the Ark's remnants fell and unleashed chaotic energy, creating a tumultuous vortex of genetic disorder. I shall teach you the proper use of Ark energy, Shi declared. Drawing forth a metallic plate woven from golden nama chains, inscribed with a simplified version of the three-character classic. Civilization is not about seizing power, but rather about mastering control. She gestured towards the vines on Ant Leopard's armor, likening them to the orchid that could have blossomed gracefully but had instead grown wildly due to avarice. At that moment, Go Wei, with his tail tuft, gathered a pile of spiritual rice cakes. First, we must fill our bellies. Only then can we have the strength to learn. His fur brushed against the aberrant vines of the flower spirits, causing several tumors to begin to reseed. Ali's foxtail swept across the ground, and the spirit plant incantation from Qingxiu Mountain enabled the mutated orchid to sprout normal leaves anew. That night, the valley of the ethereal spring was illuminated by a bioluminescent bonfire. Shi, using her submerged wooden sword, inscribed the characters for benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom upon the rock face, infusing each stroke with gentle arc energy. Ant Leopard led the cat spirits in imitating the characters with their claws. Although the 7 feet produced crooked letters, they exuded a sense of earnestness. Sister Lan directed the flower spirits to weave movable type from their vines, and remarkably, their deformed flower buds gradually regained their rounded forms throughout the writing process. Look, my tail can stand upright, exclaimed a small bobcat with 3 legs, as it propped itself up on its stubby tail, stabilizing its stance. The golden nama chain detected that its genetic strands were undergoing reorganization. The chaotic base pairs began to realign under the resonance of the Chinese characters, as Shi observed the diligent creatures studying by the bonfire. Memories of the academy on Jiangxin Island flooded back to her. The golden nama chain in her palm spelled out, brother. The degree of genetic pollution here is 3 times worse than anticipated. Yet at this moment, her focus lay more on the orchids that had begun to bloom anew upon Ant Leopard's armor and the pure luminescence emanating from Sister Land's flower buds, symbols of hope rekindled in the flames of civilization. Meanwhile, within the mists beyond the valley, several pairs of green glowing eyes were fixated on this unfolding scene. The genetic detector of the Onia Empire is currently pinpointing the location of Shi. On the screen of the detector, the coordinates of the Quiet Spring Valley are marked in blood-red letters. High-value gene repair sample area. Immediate capture recommended. As night envelopes the valley, the campfire casts an elongated shadow of Shi. Holding a guitar crafted from syncwood, he plucks the strings, and the melody of Xiaofang flows like a clear spring. In the village, there is a girl named Xiaofang, beautiful and kind. The golden chain of Jin Sinan weaves the lyrics in the air, with metallic characters glimmering softly. A 3-legged bobcat cocks its head, its tail swaying gently to the rhythm. Sister Land's 6 flower buds bloom simultaneously, petals fluttering down, each reflecting the imagery described in the lyrics. When the melody of the best in the world is mother resonates, the flower spirit's murky eyes glisten with tears, and the twisted vines instinctively curl into the shape of an infant, as if seeking the warmth missing from their memories. Go Wei uses the tuft of its tail to roll over the spirit rice wine, distributing it among the gathered creatures. Ali's 9 foxtails sway with the song, releasing delicate shards of fluorescence. The ice blade of Ku Yin etches musical notes on the ground, the icy surface refracting a spectrum of colors, intertwining with the song to create a dreamlike web of light. The following morning, Shi is awakened by exclamations. To his astonishment, the once fearsome flower spirits begin to transform into the likenesses of Xiaofang and Xiaowei. Some grow flowing hair, while others shed their fearsome fangs, although still somewhat peculiar. Their delicate outlines become apparent. Watching this scene, Shi feels both surprise and resignation, and he retrieves a metallic drawing board from his satchel. He holds his breath and focuses, depicting the enchanting demeanor of an Earth broadcaster from his memory, breathtaking frames from films, and the elegant charm of ancient ladies, all on the drawing board. Jin Sinan's golden chain transforms into a brush, assisting in outlining the details. Asagao uses petals to concoct pigments, adding vibrant colors to the portraits. When the first painting of Shishir washing silk is completed, the metallic drawing board automatically projects a dynamic image, prompting the valley's creatures to kneel in reverence. Soon, The Earth's 100 Beauties album begins to take shape. Leading the disciples in the valley, Lan Shi harnesses the energy from the ark's remnants to drive the movable type printing technique, producing the album in large quantities. Each volume contains unique energetic vibrations, and upon opening, the beauties within appear as if they could step forth from the pages. These albums, akin to a boulder cast into a lake, stir up waves across the Silver Moon continent, drawing merchants and creatures from afar, all eager to obtain a copy and behold the unparalleled beauty of Earth's women. Before the morning mist in quiet Spring Valley has dissipated, Lan Shi has already brought Li Shiyuan to the expansive bluestone platform within the valley. Holding the Cinquoid sword, inscribed with glowing arc runes, he addresses the focused swordsman, Li Shiyuan. Earth swordsmanship is divided into 4 major stages: the practice of the sword, the cultivation of qi, the honing of spirit, and the pursuit of the void. The swordsman practices with precision, every move executed with meticulous form. The one who cultivates energy commands the sword with his essence, the blade arriving even before the energy. The master of spirit allows the sword to follow the heart's intent, the sword pointing wherever the mind desires. The practitioner of the void wields no sword yet surpasses the one who does, for in his hands there is no sword, nor in his heart. Yet all things may become a sword. Li Shiyuan, with a single hand, grasped the Duanshuan's sword, its tip lightly touching the ground. The collision of metal and stone sparking a glint of fire. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he drew an arc with his sword. The wind catching the fallen leaves on the ground, yet halting midair as if bound by an invisible force. Lan Shi nodded slightly, acknowledging the progress. Indeed, he has begun to grasp the essence of energy cultivation. He must continue to delve deeper, merging sword and energy into one. Having said this, he inscribed a rune of the arc upon the ground, the rune's radiance resonating with the sword energy surrounding Li Shiyuan, guiding his path. Meanwhile, by the tranquil spring in the valley, the bitter lotus stood in serene concentration. Lan Shi approached slowly, his fingertip lightly touching the water's surface. The ripples transforming into symbols of the 5 elements. Bitter lotus, the 5-element magic emphasizes the cycle of creation and destruction. Metal generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire. Fire creates earth, and earth begets metal. Metal overcomes wood, wood conquers earth, earth drowns water, water extinguishes fire, and fire melts metal. Just as your expertise lies in ice magic, which belongs to water, when faced with a fire attack, you can invoke the vitality of wood to summon vapor. Then use water to extinguish fire. The bitter lotus gracefully lifted her jade hand, conjuring an ice blade that, during Lan Shi's narration, suddenly altered its trajectory, spiraling around an ancient tree, compelling the fire elemental concealed within to emerge. Lan Shi smiled with satisfaction, tossing a fragment of the ark's core into the air, which instantaneously radiated a spectrum of colors, simulating the dynamic interplay of the 5 elements, aiding the bitter lotus in deepening her understanding. In another part of the valley, Ant Leopard was twisting her body, showcasing her newly modified leopard print bodysuit, which left her chest nearly fully exposed, the fabric woefully scant. Lan Shi, exasperated, placed a hand upon his forehead and approached her. Ant Leopard, beauty is not merely a matter of exposure. True beauty emanates from an inner grace. Observe this silver moon grass, elegantly simple, yet imbued with charm. This tranquil spring, calm and undisturbed, harbors boundless strength. He retrieved the Atlas of Earth's beauties. Flipping to the page depicting ancient ladies, behold these women, clad in long skirts, dignified and graceful, exuding allure in every gesture. As he spoke, Lan Shi traced a luminous arc in the air with his submerged wood sword, casting virtual images of various styles of attire for Ant Leopard. You possess a lithe form. You might consider this agile yet aesthetically pleasing outfit, which facilitates movement while accentuating your unique charm. Ant Leopard gazed at the images, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, her tail swaying uncontrollably. Master Lan Shi, does this truly suit me? Lan Shi smiled and nodded, as Jean Sinan's golden chain immediately flew forth, crafting a tailored metallic design for Ant Leopard. Before long, a stylish and minimalist outfit adorned with coin patterns was completed. The alluring leopard print ensemble was simply stunning. Ant Leopard donned her new attire, twirling before the mirror stone by the spring, her 7 paws dancing with newfound lightness, eliciting admiration from the surrounding spirits of the valley. Chapter 25, the multidimensional teaching of the U-Spring Valley, as Lan Shi demonstrated the 4 realms of swordplay on the Azure Stone Plateau. The 3-legged bobcat Akai slyly coiled its tail around a twig, attempting to learn by stealth. Tilting its head, it mimicked Li Shiyuan's stance. But its genetically deformed hind legs buckled unexpectedly, driving the twig into the earth and inadvertently sketching a distorted character for Wu. Do not rely on brute strength, Lan Shi admonished, casting aside a smoothly polished fragment of the ark, inscribing with his mind. A Kai pressed its paw against the remnant, and suddenly, a multitude of Chinese characters danced within the interplay of light and shadow. Thrilled, it flicked its tail, and this time, the character for Wu, inscribed on the ground with intent, resonated with a faint energy pulse reminiscent of the Arkansas. An icy blade from the bitter lotus abruptly sliced through, chilling the character into a crystalline sculpture. This will preserve the energy trajectory. Jin Sinan's golden chain swiftly appeared, etching phonetics onto the ice sculpture. This character is pronounced Wu, sharing phonetics with Wu, dance. The martial prowess learned by the three-legged cat was hardly a sight to behold, overshadowed by the enchanting beauty of the flower fairy. As Sister Lan guided the flower fairies in weaving by the yew spring, 6 flower buds unconsciously tore at their malformed petals. Lan Shi detached the silver moon grass brooch from his garment. Beauty is self-consistent, not merely conforming. He affixed the brooch to the most robust flower bud, and in that moment, as the tree-patterned energy surged, all the buds bloomed simultaneously, revealing pristine orchids, akin to the art of floral arrangement on earth. With his submerged wooden sword, Lan Shi lifted the vines, instructing the flower fairies in crafting asymmetrical floral adornments. Suddenly, hundreds of luminescent petals burst forth from the hem of the morning glory dress, each reflecting scenes from Earth's Fashion Week. As the flower fairies fashioned headpieces adorned with geometric patterns, the growths upon their bodies began to recede. Aunt Leopard unexpectedly brought a piece of luminous mica. Use this as a mirror. In the mica's reflection, the flower fairies' new appearances subtly resembled the Tang Dynasty ladies depicted in the 100 Beauties of Earth, their distorted limbs appearing harmonious due to the embellishments of their attire. The valley's frog spirits gathered near the arc fragment, imitating Mandarin with their diverse croaks. Lan Shi instructed Jin Sinan to weave a sonogram transducer with the golden chain. As the frog spirit leader croaked the phrase at the beginning of humanity, the transducer instantly converted the sound waves into metallic movable type, spelling out the complete sentence on the remnant. Let us try adding rhythm, Lan Shi said, snapping his fingers to teach the frog spirits to recite in a 4/3 beat. As their croaks synchronized with the cadence of the 3-character classic, the entire surface of the yew spring resonated with ripples. Go Bu Wei suddenly struck an empty shell with the tuft of his tail, accompanying the frog spirits, which astonishingly birthed self-arranging phonetic characters. When the frog chorus croaked in unison, Lan Shi nearly succumbed to laughter. The eldest tree spirit, with a twisted branch, pointed to its growth rings. We cannot remember the seasons. Lan Shi inserted the submerged wooden sword into the roots of a tree, where the runes of the ark resonated with the life energy of the tree spirit. Suddenly, the 24 solar terms of Earth materialized within the tree rings. At the vernal equinox, eggs stood upright. During the summer solstice, cicadas sang. Lan Shi touched the tree rings with the sword's tip, illuminating each solar term with corresponding light and shadow. The gnarled branches unexpectedly unfurled, drawing forth new buds from the grotesque tree tumor, their cross-sections distinctly engraved with the characters for Qing Ming and Guyu. As twilight descended, the spirits of the Yew Spring Valley spontaneously ignited bioluminescent bonfires. The 3-legged cat named Akai wrote newly learned characters with its tail, while the flower spirits donned geometric headdresses to dance a vine dance infused with the rhythm of Earth's square dance. The frog spirits harmoniously recited quiet night thoughts, and the new branches of the tree spirit hung with seasonal wind chimes crafted from tree rings. Sitting beside the bonfire with a guitar, Lan Shi played the prelude to Jasmine Flower. Suddenly, all the spirits joined in their own unique ways. The flower spirits crafted sheet music from petals. The cat spirits kept the beat with their claws, and the frog spirits perfectly replicated each note. The golden chain of Jin Sinan projected an image into the air. The genetic repair rate of Yew Spring Valley had risen to 63, with all the spirits' deformities gradually improving under the resonant sound waves of the characters. Yet, in the shadows away from the bonfire, the genetic detector of the Onia Empire flickered erratically. The screen displayed the coordinates of Yew Spring Valley, encircled by a red alert, with a note indicating high concentration of civilizational energy reaction, suspected phenomenon derived from the arc core, immediate implementation of the cultural pollution plan advised. As dawn poured into Yew Spring Valley, Lan Shi squatted in the mud, drawing simple Arabic numerals in the sand with a twig. Surrounding him were not only the flower spirits and cat spirits, but even the idle monk and the suffering lotus fairy sat cross-legged beside him, intently focused on the ground. The numeral 1 was slender and pencil-like, while 2 resembled a little duck floating on water. Lan Shi recited incantations while using Jin Sinan's golden chain to outline 3-dimensional numbers in the air. Akai, the 3-legged mountain cat, excitedly dipped its tail in the spring water, awkwardly mimicking the figures on the stone slab, splashing droplets that refracted a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Ant Leopard held a smoothly polished mica sheet, diligently recording addition and subtraction formulas, with a handmade pen crafted from metal and feathers tucked in her newly fitted utility pocket. During life skills class, Lan Shi patiently guided the flower spirits in weaving baskets from vines. First cross, then intertwine, just like braiding hair, he instructed in a gentle tone. The petals of the morning glory skirt fluttered lightly, and falling petals automatically formed a woven step-by-step diagram. At that moment, the 6 flower buds on Lingyao had no longer appeared menacing. Each one was focused intently on the vine in hand. When the first crooked basket took shape, all the flower spirits erupted in cheers of delight. With the spread of the Earth's 100 beauties, Spring Valley seemed to be under a spell of wondrous magic. Once deformed, the flower spirits have gradually acquired delicate visages and graceful forms. The cat spirits now boast increasingly lustrous fur, their movements imbued with elegance. What astonished Lan Shi even more was the subtle emergence of fashion trends in this realm. The female spirits ingeniously fused the ethereal elegance of Hanfu, the opulence of Tang attire, and the vivacity of modern skirts to create distinctive garments. Strangely, uniforms emerged as the most favored style, with young maidens donning pleated skirts and tying bow ties, frolicking by the enchanted springs like sprites that had stepped out of a painting. Lan Shi stood in awe of this fashionable fervor, deeply inspired. He grasped his brush and sketched the blueprint of his envisioned enchanted spring valley on a metal plate. Floating pavilions, canals flowing with luminescent spring water, and roofs resembling blooming petals. Each design harmoniously merged earthly architectural aesthetics with the magical elements of Samyata. The entire tribe was engulfed in an unprecedented fervor for construction. The flower spirits wove the framework with vines, the cat spirits transported heavy stones, and even the usually languid frog spirits assisted in polishing with sound wave magic. Lan Shi's followers led by example. Li Shouyuan sliced through massive stones with sword energy, Kuei-Yin used ice magic to stabilize structures, and the monk Su Du illuminated the nighttime construction with his Buddhist radiance. Time flew by, and within less than 6 months, Enchanted Spring Valley underwent a magnificent transformation. The architecturally diverse ensemble resembled a celestial garden, with houses of intertwined metal and vines gleaming under the sun. On the luminescent canal, petal-shaped boats glided gently. Glowing Chinese character lanterns adorned the valley, making the night seem dreamlike. Standing atop the highest lookout tower, Lan Shi gazed upon all of this with a heart full of satisfaction. He knew he had not only altered the visage of this valley, but had also sown the seeds of civilization and beauty upon this land. Chapter 26. The Melody of Orchid Poetics. Emotion stirred in the enchanted spring amidst the ethereal mist rising from the enchanted springs. Sister Lan donned the butterfly-winged orchid-patterned gown designed by Lan Shi. 6 flower buds atop her head had transformed into clusters of lustrous magnolia blossoms. Gently trembling with the motion of her fingertips brushing against the strings of a zither, Lan Shi held a brush crafted from liquid gold, gliding it across the paper smooth from the core of the Arkansas. The ink of Su Shi's on the spring orchid had barely dried when it shimmered with a cerulean light. The spring orchid, like a beauty, offers herself without modesty. Her fragrance wafts as the wind and dew dance, obscured by the lushness of the wormwood. As Lan Shi recited the verses, the tree patterns on the nape of his neck resonated with the words on the paper. Suddenly, the flower buds in Sister Lan's hair bloomed in unison, revealing an ink-wash painting that depicted the verses. A deep azure halo enveloped her, and her previously translucent vine-like arms transformed into arms of creamy jade. The 6 clusters of flower buds merged in the brilliance, cascading into a waterfall of green silk, with orchid tassels swaying gently with her breath. Is this the power of poetry? Sister Lan caressed her newly formed visage, her reflection in the enchanted spring a mirror image of the fairies depicted in the 100 beauties of earth. She suddenly extended her arms and spun around, her skirt billowing like a myriad of ethereal orchids, each petal resonating with the rhythm of poetry, awakening a throng of butterflies that followed in delight. As the night's bonfire cast a crimson glow across the valley, Lan Shi cradled her submerged wooden guitar. The first chord she strummed silencing all the mystical beings around her. Jean Sinan's golden chain wove a holographic tapestry of the Jiangnan water town in the air, where amidst the misty rain, a flower spirit donned in bridal attire gazed tearfully at a scholar. I am the tear that wanders upon the rings of time, and you can still scent the trace of rouge in the breeze. The song, imbued with the unique melancholy of the earth, enveloped the air as Sister Lan gazed in a daze at the vanishing image of the flower spirit, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, blooming blue stains upon her garment. Beside her, Ant Leopard instinctively tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. while Akai gently encircled the weeping frog spirit with his tail. When the final note faded into the night wind, Lan Shi laid down her guitar. True beauty lies in the understanding of love and being loved. She pointed toward the bonfire, and suddenly the flames transformed into countless luminous verses, weaving together fragments of the peony pavilion and butterfly lovers in the air. The flower spirits gazed at the images of love reborn, their forms transforming into butterflies, entwined in a heart shape, the blooming frequency of the blossoms synchronizing with their heartbeat. At dawn the next day, the transformation of Yukon Valley left Lan Shi in awe. The flower spirits no longer mechanically imitated human aesthetics. Their skirts changed color with their emotions, and their vine-like adornments could weave the names of lovers. Even the most stoic of tree spirits would stretch their branches under the moonlight, shielding the embracing sprites from the dew. Sister Lan arrived through the morning mist. The fragrance of orchids in her hair, now tinged with a gentle sweetness. She offered Lan Shi the carefully cultivated bicolor orchid, and within the dew-kissed petals. The scenes from last night as tale emerged. Master, it turns out the soul of the flower spirits must be nurtured with love. In this moment, Yukon Valley was no longer a grotesque land tainted by genetic pollution. The desires reflected in the eyes of the mystical beings were no longer murky. Instead, they understood joy and sorrow, shedding tears for love, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Illuminating the rock wall where Lan Shi inscribed poetry for Sister Lan, those words suddenly transformed into a multitude of azure birds, carrying the valley's metamorphosis and emotional resonance to every corner of Silver Moon Continent. As the morning mist wove through the metallic eaves of Yukon Valley, Lan Shi was sheathing her submerged wooden sword. The newly engraved character for love resonated with the tree patterns at the nape of her neck, causing the flower petal bookmark, crafted from the forget-me-not orchids nurtured alongside Sister Lan, to emit a faint glow. Are you truly leaving, sir? Akai, the three-legged bobcat, wrapped his tail around Lan Shi's pant leg, his metallic limb still bearing the unfinished multiplication table. The mystical beings gathered at the valley's entrance fell into a sudden hush. The flower spirit skirts danced without wind, the whiskers of the cat spirits quivered slightly, and even the most boisterous of frog spirits covered its mouth with its forepaws. Sister Lan arrives, treading upon the morning dew. With 6 clusters of magnolia flowers adorning her hair, embellished with verses of gold leaf, a gift from Lan Shi, inscribed in the poem on the spring magnolia of Yang Xiai Gong. She presents a jade pendant inscribed with the map of the entire Yukon Valley, its azure light swirling within, revealing the industrious efforts of the spirits laboring day and night on the defensive formations. Should danger befall the master, shatter the pendant, and the 3,000 spirits of the valley will rise at once. Ant Leopard's copper-patterned fur glistens with a metallic sheen in the morning light. As she presents a leopard tooth command badge, embedded with a fragment of the Ark, the Shadow Leopard Mercenary Corps from the Northern Black Forest belongs to my former comrades. With the badge's illumination, the feline warriors within 100 miles are ever ready. The edges of the badge are engraved with the silhouette of the uniform designed by Lan Shi, a cherished emblem of her aesthetic. As Lan Shi steps forth from the valley's entrance, all spirits suddenly kneel. The flower fairies unfurl a magnificent banner, woven from vines, proclaiming the eternal teacher in the air, while the cat spirits strike shells to perform jasmine flower, and the frog spirits articulate a farewell poem stretching 100 meters in length. Jean Sinan's golden chain tightens suddenly, manifesting the detection data in his palm. The civilization level of Yukon Valley has risen to 79, with a spirit gene repair rate of 82. Rise, all of you. Lan Shi's voice quivers, as her submerged wooden sword lightly taps the ground, casting the silhouette of the Great Wall of China in the morning mist. Remember, civilization is not a gift from anyone. It is a heart that understands the guardianship of beauty. The tree pattern on the nape of his neck suddenly radiates a brilliant light, fully activating the defensive formations of Yukon Valley. The procession advances 10 miles beyond the valley. When Xiaoyan abruptly turns back, there stands Sister Lan, leading the spirits, forming a colossal Chinese character and at the valley's entrance, each holding a glowing movable type. The very first characters taught to them by Lan Shi. Jean Sinan's golden chain captures distant sound waves. They are singing farewell, using the simple score you taught. The icy blade of Ku Lien suddenly points northwest, the blade no longer condensing coldness, but swirling with Chinese characters. Master Yuan Dan's fluctuations are abnormal. Energy responses of Jin marauders are detected towards Beijing City. The idle robe of Su Du flutters without wind, as the third eye at her brow reflects the fleet of the Onia Empire gathering in the Black Forest. Lan Shi grips the jade pendant tightly, as the surface suddenly reveals Sister Lan as tearful eyes. Rest assured, Master, Yuan Valley shall always stand as your steadfast rear. He gazes towards the direction of Zion City. Suspended amidst the sea of clouds, as the cloaking formation of the submerged wooden sword hums ominously, dangers surely await ahead. But behind him lies the kindling of civilization ready to entrust their lives. Deep within Yuan Valley, Sister Lan embeds the shattered remnants of Lan Shi's poem into the spring Si. As the spring water surges forth once more, each droplet carries the melody of Flower Fairy, flowing along the stream to every corner of the Silver Moon continent. Those spirits once tainted by genetic pollution are now recording their yearnings with the characters taught by Lan Shi, believing that one day, this saint of civilization, who heralds the dawn of enlightenment, will return with the truth of Beijing City, once again echoing through the morning mist of Yuan Valley. Chapter 27. The Journey East. The eve of the Great War, the miasma at the edge of the Black Forest enveloped the metallic debris, brushing against the heavy waterwood sword resting on Lan Shi's shoulder. Suddenly, Jin Sinan, who was perched on his back, tugged at his hair, her golden eyes reflecting a three-dimensional map within her goggles. Brother, there is a gene contamination response 3 kilometers ahead. It's the predator patrol of the Aonia Empire. The golden chain of the 5-year-old girl surged, forming a configuration of the patrol squad in Lan Shi's palm, 12 mechanical puppets equipped with gene extraction cannons, led by an individual marked with a white tiger totem on the back of his neck. Sharing the same source of energy fluctuations as Chu Gu and Yi Rin through Yuan Shi. Go Bu Wei, be cautious of the metallic traps while scouting. Lan Shi adjusted his strap as the petals of the flower skirt wrapped around Jin Sinan's calf, forming a soft safety harness. Suddenly, the 9 tails of Ollie exploded, the tips shimmering with fluorescence. The message from the communication fox of Qingxiu Mountain says this is the Empire's newly developed cultural contamination puppet, capable of mimicking the attack postures from the 100 Beauties, in the wake of the impending breakthrough. Li Xiu Yuan's Duanqing sword trembled, the arc runes on its blade resonating with the tree patterns at the back of Lan Shi's neck. Gazing at the shadowy figures of the puppets obscured by the miasma ahead, he recalled the 4th realm of practice Lan Shi had taught him. The tip of his sword aligned perfectly with the genetic interface at the joints of the puppets. Now was the moment. The icy blade of Ku Lian sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of cold, yet shattered upon contact with the puppets. Only then did she realize that the puppet's surface was coated with the anti-magic oil from the Black Forest, a natural nemesis to her ice spells. The robes of Su Du suddenly ignited, a 3rd eye in the center of his brow oozing golden blood. Though he could not speak, he inscribed the character for break upon the ground with a madra, resonating with the sword intent of Li Xiu Yuan. As the first puppet raised its extraction cannon, the Duanqing sword emitted a dragon's roar, its aura transforming from a straight line into the flowing trajectory of a lady's water sleeves from the 100 Beauties, precisely slicing into the genetic interface of the puppet. With a sharp crack, the metallic structure fractured, and a human heart exploded from within the puppet, showering blood. Jin Sinan's golden chain immediately coiled around the heart fragments, and the analysis rendered all present pale. It was the heart of a missing person from Earth, implanted with the genes of a creature from Sumiyata. As 7 puppets simultaneously activated their self-destruct sequences, Su Du abruptly spread his arms wide. The flaming robes transformed into myriad golden butterflies, each wing inscribed with characters from the Heart Sutra, forming a protective shield in midair. Lan Shi witnessed the moment when the Zen-inspired golden butterflies touched the gene bomb, converting the explosive energy into purifying Buddhist light, causing the contamination patterns on the puppet remains to swiftly dissipate. Su Du's Buddhist light could neutralize gene contamination. Ku Lian's icy blade reformed, this time entwined with the Buddhist light transmitted by Su Du, cleaving towards the puppet and blossoming into a sacred ice lotus. It dawned upon her that within the 5 elements cycle taught by Lan Shi, the Buddhist light belonged to metal, which could generate water, thereby enhancing her ice spells. In the midst of childlike playfulness, just as everyone believed the patrol team had been eradicated, Jin Sinan suddenly screamed, "Brother, there is something underground." Lan Shi leapt up, and as the submerged wooden sword pierced the earth, countless metallic tendrils emerged from beneath the decaying leaves, each tip grasping a gene extraction needle identical to those wielded by the Yuanshi of Chuj. This was the borrowing Yuan secret technique of the Chuj royal family. Ali's foxtail coiled around Xiao Chui, hastily retreating, yet they beheld the tendrils splitting to reveal apparitions of the Yuanshi. Each striking classic poses from the 100 Beauties painting, their attacks infused with the rhythmic cadence of Han characters taught by Lan Shi. It turned out she had transformed the 100 Beauties into a form of offensive art. Lan Shi's neck tattoo erupted with brilliant light as the escape array unfurled into a metallic tome. Upon reciting, "At the beginning of humanity, nature is inherently good," all tendrils suddenly froze, and the extraction needles in the apparition's hands fell to the ground, transforming into hairpins. At that moment, Li Shiyuan's broken dust sword finally completed its metamorphosis, with the complete arc runes emerging upon the blade, and the hilt inscribed with the words "No Sword." Taught by Lan Shi, gazing at the sword in his hand, he suddenly comprehended the essence of his breakthrough. The concept of no sword did not signify the absence of weaponry, but rather the infusion of civilization's power into the blade's edge, transforming slaughter into guardianship. As the team resumed their journey, the idol Kasaya had been reduced to tatters, revealing the tree-pattern brand of Lan Shi. He signaled a gesture of 9, indicating that there were still 9 days until the closing of the silent meditation. Jin Sinan's golden chain promptly translated. Senior Brother Shudu says that the recent purification by the Buddhist light consumed excessive energy and needs to be replenished at the Arc Core in Beijing City. The ice blade of Ku Yin pointed northeast, its edge no longer crystallized in frost, but instead composed of thin shards of memory. The fluctuations of Master Yuan Dan resonated with the genetic source from within the puppet moments ago. Her jade token turned to ash, unveiling the truth inscribed beneath. It was indeed the Onia Empire that had infused Earth's genes into Ku Chan, leading to the shattering of Yuan Dan. Lan Shi, carrying Jin Sinan, gazed into the depths of the dark forest where shadows surged. The submerged wooden swords escape array suddenly displayed anomalous data. The arc core of Beijing City was being activated in reverse, aiming to inject Earth's genes en masse into the bodies of the monsters in Semiata. Go Buwei's tail suddenly coiled around a searing piece of metal, an identity badge dropped by the patrol team leader, engraved with the white tiger totem of the Yuanshi. While the reverse bore earthly characters, experiment subject Nianxi number 37, gene compatibility 100. At that moment, the petal birthmark of Asigao shone intensely, her voice trembling with excitement as she pointed to the deepest part of the dark forest. Brother, I sense the presence of Sister Nianxi. She is in the 3rd level of the treasury in Beijing City. The night wind of the dark forest rustled Lan Shi's garments, and the tree pattern on his nape resonated powerfully with a distant point. In the palm of Jin Sinan, the golden chain formed a final warning. The genetic fleet of the Onia Empire has assembled in the city of Beijing, with the objective of extracting the entirety of your and Sister Nianxi's genetic energy. Behind the group, Li Shiyuan caressed the newly emerged character for benevolence on the Duanqing sword, while Kuo-Yin gazed intently at the reflection of herself and Lan Shi, resembling the tree-like patterns within the icy blade. Shudu held his hands together, inscribing the character for salvation upon the ground with the light of Buddha. They understood that the path to Beijing City was not merely a quest for truth, but a mission to reclaim the dignity of life belonging to Earth from the hands of genetic marauders. Chapter 28. The Shadow Shield, the Shadow Shield, the blade of the elves' redemption. The oracle of the Oak Council glimmered with faint light. As the ancient oak, a millennium old, in the depths of the tundra exuded an emerald glow, the elven king, Cirxen, pressed his fingertips against the prophetic patterns etched into the tree trunk. 300 growth rings ignited simultaneously, resembling a gem-studded combination lock. This marked the resonance of the oracle, dormant for 3 centuries among the elven kin. The elders on the mossy throne collectively clutched their leaf-shaped birthmarks over their hearts, while the eldest, the withered elder, coughed forth green blood that congealed into the shape of an ark's core upon the stone platform. The coordinates of the genetic cocoon chamber were locked in. Cirxen's voice pierced through the dome of the Oak Council, as a map woven from moonlight vines unfurled in the air. On the structural diagram of the 3rd layer of Beijing City's treasury, Nianxi's life waves shimmered like golden stars. The genetic chain of the Earth Girl could reconstruct the natural matrix of the Shadow Shield, drawing forth a laurel dagger from his waist. Cirxen projected an image from 300 years prior. The Elven clan had crafted a defensive barrier from the Ark's core, but an energy surge caused their regression, dimming the leaf-shaped birthmarks of newborns year by year. As twilight stained the tundra, a teleportation array composed of bioluminescent mushrooms flickered to life. 3,000 elven warriors, clad in moonlight vine armor, bore quivers filled with wooden arrows inscribed with characters from the Book of Songs. The ancient seal, Jianjiat Song Song, resonated with the leaf faints, while the arrowheads were infused with a mixture of morning dew and arc core powder. Suddenly, a young elf raised a longbow. The feathers of the arrow entwined with fragments of Lan Shi's 100 Beauties painting, the strokes of Qiao Xiao, Qian, she transforming into green luminescence that seeped into the arrow shaft. Remember the vow, to break the formation, but not to take life. Cirxen thrust the laurel dagger into the center of the teleportation array, causing the entire oak grove to emit a wooden groan. 3,000 elves simultaneously aimed their arrow tips at the sky, and the wooden arrows instantly sprouted new buds. forming a radiant totem of the character for salvation in the air. As the first naturally resonant arrow was loosed, the trailing green light inscribed the complete Xiaoya Lu Ming across the tundra, each character transforming into healing spores that drifted down. The temporal fold of the shield activation, in the moment the shadow shield unfurled, all the elves' leaf-shaped birthmarks glimmered with light. The entire oak grove sank like a colossal grinding wheel, transforming into a shadowy disk with a diameter of 100 meters. Its edges steaming with the white mist of liquefied permafrost. The elders' bodies gradually melded with the tree trunk, their voices emanating from the fissures of the annual rings. The divine shield endures for 3 hours. The civilization pollution cannon of Beijing City can disrupt the natural resonance. Before their words could fully settle, 3,000 resonance arrows formed a matrix of arrow rain, the characters from the Book of Songs intertwining above, creating a verdant web of light that enveloped the portal like a colossal scroll. As Jean Sinan's golden chain erupted with a flash in the palm of Lan Shi, her gilded eyes reflected an unusual wave of energy. A phenomenon of spatial folding has emerged in the northeast. The energy signature aligns with the shadow leap of the Arc era. Suddenly, the petals of Chao Yan's birthmark flared with heat. She pointed towards the tundra, her trembling voice resonating. It is the laurel mark left by my mother. They carry fragments of Nianxi's baby blanket. An ambush from the green shadows deep within the treasury, outside the Jin cocoon chamber on the third layer of Beijing City's treasury. 20 mechanical sentinels stood vigilant. Their armor bore the genetic lock engravings of the Onia Empire, and the energy cores on their chests flickered with a ghostly blue glow. Abruptly, a green luminescence seeped from the ventilation ducts above, and 3,000 natural resonance arrows pierced through the metallic grating like a swarm of locusts. The morning dew spores at the arrow tips, upon contact with the sentinel's armor, birthed entwining vines that ensnared their mechanical joints. Break the formation. Cirkson's laurel dagger cleaved through the final barrier of energy, and the four-winged Great Spirit Layla surged into the cocoon chamber like a flash of green lightning. The translucent membrane of her wings, with its intricate veins, stirred ripples of natural energy with each beat. Nianxi's slumbering visage bore traces of tears, and the silver moongrass hairpin nestled in her locks suddenly resonated with Layla's wing membrane, causing restorative green patterns to materialize upon the shadowy metallic walls of the cocoon chamber. Hurry! The divine shield's energy is depleting at 80. The young elf's longbow suddenly cracked, the remnants of the 100 Beauties fragment turning to ash. In a swift motion, Cirkson pressed her leaf-shaped birthmark against the control panel of the cocoon chamber. As green blood seeped into the crevices, the entire wall transformed into flowing vines. As Layla cradled Nianxi, the girl's small hand instinctively grasped the laurel mark on her wing membrane. A golden light flashed, and the figures of all the elven warriors became momentarily indistinct. When the Imperial Guards reached the third layer of the treasury, they found only a floor strewn with withered vines and a broken arrow lodged within the metallic seams. The marks on the arrow shaft, inscribed with the words so-called beloved, continued to emit a faint luminescence, while elven script etched upon the tail feathers read, symbiosis, not plunder. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Jean Sinan's golden chain detected an anomaly. All elven life signals in the direction of Beijing City vanished collectively within 3 seconds. The residual energy pointing towards the ancient oak forest deep within the tundra. Outside Beijing City, the Jin fleet continued its patrol, the cannon of civilization pollution aimed at the void. Little did anyone know, the Jin cocoon chamber on the third layer of the treasury stood empty, save for a few remnants of luminescent moss in the ventilation shaft, flickering with the unique glow of the elven race in the darkness. Nianxi slumbered, her palm tightly clasping a blood-stained fragment of laurel, the reverse inscribed in terrestrial script with Cirkson's final vow, the ember of civilization, when sown in the soil of nature. Meanwhile, in the depths of the tundra, a once sunken oak grove abruptly flourished anew, 3,000 saplings maturing overnight, each tree's growth rings encapsulating an arrow of natural resonance. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the leaves, the shadows cast upon the ground formed a totem, a fusion of the tree pattern of the blue evening and the leaf-shaped birthmark of the elven kin. This heralded the rebirth of civilization and nature in harmonious coexistence, a future covenant safeguarded by the lives of 3,000 elven warriors. Chapter 29. Reinforcements by the Red River, millennial patterns of the bronze eagle emblem, within the ancestral hall of the Hellion family in Jinchang Prefecture. 12 bronze pillars bore intricate star maps from the Arc era. The family head, Hellion Tong, traced his fingers over the faint Han characters etched upon the pillar, which once chronicled the glorious collaboration between the family's ancestors and the earthly emissaries in the study of civilization resonance technology. The eagle emblem cast shadows upon the dome. Its center, inlaid with a fragment of the Ark's core, had lost its luster, mirroring the diminishing lineage of the family. 3 centuries prior, the ancestors forged the Qianji array from the core remnants. Helian Tung's voice echoed in the empty hall as he lifted the ancestral gun of civilization. Its surface inscribed with the 1,000-character classic, now faded into obscurity. Yet, with each generation, the tree pattern prototypes of the clan members grew ever more faint. And even the purest bloodline now only resided in the siblings Feyre and Chonner, the only ones capable of awakening the core's dim light. The elders convened around a council table crafted from the Ark's core, with genetic testing reports revealing a staggering 79 rupture rate in the Helian family's civilization resonance gene chain. Suddenly, the eldest uncle coughed up dark blood. The family tree that slipped from his sleeve bore withered eagle emblems beside the names of nearly 3 generations, an ominous symbol of bloodline extinction. Wolf shadows at the Red River, the metallic letter tube delivered by the scout felt scorching in Helian Tung's palm. Unfolding the bloodstained map, he noted the black markings near the Red River, dense as a spider's web. The werewolf battalions of the Onya Empire were amassing, with 3,000 elite vanguards having reached the river crossing, their vessels equipped with dispelling oil and gene extraction crossbows. The wolf hair specimen at the bottom of the letter tube bore remnants of the civilization ember disseminated by Blue Evening in the Valley of the Whispering Springs. This was aimed at Master Blue. Should Master Blue's party traverse by land, the Red River was an unavoidable passage. Helian Tung slammed his spear into the ground, its tip piercing the earth to reveal the sealed Ark core vault beneath. A blue light surged from the vault, illuminating the remnants of the 100 Beauties scroll hanging at his waist, an authentic poem penned by Blue Evening in the Valley of the Whispering Springs. The character ran at the scroll's edge, resonating with the nascent tree pattern at the nape of his neck. The eldest uncle, coughing violently, grasped his wrist. Head of the family, sending Feyre and Chonner is but a death sentence. They are our last pure bloodline. In the ancestral hall, the bronze eagle emblem suddenly emitted a low hum, and the star charts on all the pillars simultaneously illuminated, as if responding to Helian Tung's resolute determination. As Helian Fey paused to wipe his spear, his sister Helian Chonner was embedding fragments of the 100 Beauties into the arrow feathers. Moonlight streamed through the iron windows of the armory, casting its glow upon the symmetrical tree patterns on the napes of the siblings' necks. The brothers' design was sharp as the tip of a spear, while the sisters resembled the delicate edge of a sword. Their father had declared that this was the sole opportunity for the family to reignite the resonance of civilization. Helian Fey caressed the newly engraved character Ren on his spear. Pinned in the hand of Lan Shi, the resonance core of the 1,000 mechanisms array resides at the tip of my spear, and also at the edge of your sword. His silver armor was lined with the complete 1,000-character classic, each character intricately stitched with the powder of the Ark's remnants, capable of invoking the resonance of civilization in battle. Suddenly, Helian Chonner raised her sword, the blade reflecting the eagle emblem atop the armory. Look! The eyes of the eagle emblem are glowing. Indeed, the twin eyes of the bronze eagle emblem flickered in harmony with the siblings' tree patterns. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Helian Tung was letting his own blood drip into the core vault, awakening the ancient covenant, as the last vestiges of the family's heritage flowed into their weapons. As Helian Fey and Helian Chonner led 500 elite riders out of the armory, Helian Tung stood before the Ark's remnants in the ancestral hall. Unsealing the ancestral forbidden seal, the remnants suddenly erupted in blue light, illuminating the nascent tree pattern on his nape instantaneously. This was a resonance fueled by the essence of life, a sacrifice that would cost him 100 years of life. Tell Master Lan, he coughed up bloody words. The spear of the Helian family shall forever point towards the plunderers of civilization. Within the metallic cylinder, the family's final secret lay concealed, beneath Jiuchang Prefecture. There rested a repository of the flames of civilization from the Ark era, accessible only by Lan Shi's earthly genes. The laurel-patterned ribbon entwined around the cylinder was a token left by Lan Shi's wife. Amidst the rising dust of the 500 elite riders, Helian Fey turned back to witness a brilliant blue light erupting from the direction of the ancestral hall. He understood that this was his father bestowing the last surge of energy for their 1,000 mechanisms array with his very life. The spear suddenly hummed, its 1,000-character classic inscriptions illuminating in unison, resonating with the poetic cadence on his sister's sword. This last legitimate brother-sister duo of the Helian family, laden with the hopes and sacrifices of their entire lineage, raced towards the fateful rendezvous by the Red River. Meanwhile, deep within Jiuchang Prefecture, Helian Tung's body was gradually consumed by the blue light of the Ark's remnants. The tree pattern on his nape fully manifested, overlapping with the bronze eagle emblem on the dome, forming a perfect pattern of civilized resonance. As the last breath faded, All the arc remnants in the core vault resonated simultaneously, as if heralding a tragic prelude to the impending battle by the Red River. In the deep autumn, the Red River shimmered with a rust-colored gleam, as Lan Shi stood atop a mound, carrying Jin Sinan, with over 200 spirit creatures trailing behind them like ribbons. The vines of the flower spirits intertwine to form a shield, while the tree spirits extend their branches into arrow towers. Even the smallest of the frog spirits puff up their cheeks, preparing for a sonic attack. Brother, the werewolf sails. Xiao Chui spirals rapidly in the air, the gusts from her wings stirring up the river sand. Lan Shi squints, observing the dark fleet across the river surging forth, the werewolf totems hanging from their metallic anchors glimmering coldly in the sunlight. And the ebony-scaled armor worn by the 3,000 wolf soldiers bears the intricate gene-lock patterns of the Onya Empire. The undersides of their ships are coated with the anti-magic oil from the Black Forest. Jin Sinan's golden chain swiftly weaves through Lan Shi's palm, assembling an analysis of the enemy's combat strength. Ordinary magical attacks are ineffective, and the ships are equipped with gene extraction crossbows with a range covering 2 kilometers. The petals of Chao Yan's floral skirt tremble, and she suddenly grips Lan Shi's sleeve. Brother, there is something in the river. Beneath the murky surface, countless metallic tendrils silently extend towards the shore, each one shimmering with ghostly blue runes, the very mark of the borrowing essence secret art once wielded by Chu Guiran. Just as Lan Shi tightens his grip on his submerged wooden sword, the earth suddenly trembles. 500 chestnut-colored warhorses surge forth from the southeast like a crimson tide, their hooves shattering the morning mist, revealing the bronze eagle emblem of the Hellion family amidst the swirling dust. At the forefront, a young commander clad in silver armor adorned with jade wields a spear not bearing a battle flag, but rather a tattered fragment of the Earth's 100 Beauties scroll, fluttering in the wind. Master Lan, Hellion Fei abruptly pulls on the reins, raising the front hooves of his warhorse high. Our Hellion clan has guarded the flame of civilization for generations, yet we teeter on the brink of extinction due to genetic disjunction. Behind him, Hellion Chana removes her helmet, revealing the faint outline of tree-like patterns on her forehead. Hearing that the master can restart the Ark's resonance, she leads 500 elite cavalry to offer protection. Simultaneously, the 500 cavalry thrust their spears into the ground, the tips of which automatically fuse to form a colossal metallic barrier. Lan Shi is astonished to discover that each spear bears fragmented Chinese characters, and as the barrier completes, these characters coalesce into a defensive formation from the art of war. The spear techniques of the young Hellion Lord share the same origin as Li Shouyuan's broken dust sword. The icy blade of Ku Lian suddenly emits a resonant hum, reflecting the cavalry's practiced formations, a technique from the Ark era known as thousand machines breaking the formation, capable of harmonizing individual strength into a resonating wave of civilization. The horn of the werewolf fleet pierces the air, and on the deck of the lead ship, the one-eyed wolf king licks the gene extraction needle between his claws, his constellation pendant flashing madly in sync with the tree pattern on the back of Lan Shi's neck. Meanwhile, the metallic tendrils lurking at the riverbed have reached the shore, one suddenly surging forth, aiming directly for Jin Sinan and Lan Shi's embrace. Be careful. Ailey's 9 foxtails explode simultaneously, and as the foxfire collides with the tendril, the tree pattern on Lan Shi's neck erupts in dazzling brilliance. The submerged wooden sword unsheaths itself automatically, tracing a massive character of run in the air. And where the runes pass, the metallic tendrils disintegrate, transforming into a cascade of golden light points. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Hellion Fei bellowed, "Form the formation." 500 cavalry swiftly rearranged their ranks. Amidst the neighing of warhorses, the gleaming tips of their spears resonated with the arc runes of Lan Shi, erecting a resplendent golden barrier by the banks of the Red River. Concurrently, the gene-extracting crossbows aboard the werewolf warships unleashed their dark arrows, which were transformed into life-nurturing essence upon contact with the luminous shield. Realization dawned upon Lan Shi as he observed the flowing Chinese characters within the barrier. He comprehended the truth of the Hellion family's legacy. What you protect is not merely bloodline, but the key to the resonance of civilization. Pressing his hand against the barrier, he infused it with the energy of tree patterns, and to his astonishment, the shield projected ancient images of the Hellion ancestors collaborating with emissaries from Earth on Ark technology. The waves of the Red River crashed against the shore, and the werewolf army's assault grew ever more ferocious. Yet within Lan Shi's ranks, the vines of the flower spirits began to blossom with golden buds. The branches of the tree spirits bore fruits inscribed with inscriptions, and even the croaks of the frog spirits transformed into a harmonious battle song. The tree patterns of Hellion Chana manifested completely, and she smiled at Lan Shi, saying, "Master, this is the power of civilization's rebirth." In the shadows of the battlefield, on an unassuming small vessel, Chu Gu held tightly to the white tiger jade pendant at her waist. The surface of the pendant revealed a dense array of genetic maps. And as she witnessed the resonance between Lan Shi and the Hellion family, the vertical patterns in her pupils trembled violently. So there is not only borrowing of essence, but also this method to awaken the bloodline. Her fingertips traced the back of the pendant, where the English initials of Lan Shi's daughter, Nianxi, were inscribed. Chapter 30. The Weeping Blood of the Red River and the Flame of Civilization. Crimson Crossbow Rain. The 1,000 mechanisms break on the murky waters of the Red River. The werewolf fleet advanced like a swarm of obsidian locusts. 300 warships, coated in the Black Forest's anti-magic oil, plowed through the waves. While the fearsome wolf heads carved at the bow continuously spewed forth gene-extracting crossbow bolts, glowing with ethereal blue luminescence. Each bolt was inscribed with twisted semiauto runes, and their tail feathers were crafted from the wing membranes of shadow bats, tracing eerie arcs in the night sky as they hurtled towards the shore with a piercing shriek. The 500 elite cavalry of the Hellion family had already formed ranks on the eastern bank of the Red River. The chestnut warhorses anxiously pawed at the ground. The soil beneath their hooves tinged gold by the energy radiating from the formation's arc runes. Hellion Fei sat poised at the forefront, his silver armor reflecting a cold sheen under the moonlight. As the tip of his spear buzzed ominously, the shards of arc remnants embedded within flickering to and fro. This was the gun of civilization, a legacy of the family spanning millennia, whose power could only be summoned by one who truly awakened the bloodline. Release. With a roar from the one-eyed Wolf King, the first wave of crossbow bolts descended like a dark cloud upon the city. Hellion Fei thrust his spear into the ground and commanded, 1,000 mechanisms, activate. In an instant, 500 spears erupted with brilliant light. The beams of arc runes shot forth, intertwining in the air to form a golden web enveloping the entire cavalry formation. The crossbow bolts collided with the luminous net, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that scattered into countless glowing specks. Nevertheless, the onslaught from the werewolf fleet did not relent. The second wave of crossbow bolts descended with even greater intensity, each one ensnared by the toxic miasma of the dark forest, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion upon contact with the light barrier. Hold on. Hellion Fei's voice was hoarse, as he sensed the energy of the light net depleting at an alarming rate. Beside him, Hellion Chan gripped her sword tightly, the nascent tree patterns on her forehead oozing blood from excessive exertion. Suddenly, her steed let out a mournful cry as a crossbow bolt pierced its shoulder, the toxic metal tip releasing a greenish smoke within the flesh. At that moment, the werewolf warship unexpectedly launched a massive black net. This net, woven from shadowy vines, was coated with a thick layer of anti-magic oil, its mesh shimmering with the ghostly light of gene disruptors. The net unfurled in the air, enveloping the 1,000 mechanisms formation like a colossal storm cloud. Not good. It's a gene disruption net. A startled cry escaped Alris' lips, as 9 foxtails rose in unison, spewing blue foxfire in an attempt to incinerate the net. However, upon contact with the anti-magic oil, the foxfire fizzled out with a crackling sound. 2 of her tails charred beyond recognition. The light net of the 1,000 mechanisms formation quaked violently under the coverage of the gene disruption net, the radiance of the arc runes dimming rapidly. The werewolf warriors unleashed earth-shattering howls as they piloted their ships to the shore, brandishing war knives etched with gene lock patterns as they leaped onto land. Flesh and blood barrier. Hellion lament. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The cavalry of the Hellion clan drew their short blades, engaging the werewolf warriors in brutal close combat. The clang of metal, the cries of the wounded, and the agonized whinnies of horses mingled together, staining the waves of the Red River crimson. Hellion Fei wielded his spear like a tempest, toppling numerous werewolf warriors, yet his silver armor bore countless deep gashes, exposing bone. His steed was impaled by 3 gene injectors, its black blood dripping continuously, dyeing the ground beneath them a sinister purple. Brother! Hellion Chan's piercing cry rang out. Hellion Fei turned sharply, his heart sinking as he saw his sister's steed brought down by a monstrous wolf. A werewolf warrior brandishing a gene extraction needle poised to strike at Chan's nape. Chan'er! Hellion Fei's eyes widened with desperation, thrusting his spear forward. But the distance was too great for him to reach her in time. In a moment of dire urgency, a streak of azure light darted through the air like a meteor, as Li Shuyuan's broken dust sword cleaved through the werewolf's chest with precision. Yet, the blade also made contact with the anti-magic oil, producing a sharp crack and leaving a deep fissure. Brotherly! Lan Shi cried out, as he bore Jin Sinan on his back, being cornered by 3 elite werewolves against the precipice by the river. The submerged wooden sword in his hand swung relentlessly, tracing out arc runes, but the werewolf warrior's black-scaled armor exhibited formidable resistance to the rune energy, leaving only faint marks upon each strike. Master, flee quickly. Hellion Chonner struggled to emerge from beneath the corpse of a horse, her forehead's tree pattern eroded by foul toxins, now dim and lifeless. We shall hold the rear. The banks of the Red River were strewn with the dead. The flower spirit's defensive walls, woven from vines, were shattered by the gene bombs unleashed by the werewolf warriors, leaving remnants of black corrosion upon the withered tendrils. The tree spirits extended their branches in an attempt to thwart the enemy, yet were pierced by the metallic arrows shot by the werewolves, dark green sap pooling upon the ground. Even the most agile of the frog spirits fell in droves, their sonic attacks rendered powerless by the interference of gene disruptors. The cavalry phalanx of the Hellion family had suffered grievous losses, with more than half of their ranks fallen. The remaining warriors instinctively formed a protective circle around Lan Shi and the others. Their armor, stained with blood, some missing limbs, still clutched their weapons resolutely, gazing steadfastly at the approaching tide of werewolves. They shall not perish for my sake any longer. Lan Shi observed the bloody bulwark before him, a sharp pain piercing his heart, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Gripping his submerged waterwood sword tightly, an unprecedented brilliance erupted from the tree pattern at the back of his neck, a surge of tremendous energy coursing through him. Ren. Lan Shi let out a powerful cry, carving a grand golden character in the air. Where the runes passed, the atmosphere resonated with a low hum, and countless fine cracks appeared on the werewolf warriors' black scales, accompanied by their anguished screams. However, Lan Shi's assault also thoroughly provoked the one-eyed Wolf King. With an ear-splitting roar of fury, the Wolf King leapt from the warship to the shore. Its claws tore through the air, stirring a bloody wind as it lunged at Lan Shi. Lan Shi clearly perceived that nestled within the Wolf King's claws was a small silver moon grass ornament, precisely the adornment from his daughter Nianqi's hairpin. Nianqi. Lan Shi's eyes widened with rage, his sorrow transforming into boundless strength as he met the Wolf King's claws with his submerged waterwood sword. In that precarious moment between life and death, a thunderous battle cry erupted from afar. Countless figures surged forth from all directions, brandishing torches and wielding farming tools. Among them were flower spirits, catfolk, tree sprites, frog spirits, and many other extraordinary races that Lan Shi had never encountered before. Master Lan, we have arrived, came Lan Jie's distant voice, her hair adorned with the gold foil of Lan Shi's poetry, leading the flower spirits of the Yuquan Valley at the forefront. The flower spirits swung their resilient vines, weaving them into massive nets that ensnared the werewolf warships attempting to approach. Protect Master Lan. Followed Ant Leopard's furious roar as she commanded the catfolk warriors to leap onto the enemy ships like bolts of black lightning, their sharp claws leaving deep gashes upon the werewolf warriors' black scales. The copper-patterned fur glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, each leap accompanied by the anguished cries of the werewolves. Soon after, more scattered practitioners and small families joined the fray. Some hurled stones at the werewolf warships, others loosed arrows, and some even engaged in hand-to-hand combat with hoes and shovels. Their equipment was rudimentary, and their strengths varied. Yet in their eyes shone a resolute glimmer, a yearning for the ember of civilization and a gratitude for the hope that Lan Shi had bestowed upon them. Kuelian, take action. Lan Shi commanded upon witnessing the scene. Kuelian nodded, forming hand seals and unleashing an ice-based forbidden technique. Instantly, the surface of the Red River boiled violently, only to freeze in an instant, encasing the werewolf fleet in a thick layer of ice. Her jade token disintegrated into ashes the moment the technique was invoked. Yet before vanishing, it revealed the complete diagram of the arc formation. Kuelian's icy blades followed the pattern, cleaving through the air as a massive ice cone descended from above, freezing the keel of the foremost werewolf vessel entirely. Standing behind Lan Shi, the monk Su Du clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. His robe had long since burned away, exposing a back marred by scars, each emanating a faint Buddhist light. As his chanting resonated, the final ray of light surged from his being, enveloping the entire battlefield. Miraculously, the bodies of the fallen Hellion warriors, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, transformed into glimmers of golden embers of civilization, ascending into the sky before gently descending, merging with each surviving warrior's essence. The battle was finally drawing to a close. The icebound werewolf fleet remained motionless, while those on the shore retreated under the relentless assault of the scattered cultivators. The one-eyed Wolf King, perceiving the tide of battle turning against him, let out a reluctant roar before leaping into the Red River, vanishing beneath the ice. By the riverbank, the waters had been stained a dark crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Lan Shi stood atop a mountain of werewolf remains, gazing at the devastation before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. This hard-won victory came at a tremendous cost. Hellion Fei and Hellion Channer supported one another as they approached Lan Shi. Their armor was tattered, their bodies riddled with wounds. Yet their eyes sparkled with an unparalleled brightness. "Master," Hellion Fei rasped, "the Hellion family has not failed you." Lan Shi looked at the siblings, filled with gratitude and admiration. Silently, he pricked his palm, allowing 10 drops of crimson blood to fall into the bronze eagle emblem held by the Hellion siblings. "This is the source of life from Earth," Lan Shi murmured. "It can awaken the true legacy of your family." At the moment the blood seeped into the emblem, a wondrous transformation occurred. The spear in Hellion Fei's hand suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, vibrating violently before reconfiguring itself to reveal the complete metallic inscription of the 1,000-character essay. The tree pattern on Hellion Channer's forehead shimmered with an emerald glow as she drew her sword. With a casual swing, she summoned a wave of sword energy imbued with the rhythm of Tang poetry, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Her Lian siblings exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. They sensed a formidable force surging within them, the power of a civilization that had been passed down through generations for millennia, now finally awakened. Simultaneously, Jin Sinan's golden chains darted like living creatures among the surviving wanderers, distributing the records of demon cultivators, hastily pinned by Lan Shi. These metallic pages not only chronicled the interrelations of the 5 elemental spells, but also elucidated the connection between genetics and civilization through the lens of earthly science. A one-armed frog spirit held a volume of the records of demon cultivators, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. When its palm brushed against the 4 Chinese characters "Knowledge changes destiny" inscribed on the page, a sudden warmth radiated from its palm. The stump of its arm began to grow rapidly, soon sprouting a new limb adorned with runes, more agile and powerful than the original. "Thank you, Master Lan." The frog's spirit prostrated on the ground, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. More and more wanderers gathered around, cradling the records of demon cultivators, their eyes sparkling with hope. They understood that Lan Shi had not only bestowed upon them the strength to survive, but had also ignited a beacon of hope for civilization. Observing the scene before him, Lan Shi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He realized that this brutal battle had not fragmented their ranks. Instead, it had drawn everyone closer together. Whether warriors of the Herlian family or wanderers from distant lands, they united around Lan Shi, bound by their yearning for civilization, forming an invincible force. As the dawn broke, a pale light appeared on the horizon, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the banks of the Red River. Standing aloft, Lan Shi gazed towards the direction of Beijing City, when suddenly a warm resonance emanated from the tree-like patterns on the back of his neck. He recognized it as a life signal from Nian Shi, faint yet resolute. As if whispering to him, "Father, I am here waiting for you. Let us press on." Lan Shi turned to the crowd behind him, proclaiming loudly, "Beijing City lies ahead, where our loved ones await us. Let us carry forth the will of those who have passed, and together forge a new world brimming with civilization and hope." The crowd echoed his call, their voices resounding along the banks of the Red River, filled with strength and conviction. After enduring the baptism of blood and fire, Lan Shi's company emerged more united and resolute than ever. They marched in unison towards Beijing City, towards hope, continuing their journey. Chapter 31, The Flame of Han City, the light of humanity's bloodline, the civilizational aftershock of the blood-red river, as Lan Shi, accompanied by Jin Sinan, stepped through the gates of Han City. The freshly painted notices on the city walls still dripped with ink. Beneath the title, "The Herlian family's 500 elite riders stained the Red River with blood," the details of the battle were inscribed in both Sumiya script and Chinese characters, accompanied by an illustration of Herlian's flying spear piercing a wolf's head, set against the backdrop of the burning remnants of the Arkansas. At the city gate, a gathering of wandering cultivators suddenly knelt in unison. The leader of the group, a frog spirit, raised the tome record of demonic cultivators and proclaimed loudly, "Thank Master Lan for bringing the spark of civilization. Rise." Lan Shi's voice was hoarse, the wooden sword still stained with the black blood of werewolves. Jin Sinan's golden chain suddenly tightened, projecting intelligence about Han City into his palm. "Brother, the city lord Xiao Guangming is of half-human descent. His maternal ancestors once intermarried with Earth's emissaries. The family harbors the remnants of the Ark, known as the Emperor's Seal." When Xiao Guangming welcomed them at the city lord's residence, Lan Shi noticed the incomplete Chinese character embroidered on his cuff. The armor of the guards behind the city lord was engraved with Ark runes, and instead of swords, they bore metal scrolls inscribed with famous quotes from the Analects. The master was taken aback. Xiao Guangming bowed deeply, the tree-like patterns on the back of his neck reminiscent of Hellion Fei. Han City has prepared the Ark's residual core restoration chamber for your team to recuperate. In the hidden chamber of the city lord's residence, Xiao Guangming presented a bronze box. Inside, the remnants of the Emperor's seal resonated, its surface engraved with the characters Yan Huang that vibrated in harmony with the tree pattern on Lan Shi's nape. 300 years prior, an oath of blood was sworn by an emissary of Earth at this very spot. The city lord's voice trembled as he spoke. All humans of Silver Moon Continent are hybrids of man and demon. Only a true human bloodline can activate the residual core's light of civilization. Suddenly, Chao Yin pointed at the lining of the box. Brother, this is Mother's embroidery. Indeed, it featured a pattern intertwining laurel motifs with Earth's geographical coordinates. Lan Shi then realized that in the genealogy presented by Xiao Guangming, a crucial page was inscribed with essence blood. The pure human bloodline was severed during the genetic cleansing of the Onya Empire. Only the Lan lineage has survived. So, you desire my essence blood? Lan Shi's fingertip grazed the residual core, and he instantly understood why all factions coveted him. Xiao Guangming dropped to his knees. I do not dare to covet your essence blood. I only request the master to concoct Huandan, the legendary earth elixir that can mend the genetic fractures of half-humans. At that moment, a hidden door in the chamber swung open, revealing a trove of various spiritual herbs. At the center, on a jade platform, lay the essential 9-leaf golden lotus for refining Huandan. As the Ark's residual core furnace activated, the spiritual energy of the entire Han City began to converge. Following the prescription combining the Huangdi Neijing and the Ark's residual core diagrams, Lan Shi added the 9-leaf golden lotus and a drop of his essence blood into the furnace. Jin Sinan's golden chain transformed into a stirrer, inscribing the character's essence, qi, and spirit in the furnace, each stroke eliciting a resonance from the alchemical vessel. The minor Huandan serves to supplement genes, while the major Huandan is meant to shape the Dao foundation. Lan Shi explained to the onlookers, and suddenly, the furnace erupted with colorful flames. A fusion of Earth's alchemical fire and the spiritual energy of Sumia. The icy blade of the suddenly soared into the furnace, solidifying into the supportive framework of the alchemical cauldron. The intricate diagram of the blade resonated with the flames, giving birth to a fragrant essence reminiscent of Tang poetry. Li Shiyun stood guard beside the cauldron, the character for benevolence inscribed on his vibrating in harmony with the alchemical fire as the fissures along the blade began to heal. In that moment, he comprehended Lan Shi's intent. The elixirs were not merely vessels of medicinal power, but also conduits of cultural resonance. Ari's foxtail coiled around the spring water, and upon contact with the fragrant essence, the water arranged itself within the vessel into passages from the Dao De Jing. When the first batch was extracted, the Han characters and suddenly erupted with radiant light. Jin Sinan's golden chain flickered wildly, receiving a deluge of information that filled the entire secret chamber. The Aonia Empire had initiated its blood harvest plan, and the creatures of the Black Forest were surging forth, targeting Han City. Xiao Guangming's complexion turned pale. The hidden he possessed suddenly became scalding hot, the character for flame on its surface cracking, an ominous warning of the pure human lineage's proximity. Master, may I have a copy of the alchemical formula? The injured Hellion Choner leaned against the door frame, the tree-like patterns on her nape becoming vividly pronounced under the elixir's influence. Lan Shi handed her a vial of freshly produced, and as it touched her palm, it rearranged itself into the 4 characters. A thunderous clamor of battle echoed from afar, while the defensive barrier of Han City illuminated with the Ark symbol. Yet it trembled under the assault of the Empire's civilization-corrupting artillery. Lan Shi gazed at the large within the cauldron, its surface slowly revealing the contours of the earth. He understood that the true war for the Silver Moon continent was just beginning, as the half-breeds became aware of the existence of the pure human bloodline. And as the monsters yearned for the key to civilizational evolution, he, the walking ginseng fruit, would inevitably become the focal point of contention among various factions. The alchemical fire in his hands represented both a beacon of hope for salvation and a spark for igniting greater conflagrations. Chapter 32. The Radiance of Alchemical Fire. 5th grade cauldron. The alchemical chamber in the Han City Lord's mansion had been suffused with intense heat, transforming the dome into a glassy hue. Lan Shi pressed his palms against the remnants of the Ark cauldron, as the tree patterns on the back of his neck writhed like living entities. When the 100th erupted from the furnace, the character on its surface suddenly split into 8 trigrams, each line flowing with a golden red liquid, an indication of a breakthrough in alchemical practice to the 5th grade. Control the frequency of the alchemical fire. The golden chain of Jin Sinan slithered into the furnace's depths, inscribing the hexagrams of the I Ching within the flames. Brother, The fifth-grade alchemical fire must resonate with the three talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. The petals of Asagayo's dress began to flutter autonomously, as myriad luminescent petals surged into the cauldron, transforming in the high temperature into a floral mist barrier that maintained the alchemical temperature. Suddenly, gasps erupted from outside the window, as 30 students from Han City's private academy peered through the protective barrier. The eldest among them, Wang Shuheng, cradled a metallic inkstone. As the alchemical ink ground within resonated with the cauldron, look quickly. In the midst of crafting the Huangdian aging, the elixir furnace exuded flames that effortlessly delineated the meridian diagram, with each channel corresponding to the spiritual veins of the Sumiyata continent. As the furnace finally quieted, Lan Shi stumbled back a step, a trace of golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Jin Sinan swiftly ensnared his wrist with a golden chain, his gilded eyes flashing with data. Qi depletion at 78. Immediate consumption of Ling Sui Yu required. Helian Chonner hastily approached, offering a jade vial containing a spiritual remedy brewed from the 9-leaf golden lotus, inscribed with Lan Shi's own characters, solidifying the foundation and cultivating the essence. Master, you have worked hard, Xiao Guangming remarked, personally wiping the beads of sweat from Lan Shi's brow, noticing the newly emerged patterns within the furnace's interior, an overlay of the Earth's Temple of Heaven and the sacred mountain of Sumiyata. These 30 children will learn alchemy from you. The city lord indicated towards the students outside the window, each displaying faint traces of tree patterns, the future hopes of alchemy in Hanqing. Suddenly, Wang Shuheng raised his inkstone. Master, the ink can absorb the poison of elixirs. The ink within the stone transformed into the shape of a pill, absorbing all residual black toxins from the furnace's base. Lan Shi was astonished to discover that although the tree pattern on the boy's nape was faint, it resonated in rare harmony with the furnace. At the moment Ailey consumed the small elixir, 9 foxtails erupted in brilliant light. The 7th tail's foxfire shifted from blue to gold, inscribing the ancient script of 9-tailed celestial fox upon the ground. I can see the direction of the spiritual veins from 100 miles away, she exclaimed, excitedly waving her tail, as the foxfire traced the weaknesses in Hanqing's defensive array. When the icy blade of bitter lotus pierced the residual warmth of the furnace, it suddenly emitted a dragon's roar. Her water-based magic, originally at level 6, now manifested as elegant ice imbued with the rhythms of the Book of Songs, each ice spike launching accompanied by sound waves echoing the reeds are tall. This was not mere ice magic, she marveled as she caressed the blade, realizing it was a spell fused with the power of civilization. After being placed beside the furnace for 3 days, Li Shiyuan's broken dust sword saw its character for Ren autonomously complete itself. When he swung the sword to cleave a training metal puppet, the sword's aura transformed from a straight line into the graceful strokes of the Lantingi Su, effortlessly slicing the puppet in two. The threshold for the formless sword seemed to have loosened. The swordsman murmured, his eyes shimmering with the light of breakthrough. On the night Helian Fei consumed the grand elixir, a bronze eagle emblem suddenly soared into the furnace. When he once again grasped the spear of civilization, the inscriptions of the 1,000-character classic on its body illuminated, the spear tip instinctively directing towards the direction of the Onia Empire. This was not an ordinary enhancement of power. He showcased to his sister the spear tip, a breakthrough spear capable of precisely targeting genetic locks. After absorbing the elixir's energy, Helian Chonner's sword could autonomously compose Tang poetry. As she practiced her swordsmanship, each stroke corresponded to a line from a Tang poem, leaving clear engravings of verses upon the training wooden dummy where the sword's energy struck. Witness this move, a waterfall cascades straight down 3,000 feet, she exclaimed, as she excitedly wielded her sword, conjuring an ethereal ice waterfall that resonated with the water-based magic of bitter lotus. Though the monk remained in silent meditation, he harmonized with the Buddha light and elixir energy. After absorbing the fragrance of the elixir, each fold of his robe could inscribe Buddhist scriptures, and when enemies approached, the robe would unfurl into a Vajra Sutra barrier. Lan Shi discovered that the tree pattern on the back of the monk's neck bore a 65 similarity to her own, a testament to the genetic restoration effects of the great elixir. Xiao Guangming embedded the foundational elixir crafted by Lan Shi into the city walls, instantly transforming the defense barrier of Han City. The once singular arc rune shield now integrated the Earth's 8 trigrams and the pathways of the Sumiyata spirit vein, creating a self-repairing Taiji spirit vein formation. When Jin Sinan's golden chain scanned the barrier, it revealed a 300 increase in resistance to gene pollution projectiles. Distributing these elixirs to wandering cultivators, Lan Shi presented Xiao Guangming with an entire box of minor elixirs, each inscribed with the character protection. The city lord personally led the guard to distribute the elixirs, and after consuming them, The previously disparate strengths of the wandering cultivators astonishingly harmonized, forming a civilian guard that could rival the regular army. Wang Shuheng, accompanied by the students, adorned the city walls with elixir runes, utilizing the metal movable type technique imparted by Lan Shi to engrave the elixir cannon upon the defense towers. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the runes, a resonating chant of scriptures emerged throughout Han City, a harmonious resonance between the elixir runes and the city's spirit veins. In the late-night alchemy chamber, while adjusting Jin Sinan's straps, Lan Shi discovered that the young girl's goggles had acquired a function for elixir analysis. Brother, the spectrum of 5th-tier elixir flames can analyze monster gene chains. Jin Sinan's golden chain traced patterns in the ashes of the alchemical furnace, revealing the weaknesses of werewolf genes, allowing for targeted crafting of gene-breaking elixirs in the next session. Morning Glory entered, cradling the newly cultivated elixir orchid, the moment its petals touched the alchemical furnace. They birthed a flower spirit puppet capable of automatically sorting elixirs. Little Chui joyfully circled above the puppet's head, exclaiming, "We won't have to manually count the elixirs anymore." Ali's foxtail curled around spirit rice, mingling with Morning Glory's petals to brew a kanji that rapidly restored vitality. Li Shiyuan and Bitter Lotus practiced by the alchemical furnace, and as their blades of ice and steel clashed, they generated a benevolent aura capable of purifying elixir toxins. The monk, sitting in a corner, fused the Buddha light with the elixir fragrance, creating a Zen elixir domain that enhanced cultivation efficiency. The Hellion siblings diligently recorded their insights into elixir techniques, noting the gradual fusion of earthly alchemy and Sumiyata sorcery into a new cultivation system. As Lan Shi crafted the third batch of the great elixir, the furnace suddenly trembled violently. Jin Sinan's golden chain shimmered wildly, casting projections of the Onia Empire's fleet deployment. Brother, 100,000 monstrous troops have gathered from the direction of the Black Forest, led by Chu Gu Iran. Xiao Guangming's face turned ashen. The recently fortified defensive barrier rippled under the impact of the intelligence. Ku Lian's ice blade pointed southward, its edge crystallizing into the image of Chu Gu Iran. Her white tiger totem had absorbed immense genetic energy, enabling her to briefly transform into her true form. Ali's foxtail erupted in full, the foxfire tracing the route of the Chu Gu fleet on the ground. Their target was clearly Han City. As they had calculated our significant energy depletion, Lan Shi gazed at the grand elixir taking shape within the alchemical furnace, the surface of the pill revealing the Great Wall of China. He understood that the 5th-tier alchemical fire brought not only an enhancement of power, but also exposed his coordinates as a pure human bloodline. When Chu Gu Iran's white tiger fleet appeared on the horizon, the alchemical runes above Han City suddenly illuminated, as if heralding the impending battle with an exhilarating prelude. Chapter 33, The White Tiger Weeps Blood, the balance of sovereignty and humanity. As the alarm bells of Han City shattered the 5th toll, Chu Gu Iran's flagship, the howling wind, broke through the torrential rain of the Black Forest. The Dark Palace flag flapped fiercely in the wind, and the white tiger totem on the flag exuded golden-red droplets, cascading into the waves like blood. On the deck, Chu Gu Jingshi cradled a gilded pregnancy lamp, its divine liquid reflecting the furrowed brow of the matriarch. "Your Highness, the messenger bird from Beijing City has circled for 3 days. The 4th prince says the treasury barrier can only hold for 10 more days." Chu Gu Iran's hand resting on her abdomen suddenly trembled. Several months prior in Zion City, she had borrowed Lan Shi's essence, and now, a faint warmth pulsed within her, unmistakably the heartbeat of a human fetus. This contradicted the royal decree of the Chu Gu lineage that forbade borrowing essence to conceive, yet it ignited her first doubts about the coldness of sovereignty. "Turn the ship around," she suddenly spoke, her voice overpowering the thunder. Feng Xiao Yingying, holding the navigation chart, trembled. Her mermaid tail swept across the deck, leaving cracks on the bronze compass. "Your Highness, heading to Han City is tantamount to confronting the Onia Empire head-on. Our fleet consists of merely 3,000 white tiger guards." Silence. Chu Gu Iran spun around sharply, the white tiger totem between her collarbones glowing fiercely. Everyone was taken aback. The totem was no longer a cold metallic pattern, but pulsated like a living entity, with crimson seeping from the tiger's eye. Akin to human blood, this was a sign of the royal bloodline merging with human vitality. As the flagship sailed into the estuary of the Red River, Chu Gu Iran stood atop the lookout tower, gazing at the swirling black smoke of genetic pollution rising towards Han City. 300 years ago, her ancestors had slaughtered the entire werewolf clan in their quest for the remnants of the Ark. Now she was prepared to wage war against her own kin, all to protect a single human. "Matriarch, the werewolf vanguard has breached the eastern wall." The captain of the guard knelt on one knee, presenting a scout's report soaked in blood rain. Master Lan Shi's team steadfastly defended the alchemy chamber at the heart of the city. while only 37 remnants of the Hellion family remained. Suddenly, Chu Gujingshi exclaimed, "Princess, look!" Golden red blood oozed from Chu Guiran's sleeve, trickling into the sea and attracting countless silver-scaled fish. As they leapt from the water, their scales reflected the image of Lan Shi composing poetry in the Valley of the Abyss. This was a resonance phenomenon born of pure human essence and royal blood, signifying that her life path was inextricably linked to Lan Shi's. The fourth imperial uncle had claimed that ascending to the throne could purify the bloodline. Chu Guiran murmured, her fingertips gliding over the bronze railing of the lookout tower, where suddenly flickering shadows emerged, her battle with Lan Shi from the previous night, when his blade had been aimed at her throat, and her claws had hovered mere inches from the intricate tree pattern on the nape of his neck. In the moment of human choice, as the first wave of werewolves crashed against the western gate of Hanqing, Chu Guiran's flagship let out a dragon's roar. The dark sails erupted, revealing a complete white tiger totem carved into the ship's hull. As the tiger's eyes opened, the waters of the Red River shimmered with golden light. The 3,000 white tiger guards knelt simultaneously, their armor's totem resonating with their mistress, transforming into flowing golden patterns. "Open the armory," commanded Chu Guiran, her voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. As Feng Xiaowaner opened the purple sandalwood box she held, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Within were not divine weapons, but stacks of records of demon cultivators distributed by Lan Shi in the Valley of the Abyss, each page annotated in red ink by Chu Guiran. "Transmit my orders. The first formation shall be the White Tiger Heart Protection Formation to safeguard the alchemy chamber. The second formation shall employ reverse Yuan technique to absorb the werewolf gene cannon energy. The third formation." She paused, retrieving a blood-stained silver moongrass hairpin, taken from Lan Shi's daughter Ningxi in her dream the previous night. "The third formation will follow me to directly target the werewolf chieftain. Remember, breach the formation but do not engage in unnecessary slaughter." In the instant Chu Guiran leaped from the flagship, an astonishing transformation occurred. Her dark palace attire morphed into a suit of platinum armor. White tiger ears sprouted from her flowing hair, and she trailed a tail adorned with golden patterns. Most astonishing was the royal insignia on her forehead, which transformed into a spectral white tiger, pulsating with life, causing the air to ripple with each breath. This was the manifestation of ancestral spirits. Chu Gujingshi knelt in reverence, each pearl on her necklace reflecting the battle scenes of their forebears. Further afield, on the walls of Hanqing, Lan Shi's hand gripping the submerged wooden sword trembled. The tree pattern on his nape resonated powerfully with the energy field towards the Red River, projecting into the air the image of Chu Guiran slaying the first werewolf. Her bloodline was evolving towards humanity. In the palm of Jin Xinan, the golden chain weaves a genetic tapestry, while on Chu Guiran's chain, the dark purple segments, embodying demonic essence, are being supplanted at an observable pace by the golden red hues of human genes. Brother, the fetus within her womb is rewriting the flaws of royal bloodline. As Chu Guiran's tiger claws tore through the genetic armor of the werewolf chieftain, all werewolf warriors abruptly halted their assault. They gazed in terror at the ethereal white tiger manifestation upon their mistress's brow, which astonishingly spoke in a human voice. "From this day forth, the Chu Gu royal family shall no longer plunder the essence of life, but shall safeguard the embers of civilization." The battle concluded as the first rays of dawn pierced through the rain. Chu Guiran stood beside the lifeless body of the werewolf chieftain, the bloodstains on her battle armor dissipating into golden dust. She turned her gaze towards the direction of Han City, where Lan Shi appeared atop the city walls, accompanied by his followers. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, all remnants of the ark resonated in unison. "This is for you." Chu Guiran cast forth a white tiger totem badge, which, upon touching Lan Shi's palm, fused with the tree patterns on the nape of his neck, forming a complete emblem of civilizational symbiosis. "I forsake collaboration with the Onia Empire, but you must promise me to help find a way for the Chu Gu clan and humanity to coexist in peace." As Lan Shi caught the badge, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. He beheld a soft glow emanating from Chu Guiran's abdomen, where the first human-demon hybrid royal bloodline of the Sumiata continent was being nurtured. Behind her, the 3,000 white tiger guards had transformed their battle totems into characters from the Book of Songs. "Deal." Lan Shi's voice sliced through the morning mist as the submerged wooden sword pierced the ground. Patterns intertwining Chu Guiran's white tiger totem with his tree marks suddenly emerged on the blade. Jin Sinan's golden chain detected a sharp decline in the genetic pollution index across the entire Red River region, and the white tiger manifestation upon Chu Guiran's brow had entirely transformed into the visage of a human woman, an ultimate manifestation of her humanity triumphing over the lust for power. On the walls of Han City, Xiao Guangming raised the emperor's seal, and the characters Yin Huang resonated with Chu Guiran's totem. In that instant, the history of the Silver Moon continent quietly shifted when the most powerful demonic royal family chose to embrace humanity, and when the pure human bloodline was willing to share the embers of civilization. A war concerning the survival of races unexpectedly welcomed the dawn as the scales of power and humanity tilted. Chapter 34, Shadow Hunt. The tri-pronged stab of Onia, the crimson alarm of Bandle City, the dome of the Onia Empire's supreme command was dripping with molten metal. General Latwa crushed the war report, where the gilded words announcing the annihilation of the werewolf vanguard still smoldered. The projection of the genetic map on the table suddenly exploded, and shards of glass lacerated the imperial brand on the back of his neck, causing droplets of blood to congeal into the shape of an arc fragment. Useless. All of them are useless. He kicked over the command chair, which struck the map of the civil harvest plan behind him, causing the model of Kindling City to suddenly illuminate with a crimson glow. This was the signal that the assassin group had arrived. Within the metal tube presented by the communications officer, 3 poison gene needles buzzed ominously, their handles engraved with King Carter's exclusive emblem. Inform Carter that the living must be seen, and the deceased must provide a complete genetic sample. Rothwa's nails dug deeply into his palm, blood dripping onto the table, forming the tree pattern of Lanchi's neck. Prepare the spatial anchor point, as Nicolette's civilizational contamination bomb must envelop all of Kindling City, following a successful abduction. On the top floor of the Misty Rain Tower in Kindling City, King Carter was polishing a triangular dagger. The gene-corrosive liquid from the blade dripped into a celadone teacup, astonishingly decomposing the tea into the word kill in semi-Ativan. The silhouette of Shindu flickered between the beams, and with each step he took on the tiles, Aunia's spatial anchor runes emerged beneath. The general mentioned that this target was rather special. Nicolette twirled the crystal ball in her hand, and the swirling shadow energy within suddenly transformed into an image of Lanchi. His genes could simultaneously activate the Ark's residual core in the demon bloodline, making him a perfect catalyst for evolution. Her staff abruptly pierced the floor, causing the entire foundation of the Misty Rain Tower to reveal the genetic locking patterns of the Empire. Suddenly, King Carter raised the triangular dagger, its blade reflecting the passerby outside the window. Look at that girl with the foxtail. Her spiritual pulse resonates with the target at an 80 correlation. Shindu immediately inscribed the teleportation coordinates on the beam, where his fingertips glided, ripples formed in the air, heralding the imminent opening of a spatial passage. As Chuj Iran's flagship sailed away from the Red River, the dark imperial flag was replaced with a platinum-hued one. She gazed through the ship's glass at Lanchi on the city wall, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, where a faint heartbeat resonated with the tree pattern of Lanchi. The communication shell held by Fonch Ao Ying suddenly heated up, and the fourth prince's furious roar erupted from within. If we don't reach Beijing City soon, the throne will change hands. Tell him that the throne can be relinquished, but the emperor must be saved. As Chuj Iran turned, the white tiger totem between her collarbones morphed into a human silhouette, the visage of Lanchi that he had drawn for her in a dream the previous night. The submerged wooden sword raised by Lanchi on the city wall resonated, revealing the course of Chuj's fleet, its destination the genetic cocoon chamber of the treasury in Beijing City. We shall travel by land. Lanchi adjusted the straps of Jean Sinan's backpack to the tightest fit, as the goggles of the young girl suddenly projected the defensive map of Kindling City. Aunia's spatial fluctuations were unusually active in Kindling City, and the heavy armored team's target was substantial. Li Xiao Yuan's broken dust sword unsheathed itself, its blade pointing southward, where a familiar chill was gathering. On the 10th day after leaving Han City, the team arrived at the Qinglan mountain range. The ice blade of the bitter lotus suddenly froze the entire stream, reflecting 3 swiftly moving shadows. 3 kilometers to the southeast, there lingered remnants of spatial magic. ALRI's 9 fox tails simultaneously erupted, their tips exuding a phosphorescent glow, tracing the path of the assassin group. It was the triple spike of Onia. The civilization spear of Hellion Fei trembled abruptly, its 1,000-character classic inscription illuminating, pointing towards the direction of the Misty Rain Tower. Intelligence indicated that they excelled in coordinated assassinations. King Carter's gene needle could lock onto bloodlines, while Shindu was responsible for teleportation. Before Nikoja could finish her words, the sky darkened as if night had fallen. Nikoja's crystal ball shattered in the clouds, unleashing countless shadow spores that descended like black snow, sprouting into thorny cages upon contact with the ground. The tree patterns on Lanchi's nape erupted with brilliance, and the escape armor array unfolded into a metallic barrier. Yet, a startled cry from Hellion Chana reached her ears. Her sword was knocked away by King Carter's triple spike, and the gene needle was already pressed against the tree pattern's embryonic form at her nape. Shindu's figure flickered before Lan Shi, leaving teleportation coordinates in the air with each appearance. Jin Sinan's golden chain suddenly expanded, weaving into a barrage of Chinese characters suspended in mid-air. Brother. His teleportation anchor point was at the foundation of the Misty Rain Tower. Lan Shi swiftly thrust the submerged wood sword into the ground, projecting the Jin lock structure diagram of Onia. Its tip precisely directed towards the energy node in the underground waterways of Jinling City. Break. Li Shuyuan's dust-severing sword cleaved down along the projection. Its sword aura penetrating the surface, severing the Jin lock chains at the foundation of the Misty Rain Tower. Shindu let out a wail as his teleportation ability spiraled out of control, his body flickering in and out of the spatial rift. Just as King Carter's triple spike was about to pierce Lan Shi's heart, it was deflected by the Buddha light of the idol monk. The fragments of his robe transforming into golden butterflies that ensnared the Jin needle in his grasp. Nikoja's staff came down heavily, prepared to release the civilizational pollution bomb. The ice blade of the bitter lotus suddenly transformed into chains, intertwining with Elorai's foxfire to weave a net that froze all the shadow spores in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Shi activated the ultimate form of the escape armor array. The submerged with sword transformed into a colossal metallic tome, its pages flipping, transmuting all the assassin's attacks into Chinese characters inscribed within. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the Qinglan Mountains, the figures of the triple spike group had vanished into the morning mist. Helian Channer's nape oozed golden blood, a sign that Lan Shi's essence was automatically mending the genetic wounds. Jin Sinan's golden chain detected that the spatial fluctuations from the direction of Jinling City were rapidly retreating. And Nikoja's shadow spores astonishingly spelled out Su Miyado when before dissipating. They would return. Lan Shi wiped the genetic stains from the submerged with sword. And the blade suddenly projected the image of Latwa, the Imperial General's eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Onia would not overlook any potential sources of evolutionary genes. He gazed towards Jinling City, where the Misty Rain Tower was raising the Empire's black battle flag. The remnants of the arc pattern on the flag glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Helian Fei tightened his grip on the spear of civilization. Its tip directed towards the Misty Rain Tower. Master, let us dismantle their stronghold. Helian Channer's sword reformed, the blade now adorned with the intricate tree patterns of Lan Shi. Li Shuyuan exchanged a glance with Kuo-yin. The Duanqing sword and ice blade resonated in unison, a testament to the heightened synergy forged through life and death trials. Lan Shi adjusted Jin Sinan's harness, the young girl's goggles automatically marking the weaknesses of the assassins on the defense map of Jinling City. He understood that the three-pronged spear of Aonia was merely the prelude. The true genetic war would unfurl its most brutal prologue within the seemingly prosperous Jinling City. He and his core team must seek the light amidst the shadows, carving a path of blood where genetics and civilization coexist for the future of the Sumiyata continent. Chapter 35. By the Drunken Flower Tower, the nine-tailed radiance and the glimmer of mortal heart, the rain in Jinling City fell like strings, cascading gently into the sinuous corridors of the Drunken Flower Tower. Lan Shi placed Jin Sinan on the intricately carved railing. The girl's gilded eyes immediately scanned the concealed patterns of the ark's remnants within the tower. Brother, this building has been reconstructed from the mast of a sunken ship, with the calming array runes hidden in the main beam. The petals of the morning glory skirt brushed against the railing, giving rise to intertwining silver moongrass that resonated with the character silence inscribed on the railing in Sumiyata script. Ali curled up on the soft cushion of the warm pavilion, her 9 foxtails swirling around her in gentle motion. As the last ray of dawn pierced through the rain curtain, the golden light of the 7th tail suddenly surged, merging with the other 8 tails to form a taiji pattern. It's complete. She sprang up, her fox eyes sparkling with starlight, and the fox fire igniting at her fingertips transformed from blue into golden runes capable of inscribing the illustrations of the Shanhai Jing. Let us try this. Kuo-yin handed her a cup of spirit spring water, its surface coalescing with her newly created elegant ice runes. The moment Ali's foxfire touched the water's surface, it seared the ancient seal of Phoenix in flight onto the cup's wall, and amidst the rising steam, a holographic image of the phoenix soaring emerged. Lan Shi was astonished to realize that this was no mere sorcery, but a spirit spell infused with the imagery of civilization. During lunch, a sudden crash of porcelain erupted from the kitchen. Upon arrival, they found Go Buwei entangled with a 3-tailed spirit fox, the little creature clutching Jin Sinan's goggles in its mouth. This little thief aims to steal our core data. Go Buwei's fur bristled in fury, yet his tail cautiously shielded the shattered porcelain plate, freshly baked spirit rice cakes by Chao Yin. Do not harm it. Lan Shi retrieved the goggles from the fox's claws, confirming the presence of a miniature listening device from Aonia on the lenses. he stroked Go Buwei's head. Noticing that the little creature's tail was marked by scratches from protecting its food. Well done, you've safeguarded our mortal heart. Li Xiu Yuan's Duanqin sword unexpectedly unsheathed itself. The blade gently tapping against Go Buwei's back, imbuing his wound with a radiant layer of arc runes. Helian Chonner rushed over with a medicine box, only to witness Go Buwei awkwardly gathering broken porcelain shards with his tail, clumsily assembling the words "I'm sorry." "Oh dear," she chuckled. Applying the healing ointment to his injury, "Next time, just call for help instead of bearing it alone." Go Buwei's ears drooped. Yet he subtly hooked her garment's hem with the tip of his tail, a unique expression of gratitude. On the evening terrace, Sudu monk finally concluded his silence meditation. His first utterance was a recitation of a passage from the Diamond Sutra, as the Buddha's light resonated with the foxfire of Ali, crafting a complete scripture upon the ground. Suddenly, the icy blade of Ku Yin pierced through a crevice of the terrace, revealing an underground spiritual vein, transforming the area into a training ground for the unity of Zen and martial arts. "Behold my newly refined Wind Exine pill," Lan Shi declared, opening the alchemical furnace, where 100 pills arranged themselves in the air to spell harmony of the world. Jin Si Nan's golden chains swiftly flew in to sort them, categorizing the pills into demon cultivators and half-human races. Wang Shuhang, a scholar sent by Xiao Guangming, was instructing the students in grinding the ink for alchemy, with metallic movable type from the Danjing floating within the ink. Suddenly, a harmonious chant resonated outside the Zui Hua Lu. Lan Shi opened the window to see hundreds of flower spirits holding luminescent petals, forming a colossal thank you. At the forefront, Sister Lan adorned with gold foil from Lan Shi's poetry, while the flower spirits behind her donned modified Han attire, their skirts embroidered with simplified patterns from the 100 Beauties scroll. "The Master teaches us civilization, we protect the Master." Sister Lan presented a flower basket containing a peace talisman pressed from petals. 3 days later, a small altar appeared in the courtyard of Zui Hua Lu. The demon cultivators spontaneously brought fragments of the ark's core, assembling them into the shape of the tree pattern on the nape of Lan Shi's neck. Whenever Lan Shi refined pills, the altar would glow with golden light, resonating with the alchemical furnace. An injured crane spirit knelt before the altar, using its beak to dab the residual ash from the furnace, inscribing the words "Seek healing" upon the ground. "Everyone, please rise." Lan Shi distributed the rejuvenating pill she had concocted, and the moment the medicine touched the crane spirit's wound, it miraculously sprouted new feathers adorned with runes. Suddenly, Jin Si Nan's golden chain tightened, receiving intel indicating a 70% decline in the crime rate among the demon cultivators of Jinling City, replaced by the emergence of spontaneously organized civil guard teams. Helian, working at the altar, was polishing the gun of civilization, its inscriptions of 1,000-character classic becoming increasingly vivid as it absorbed the power of faith. He suddenly pointed at the gun's tip, exclaiming, "Master, look. This is the evolved form of the character in benevolence. Truly, the benevolent are invincible in the world." Indeed, the runes at the gun's tip transformed from static text into flowing golden light, as if imbued with life. In the stillness of the night, Lan Shi stood alone before the altar. The tree-like patterns on the nape of his neck resonated with the altar, casting a projection of the Great Wall of China. Jin Sinan's golden chain formed a warning in his palm. "Brother, the spatial anchor set by Aonia and Jinling City is activating. The three-pronged spike may return." Yet, at this moment, gazing at the slumbering demon cultivators in the courtyard, Lan Shi tightened his grip on the submerged wooden sword. For the sake of this hard-won mortal heart and faith, he must safeguard this flickering light of civilization. Chapter 36. The Heroic Journey. The moonlight of the No-Sword realm breaks the moonlight of Jinling City, streamed through the intricately carved windows of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, casting fragmented silver scales upon the bluestone tiles. Li Xiu Yuan's broken dust sword stood diagonally in the center of the courtyard, its blade reflecting his furrowed brow. The character for benevolence inscribed upon the sword was intact, yet it failed to resonate deeply with the tree-like patterns on his nape. In the third realm, the heart is without a sword. Why was there always a gap? He murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding across the blade, the sword energy that erupted scattering like the dissonance of a broken string. Suddenly, Ali's foxtail curled around a cup of spiritual rice wine, the liquid within swaying to the rhythm of the heroic journey. "Shiyuan, Master Lan says you are stuck at the essence and spirit separation phase. You need to allow your sword intent to resonate with the divine." The ice blade of the bitter lotus suddenly flew out of its sheath, embedding itself beside the broken dust sword. The blade did not crystallize into frost, but rather coalesced into the lingering verses of Li Bai. 10 paces to slay a man. 1,000 miles leaves no trace. She lightly tapped the icy surface, and the verses transformed into a curtain of water, only to shatter upon contact with Li Shiyuan's sword intent, an embodiment of his insurmountable barrier. Resonance of the sword intent in the heroic journey as Lan Shi appeared at the moon gate, cradling Jin Sinan. The little girl's gilded eyes scanned Li Shiyuan's genetic chain. Brother, his sword essence is stuck at the weapon soul stage. It needs stimulation from civilizational imagery. As she spoke, the golden chain began to weave metallic verses of the heroic journey in the air, each Chinese character resonating at a low frequency with the broken dust sword. Listen closely. Lan Shi's voice melded with the moonlight as the submerged wooden sword drew a poetic eye in midair. Zhao Ke wears a huing. Wugo glistens in frost and snow. At the moment the verse was uttered, the tree-like pattern on Li Shiyuan's nape suddenly blazed forth, and the broken dust sword automatically emerged from its sheath, its tip directing towards the void, mirroring Lan Shi's sword aura. The silver saddle on the white horse. Swift as a meteor, Lan Shi's sword aura accelerated abruptly, each stroke infused with the essence of terrestrial martial arts. Within Li Shiyuan's pupils, a wondrous sight unfolded. The broken dust sword transformed into a white horse with a silver saddle, the sword energy crystallizing into a comet's trajectory, while his own figure gradually faded, overlapping with the heroic image in the verses. 10 paces to slay a man, 1,000 miles leaves no trace. As this battle cry erupted, the entire remnants of the Drunken Flower Pavilion resonated in unison. Li Shiyuan gripped the broken dust sword tightly, only to realize he held no sword in his hand. His sword intent had morphed into an invisible edge. The force he unleashed carving the complete heroic journey into the ground, each stroke capable of severing the air. As the 9 foxtails of Ali unfurled in a symphony of poetry, the 7th tail radiated a golden brilliance that resonated with the verses, ultimately coalescing at its tip into a rune sword known as the Gaze of Death. When Lan Shi recited the line, "Once matters are settled, I shall depart," concealed in both identity and form, she abruptly vanished from her original position, reappearing atop a tree 30 yards away, where the foxfire inscribed the wild cursive signature of Li Bai upon the leaves. Thus, the ice blade of Ku Lian unexpectedly spiraled out of control, autonomously crafting verses in midair. Her water-based magic, originally at the 6th level, transformed, the ice blade now carved not merely with frigid ice, but infused with the grand sword intent of the Yellow River's waters come from the sky, capable of freezing an entire stream with a mere sweep. The surface adorned with the entirety of Bring in the Wine. The robe of the idle monk stirred without wind in the cadence of poetry. Upon Lan Shi completing the final line, he suddenly opened his eyes, merging the light of the Buddha with the moonlight into a realm of Zen sword unity. All nearby sword energies transmuted into characters from Buddhist scriptures, with hands forming seals. He utilized the Sanskrit incantations of the Diamond Sutra to dispel the uncontrollable sword intent of Li Shiyuan one by one. The perfect manifestation of the swordless realm. When Li Shiyuan grasped the Duanqing sword once more, he found the blade had become transparent as crystal. With a casual swing, the sword energy emitted no sound, yet it severed the copper bells hanging from the eaves of the distant Misty Rain Tower, the chimes only resonating when they finally struck the ground. This was the consummate state of the swordless surpassing the sword, where sword intent transcended the bounds of time and space. Behold, Jin Sinan's golden chain pointed towards the heavens, as Li Shiyuan's sword intent resonated with the remnants of the arc, casting images of earthly martial battles upon the clouds. The student Wang Shuheng from Han City knelt, clutching the elixir scripture. "Master, the sword immortal has manifested." The ink in his inkstone levitated, tracing the trajectory of Li Shiyuan's sword techniques in the air. When the Hellion siblings arrived, they beheld Li Shiyuan inscribing poetry upon the water's surface with the Duanqing sword. With each character penned, a silver-scaled fish leapt from the depths, its body adorned with the runes of the verses. The civilizational spear of Hellion Fei trembled, its inscribed 1,000-character classic resonating with the sword intent, autonomously assembling into techniques capable of breaking formations. The new chapter of the sword path of civilizational sparks. In the courtyard of the Drunken Flower Tower during the deep night, Lan Shi observed Li Shiyuan practicing his newly comprehended sword techniques when suddenly the submerged wooden sword emitted a humming sound. The blade revealed the genetic lock diagram of the Onia Empire, its tip instinctively pointing towards the direction of Bandle City. Brother, Li Shiyuan's genetic resonance has risen to 89. The golden chain of Jin Sinan articulated data within his palm, indicating that his sword intent could directly assault the nodes of the genetic chain. A breakthrough that Onia feared the most. Ali's foxtail entwined a moonlit leaf, upon which the fox fire inscribed, "In the next battle, it shall be our turn to venture to Bandle City." The ice blade of Ku Lian embedded itself into the ground, unexpectedly unveiling the underground veins of the ark's remnants. She gazed at her reflection in the icy blade, noting that the tree pattern on the nape of her neck bore a striking resemblance to that of Lingyao. Master, my water-based spell can now unlock the seal of the Ark's remnants. The monk Su Du clasped his hands together, and amidst the radiance of the Buddha, the spatial coordinates leading to Onia materialized. This was the prophetic ability bestowed upon him upon the unification of Zen and swordsmanship. Lingyao lifted her gaze towards the silver moon, the very place where the arc had plummeted. Li Xiuyuan's new sword technique traced a perfect arc in the moonlight, the sword's aura resonating with the tree pattern on his nape, inscribing the character in the night sky. In that moment, he realized that when the essence of martial arts intertwined with the Ark civilization, the wars of the Silver Moon continent would usher in an entirely new dimension. Moreover, the song The Travels of a Hero from Earth not only assisted Li Xiuyuan in transcending the realm of swordsmanship, but also planted in the hearts of all followers the resolve to safeguard life through the sword of civilization. Chapter 37, The Reconstruction of the River Diagram, the revival of the Qinhuai River civilization, the iron-blooded centralization of Beijing City, as Jin Sinan's golden chain formed a three-dimensional projection in Linyue's palm. Dark red droplets of blood began to seep from the palace walls of Beijing City. Chuj Iran stepped onto the blood-stained white jade steps, her white tiger totem dagger striking down the crown of the fourth prince. The crown, inlaid with remnants of the ark, tumbled to the ground, shattering into the shape of the word centralization. Traitors shall be executed. Her voice pierced through the court, her dark palace attire now stained crimson, the newly embroidered character resonating with Lanyue's tree pattern. Suddenly, the ancestral record held by Fengxiao Yingying ignited, and from the ashes emerged the coordinates of a clandestine meeting in the Onia Empire, information that Chuj Iran had forcibly deciphered through her royal bloodline. Your Majesty, all the spiritual vein nodes of Sumiata have been marked. The metallic map presented by Chuj Jingxi illuminated the Qinhuai River region with a golden glow. A former nexus of civilization from the Ark era, if reconstructed, it could enhance the collective genetic resonance of the populace by 30. Before her words could fade, an energy wave emanated from the direction of Jinling City, signaling Lanyue's initiation of the River Diagram Reconstruction Plan. The civilizational code of the River Diagram Reconstruction, as the alchemical furnace of the Drunken Flower Pavilion emitted a spectrum of flames. Lanyue was delineating the river network on the sand table with her submerged wooden sword. Jin Sinan's gilded eyes scanned the ancient data from Earth. Brother, the architectural proportions of the river diagram contain the energy matrix of the Ark, and the meandering paths of the Qinhuai correspond to the 9 spiritual veins of Sumiata. Suddenly, petals from the morning glory skirt erupted in a myriad of fluorescence, coalescing into a model of a flower boat on the sand table. Each intricately carved flower boat corresponded to a different demon clan. The cabin of the Camellia demon was inscribed with verses from the Book of Songs. The deck of the Spirit Fox clan adorned with patterns from the classic of mountains and seas. And even the sails of the Frog Spirit clan were embroidered with arithmetic incantations. To embark on such a boat journey was akin to cultivating oneself within the river of civilization. Lanwei gently tapped the sand table, and within the virtual imagery of the Qinhuai River, all flower boats simultaneously illuminated with arc runes. On the roster of earth-based demon cultivators sent by Xiao Guangming, 300 names were accompanied by the embryonic forms of tree patterns. They possessed the ability to reshape river courses with mere thought. The city lord pointed to the last individual on the roster, a stone demon named Zhanga, who once sculpted the entirety of the Analects from magma. Jin Sinan's golden chain promptly marked this individual, revealing a genetic resemblance to Earth's architects. The day following the recruitment notice for the construction frenzy of the flower boats, thousands of demon cultivators congregated along the banks of the Qinhuai River. Earth-type cultivators formed a human chain, and as their palms pressed against the ground, the river channel widened by 3 zhang in an instant. The riverbed automatically adorned with fragments of arc remnants arranged to form the character. Wood-type cultivators embedded their spiritual roots into the riverbank, causing willows, peach blossoms, and ginkgo trees to bloom simultaneously, their branches adorned with lanterns woven with characters from the disciples' regulations. Pay attention to the foundational structure of the boats. Lan Shi commanded from a temporary command tower, her submerged wooden sword pointing toward the river's surface. The flower boats must float within the energy field of the character. Yanga, wielding a magma brush, carved a section of the Qiming Shanghe Tu at the bow of the boat. Once the magma cooled, it transformed into a translucent crystal painting, with the figures within displaying different actions depending on the viewer's level of civilization. Ali's foxfire morphed into a measuring tool, ensuring that the dimensions of each flower boat adhered strictly to the arc matrix proportions. Ku Lian's ice blade sliced through the spiritual wood, And amidst the flurry of ice shavings, the wood was sculpted into text modules of the Lantingi Su, which could be automatically assembled to form the structure of the cabin. Li Shuyuan's sword levitated in the air, its sword energy sewing the canvas into poetic patterns of the. As the fragrance of the small huandan wafted across the river, the work efficiency of all demon cultivators doubled. Jin Sinan's golden chain traversed the area, distributing elixirs, each pill engraved with the names of the laborers. A wood-type cultivator with a severed arm, after consuming an elixir, astonishingly sprouted a new limb inscribed with the character, and with a wave of this new hand, the entire spiritual tree began to grow in accordance with the standards of the architectural method. This was not mere reconstruction. Lan Shi explained to Helian Fei that the tip of the spear of civilization was directing the flow of energy, with each brick and tile inscribing the history of Sumiyata's civilization. Suddenly, Helian Chanar's sword pierced the ground. The blade resonated with the character at the riverbed, giving rise to a civilization fish capable of automatically purifying the river water. The Buddha light of Sudu enveloped the entire construction site, allowing weary demon cultivators who stood within its glow to recover their strength through the resonant sound waves of the Diamond Sutra. Wang Shuheng, accompanied by the students, inscribed characters onto the flower boats with ink made from elixirs. Once the ink seeped into the wood, it formed living words capable of recounting history. As the final flower boat entered the river channel, the Qinhuai River suddenly boiled with activity. All text modules aboard the boats illuminated simultaneously, and a holographic image of the Qingming Shangha II rose from the river's surface, depicting figures clad in the attire of Sumiyata, engaged in familiar tasks of the demon cultivators. Jin Sinan's golden chain flashed frantically, detecting a 50 reduction in the genetic pollution index across the entire watershed. Look, the morning glory pointed toward the river's surface, where the tree patterns of Lanshi and the white tiger totem of Chuj Iran merged in a harmonious reflection, creating a tapestry of coexistence among civilizations. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed from the direction of Beijing City, as Chuj Iran's messenger bird delivered a blood-written missive. The traitors have been purged, the royal authority is secure, and I have received the light of civilization from the Qinhuai River. Suddenly, Yang knelt before Lanshi, his chest tree pattern resonating completely with the energy field of the along the river during the Qingming festival. Master, I remember, 3 centuries ago, my ancestors were the architects of the Ark. Before his words faded, all those involved in the reconstruction placed their hands upon their hearts, and the nascent tree patterns on the napes of their necks became vividly clear at that moment. The treacherous banquet of civilization in the dead of night. The Qinhuai River shimmered with an eerie blue glow as Lanshi's submerged wooden sword suddenly unsheathed. The blade revealed the assassination coordinates of the Onian Empire, with the energy fluctuations of the tri-pronged group gathering upstream. Jin Sinan's golden chain projected the sinister grin of Latwa. Excellent. Gather all the sparks of civilization at the Qinhuai River, saving us the trouble of searching one by one. Ali's foxtails erupted in a fiery display, conjuring a defensive array upon the water's surface. They intend to use civilization pollution bombs to annihilate the entire region. Coelian's ice blade pierced the riverbed, instantly freezing the entirety of the Qinhuai River. Beneath the icy surface flowed the defensive runes of the art of war. Li Shuyuan's broken dust sword transformed into myriad sword energies, forming a protective barrier in the sky. Lanshi gazed at the reflected light of civilization on the river's surface, as the tree pattern on the nape of his neck emitted an unprecedented brilliance. He understood that the reconstruction of the Qinhuai River was not merely a restoration of civilization, but a gathering of all flickers of hope into a torch, illuminating the path of resistance against Onia. This night, that torch would soon face the Empire's most brutal trial. As the civilization energy of along the river during the Qingming festival peaked, it would be the opportune moment for the enemy to launch a full-scale assault. Chapter 38. Bodhi without waves. The silent Zen breaks the enemy's form. The radiance of civilization upon completion of the river diagram, as the winding channels of the Qinhuai River completed the final rune casting at dawn. All flower boats bearing the along the river during the Qingming festival module erupted in golden light simultaneously. Lanshi's submerged wooden sword was plunged into the core remnant base of the river's heart island, projecting an overlapping image of Bianjing on Earth and the golden Nanjing of Sumiyata, while a bridge of civilization spanning 2 realms materialized above the river's surface. Detection revealed that the genetic resonance across the entire region had surpassed 90. Jin Sinan's golden chain flickered wildly in Lanshi's palm, the gilded gaze reflecting the shocking data. As the genetic chains of all participating demon cultivators were restored to the standards of the Ark era, Ali's 9 fox tails stood erect, their tips shimmering with golden radiance. Resonating with the rainbow bridge, as they traced the holographic dance steps of the ode to the goddess of Luo upon the water's surface. Coelian's ice blade suddenly became uncontrollable, embedding itself into the spiritual pulse node along the riverbank. The waters of the Qinhuai River instantly transformed into the characters of the Book of Songs, intertwining the misty reeds and the icy sculpture of the so-called beloved into a barrier of civilization. Li Shuyuan's Dustbreaker sword hovered in the air, its sword aura inscribing heroic traveler upon the rainbow bridge, each stroke resonating with the thunder from above. As the celebratory feast for Onaya's shadow assault began, the spirit rice wine filled to the brim, when suddenly Jean Sinan's goggles flashed with a crimson light. Brother, the spatial anchor point in the northwest has been activated. Before her golden chain could fully issue a warning, Alex's heavy battle axe cleaved through the rainbow bridge. The corrosive genetic liquid dripped from the blade into the river, disassembling the characters from along the river during the Qingming festival into the annihilation of Sumia. The concealed units were already in position. Vela's sniper scope glimmered momentarily at the eaves of the misty rain tower, as specially crafted bullets pierced the void, accurately striking the runic base of the island in the river's center. The tentacles of the deep-sea leviathan suddenly erupted from the riverbed, wrapping around the most precious movable type flower boat. The genetic lock patterns on the tentacles collided violently with the boat's civilizational runes, emitting a shrill cry akin to shattering glass. The Trident team shadowed their every move. The Trident of King Carter tore through the sleeve of Lanchi's garment. The genetic needle halted just 3 inches from the tree pattern on the nape of his neck. The spatial rift of Shindu unfolded beneath the feet of the Hellion siblings, the tip of the civilizational gun barely missing the teleportation coordinates. Nikoja's crystal sphere crashed into the river's surface, and shadow spores instantaneously enveloped the 10-mile flower boat, devouring all civilizational imagery into darkness. As Lanchi's evasion array trembled under the triple assault, the benevolent character on the submerged wooden sword was corroded to mere remnants. Just as Alex's battle axe was about to strike the ark's base, he suddenly recalled the blood-written farewell of Chu Guiran, opening his mouth to recite Heroic Traveler, only to be choked by Nikoja's shadow energy. The Bodhi tree is originally without form. The voice of Su Du echoed suddenly, as his robe radiated with the light of Buddha amidst the shadows. The first words of his cessation of speech were, in fact, the verses of Earth Zen. The bright mirror is not a platform. The light of Buddha resonated with the civilizational waters of the Qinhuai River, forming an intangible sound wave barrier, causing all actions of the Onaya soldiers to freeze for a moment. Originally, there is nothing. The third eye at Su Du's brow opened, emitting not the light of Buddha, but pure sonic shockwaves. Jean Sinan's golden chain detected an unusual frequency. It was the silent wave, capable of resonating with the atomic frequencies of all matter. As the shadow spores on the river's surface met the blazing sun, King Carter's invisible cloak rippled, and Vela's sniper scope cracked like a spider's web. Where does the dust stir? When the final verse was uttered, Su Du's body transformed into countless golden butterflies. Each butterfly wing was inscribed with the Sanskrit of the Diamond Sutra, and the silent waves they emitted penetrated the spatial rift. Alex's battle axe slipped from his grasp. The tentacles of the deep-sea leviathan severed inch by inch amidst the sound waves, and all the invisible equipment of the Trident team overloaded and failed. In the moment of its manifestation, Li Shuyuan's Dustbreaker sword was drawn, following the trajectory of the silent wave, cleaving Alex's battle axe in two. The icy blade of the bitter lotus harnesses the currents to freeze the entire river, its body adorned with characters from the Book of Songs resonating with the ephemeral sound waves, creating an elegant ice prison capable of ensnaring energy entities. Ali's foxfire transforms into countless fireflies, illuminating all exposed Onion soldiers. Uphold civilization. H. Lien Fei's spear of civilization lifts the fragments of the ark's remnants, its shaft inscribed with the 1,000-character essay resonating with the ephemeral golden butterflies, forming a spear of civilization that pierces through heaven and earth. H. Lien Chanar's sword inscribes the essence of Tang poetry as the cascading ice waterfall intertwines with the roaring waves of the Yellow River, completely submerging the sniper position of Wei Lu Si. Lanchi seizes the opportunity, plunging the submerged wooden sword into the core transformed by the ephemeral golden butterfly. The escape array absorbs the energy of the silent waves, suddenly unfolding into a vast metallic scroll, transmuting all attacks from the Onion soldiers into recorded Chinese characters. As Nikoya's crystal orb crashes down once more, the scroll automatically flips its pages. Characters depicting the notion that the Bodhi tree is fundamentally without a tree cascade like a waterfall, purifying shadow energy into luminous dewdrops. In the moment of failed transmission, Shindu employs his final strength to tear open a rift in the half-plane. King Carter drags the gravely injured Nikoya into the rift, and Wei Luci's sniper rifle shatters into 3 pieces, while remnants of the deep-sea leviathan's tentacles drift upon the river's surface, each segment etched with the shattered patterns of genetic locks by the sound waves. Jin Sinan's golden chain probes into the rift, capturing the roar of La Diva at all costs. Destroy the civilization Rainbow Bridge. As the surface of the Qinhuai River regains its tranquility, the figure of the ephemeral monk rematerializes. His robe now adorned with countless hidden Sanskrit patterns, the tree-like markings on the nape of his neck share a 95 similarity with Lan Qi's, and a third eye at his forehead perceives the flow of energy within the spatial fissures. I hear the cries for help from Beijing City. He gazes northward, where the light of Buddha reveals an image of Chuj Irin ensnared by genetic chains. Lan Qi caresses the remnant core base of the river island, where a new engraving has appeared, a Bodhi leaf enveloping the ark's remnants. Jin Sinan's golden chain presents a post-battle report. The Onion Special Forces suffered a loss of 60, yet they took away fragments of your genetic samples. Ali's foxtail curls around a blood-stained fragment of a cloak, inscribed in Sumiyad. Next time, bring the fire of extinction. The setting sun gilds the civilization Rainbow Bridge of the Qinhuai River, and the module of the Qingming Shangha map on the flower boat reignites. Lan Qi gazes at the reflection of himself and the overlapping figure of the ephemeral on the river's surface, when suddenly, the tree-like markings on his nape resonate with a dual echo. The royal totem of Chuj Irin and the life waves of Nian Shi sound simultaneously. We shall go to Beijing City. He grips the submerged wooden sword tightly, its blade projecting the complete Qiming Shangha map. Each character within transforms into the faces of Sumiyad's demon cultivators, and the silent waves of the senior brother of the ephemeral are the key to unlocking the genetic locks. Li Shiyuan's broken dust sword points northward. The character Ren upon its blade resonates with the Rainbow Bridge, capable of severing the void to form a temporary portal. The icy blades of the bitter lotus crystallize into a vessel, while Ali's foxfire transforms into sails. And the weapons of the Hellion siblings resonate with the oars of civilization, as the fleet navigates into the luminous aura of the Rainbow Bridge. Jin Sinan's golden chain detects that the remnants of the entire Silver Moon continent's arc are responding. This is a portent of the impending spread of the flame of civilization, as well as the countdown to the Onia Empire's full-scale assault. The Zen aphorism that brings enlightenment to the aimless drifts along the currents of the Qinhuai River, permeating every corner of Sumiyada, planting the Bodhi seed to dispel darkness within the hearts of all demon cultivators. Chapter 39, Nianqi and the Seven Dwarfs. Chapter 039, the snowy bloom of the deep forest, Nianqi and the seven smiths beneath the decaying leaves of the deathly forest. Layla's 4 wings shimmer with bioluminescence. As the cries from the shadowy crevices echo, Layla shatters the final genetic chain, her vision blurred by blood. In her arms, Nianqi trembles like a withered leaf, her silver moon grass hairpin caught in the crevice of the genetic cocoon, emitting a faint distress signal. When the membrane of the wings brushes against the unformed tree patterns on the child's nape, all remnants of the arc resonate in unison, tearing open a glowing tunnel leading to Mount Ileo amidst the crevice. Do not fear. Layla's voice is fragmented by the chaotic turbulence of space as she uses her last strength to envelop Nianqi within her wing membrane. The little girl suddenly bites down on her wing vein, her tear-filled eyes witnessing the radiant trail etched by the 4 wings through the night, a sight of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of the angels in her mother's picture book. As the morning dew of the oak forest trickles onto Nianqi's forehead, she clutches Layla's wing membrane, screaming. 5 glowing mushrooms form a circle, their caps inscribed with the elvish script for safe zone. The heads of elves peeking from a distant treehouse remind her of the mechanical guards on the 3rd level of the treasury. Monster. The child shrinks into a mound of moss, the silver moon grass hairpin suddenly glowing brightly, casting a blue shadow on the ground. Layla kneels on one knee, her wing membrane unfurling like an umbrella, the bioluminescence seeping from her wing vein, spelling out mother in Chinese characters on the leaves. Nianqi's cries abruptly cease as her small hands tentatively reach out to touch the glowing wings, the sensation akin to the silk map in her father's study. I am not a monster. Layla scoops the spring water with a leaf, the surface reflecting her bloodied wing membrane. See, we are your angels come to rescue you. Intentionally, she allows the glow at the tips of her wings to fall into Nianqi's palm, forming a dancing sprite of light. The promise of angels. When Nianqi no longer shrinks away, Layla notices her skirt is embroidered with half of the along the river during the Qingming festival. The child points towards the distant treehouse, then to Layla's wings, suddenly using her dirty little hands to mimic the motion of flying. Angel, take me to find Daddy. All right. Layla lifts her onto her shoulder, and as her 4 wings tremble simultaneously, the bioluminescent mushrooms throughout the forest respond in kind. As they soar over the stream adorned with lanterns of arc remnants, Nianqi suddenly bursts into laughter, her toes striking the water's surface, triggering a swarm of luminous fish inscribed with Chinese characters. You may call me Mother Layla. The fairies delicately entwine the child's hairpin with the tips of their wings, the remnants of the core resonating with the tree's patterns, casting a blurred visage of the blue dusk upon her brow. Once you learn all the luminous characters, we shall seek out father and mother. The lullaby of the treehouse. Layla's treehouse is adorned with the soothing wood polished from the remnants of the Arkansas. As Nianqi rests in her vine cradle, she gazes at the glowing laurel patterns on the roof. This protection was purchased with Layla's 300 years of life. Suddenly, the child grasps her finger and buries her face in the downy membrane of the wings. Mother's wings are warmer than father's heavy waterwood sword. Outside the oak window, the fairies weave a new cradle from luminescent vines. Layla hums an elven lullaby, adapted from cradle song, her wing veins gently keeping rhythm. Nianqi's breath gradually steadies, her small hand clutching a glowing feather from Layla's wing, upon which the characters inscribed read, "Tomorrow, I will teach you to recite the bright moonlight before my bed." As the first rays of morning light penetrate the treehouse, Nianqi turns beneath Layla's wing membrane. She dreams that father's waterwood sword transforms into enormous wings, while mother's laurel-patterned hairpin morphs into a compass, guiding her homeward. Above her, Layla's 4 wings gently quiver in harmony with the child's murmurs, each wing pattern silently promising, "This angel shall guard until the day of reunion." In her embrace, Nianqi playfully taps the laurel patterns on the cradle with her chubby hands. Where her 5 fingers have pressed, the cracks in the shadow shield magically mend. The elder fairies gather beneath the ancient oak, their leaf-shaped birthmarks resonating with the cradle, green light spilling onto the ground to form the pattern of the ark's remnants. Her heartbeat synchronizes with the core of the Arkansas. The oldest elder, a withered tree, coughs forth green blood, while the image of Nianqi on the prophecy scroll begins to transform. At 5, she can mend the divine shield, and at 10, before he can finish his thought, the cradle suddenly emits a hum, and Nianqi's silver moon grass hairpin soars into the air, morphing into a miniature arc model, projecting scenes of blue dusk as civilization is rebuilt along the Qinhuai River. Layla's wing membrane gently envelopes the child, the laurel patterns resonating with the hairpin. Nianqi suddenly opens her eyes, her pupils reflecting the great wall of earth. "Mother Layla, father is painting a great ship." Her childish voice, imbued with the unique resonance of arc energy, causes all the fairies' leaf-shaped birthmarks to simultaneously heat up, a perfect fusion of pure human lineage and natural energy. As the 7 hammers of the cavern's furnace ring out, the dwarven forge suddenly erupts in golden light, while the anvil strikes down, forging the remnants of the Arkansas. The 7 dwarven smiths simultaneously look up to see a little girl with a silver moon grass hairpin entering through the vent, her skirt embroidered with earth cloud patterns resonating with the runes of the cavern. It is the child foretold in the ark's prophecy. The miner abandons his pickaxe, the core lamp on his hard hat suddenly illuminating. Her hair resembles melted moonlight. Nianqi laughed joyfully as she stepped barefoot across the molten slag, leaving traces of water upon the heated ore, each droplet transforming into miniature ice sculptures that depicted the dwarves in their forging endeavors. Suddenly, the anvil recalled something and retrieved a charred fragment from his apron. "Little girl, could you assist your grandfather with this?" Nianqi's small hand pressed against the surface of the fragment, causing the genetic lock patterns to dissolve like snow, revealing the internal character of the 7 dwarves. Simultaneously knelt, their pickaxes resonating with the fragment, culminating in a complete forging diagram of heavenly craftsmanship. Daily life of Snow Lily and the Smith. Each dawn, Nianqi would bring glowing mushrooms harvested by Layla, striking the iron door of the dwarven mine. The anvil would hand her star-shaped candies crafted from the fragment's offcuts, while the pickaxe taught her to decipher the ancient inscriptions upon the stones. When Nianqi used her saliva to mend the broken prophecy scroll, it miraculously restored itself, unveiling the deployment map of the genetic fleet of the Onia Empire. "Look, this is father's submerged wooden sword." Nianqi pointed to the image of blue evening in the map, and where her tiny finger traced, the fleet's genetic pollution cannons all malfunctioned. Suddenly, the molten slag leapt up, sketching a defensive formation with coal dust upon the ground. "Little girl, insert your hairpin here." Layla's membranous wings timely delivered moonlight, and the moment the hairpin was inserted into the ground, the shadow barrier surrounding the mine upgraded into a protective net inscribed with Chinese characters. On a rainy night, Nianqi fell into a high fever. The 7 dwarves placed her upon the fragment's forging platform, using the residual warmth of the furnace to heat the arc rune blanket. As Nianqi's body temperature exceeded the critical threshold, tree-like patterns suddenly manifested on the nape of her neck, identical to that of blue evening. Simultaneously, All fragments deep within the mind resonated, forming a civilizational warm current capable of healing genetic wounds. Chapter 40. The First Birth of a Fairy in 3,000 Years. Child's voice amidst the ashes of the divine shield. The elven king Circen's fingers trembled as they brushed over the oak tree rings. 3,000 newly carved patterns withered at a visible pace. This was the manifestation of the lifespan consumed to activate the shadow divine shield. Green blood coughed onto the prophecy scroll, crystallizing into the shape of a child's palm print. At that moment, Layla's four wings pierced through the morning mist, holding Nianqi, who was poking the arc fragment in the cradle with a silver moongrass hairpin. Yay! 5-year-old Nianqi suddenly sat up, her chubby little hands clapping against Circen's wrist. In the instant of contact, the aging patterns on the Elven King's wrist began to reverse and fade. The child's voice emanating from the cradle recited through the oak forest. The grass on the plains flourishes and withers each year. Each character transformed into luminescent grass leaves, adhering to the exhausted leaf-shaped birthmark on Circen. The elven warriors who were crafting bows and arrows suddenly realized that the Book of Song's wooden arrows in their hands sprouted new shoots. The eldest arrow maker released the bowstring, and the ancient seal of song on the arrow feather resonated with Nianqi's childlike voice, birthing harmonious arrows capable of automatically tracking benevolent targets. The distant echoes of dwarven hammers resonate from the mine, and after the seventh heavy strike, a harmonious recitation of the seven-step poem follows. Unable to reach the dwarven anvil, Nianqi uses her tail to curl around a fragment of a core, transforming it into a makeshift microphone. Boiling beans burn the beanstalks, the beans weep in the cauldron. The fury that had been simmering within the molten slag suddenly crystallizes, and the remnants of a genetic lock in her hand shatter, revealing the entwined characters of And. The great hammer hovers in midair, its surface mirroring Nianqi's tilted head, which strikingly resembles that of a daughter lost to the war between the two clans 3 centuries prior. It becomes evident that hatred serves as a source of fuel. The pickaxe murmurs softly, etching not scars of battle into the rock face, but rather the script of, as Nianqi utters. Droplets of golden liquid suddenly fall from the stalactites above, fusing the broken swords of the elves and dwarves into a plowshare, which automatically engraves the cohabitation diagrams of the arc era upon its tip. Layla's wing membranes begin to exude dew, each drop reflecting scenes of ancestral collaboration in the arc technology. Circen lifts Nianqi onto the anvil. The little girl's bare feet tread upon the molten slag, imprinting the flowing patterns of the preface to the orchid pavilion upon the forging platform. The quenching pool of the anvil morphs into a miniature lake, upon which floats a peace treaty inscribed in Chinese characters. The miraculous resonance of maternal love. When Nianqi cries at night, Circen instinctively wraps her in her wing membrane. As the child's small head brushes against the leaf-shaped birthmark on her heart, the Elven King suddenly coughs out vibrant green sprouts, a sign of the life source once depleted being awakened by maternal love. The elders of the Oak Council, after a millennium of stagnation, find their life cycles slowly beginning to turn again. Look. Layla points towards the nursery, where a cradle that had stood empty for 300 years suddenly glows with luminescence. Nianqi's silver moongrass hairpin hovers in the air, casting beams of light that sweep across each empty cradle, weaving the characters of the Book of Songs. The cricket at the bottom, turning the lines cricket's feather, so gentle into pollen that induces conception, illuminating the leaf-shaped birthmarks of all eligible elves with a red glow. On the night the first elven infant is born, the blue flowers of the deathly forest of oaks bloom collectively. All elves gather to pray by the sacred tree, giving thanks for its revival of spirit, marking the first new life born to the elven race in 3,000 years. The female elves lift the newborn, their tears of joy flowing freely, as they had long been deprived of witnessing new life. Nianqi presses her small face against the cradle, reciting, "Who speaks of the heart of a tiny blade of grass," in gratitude for the warmth of spring, which transforms into embroidery upon the swaddling. The infant's first cry resonates with the verses, shattering the last vestiges of hatred between the mine and the forest. In the baptismal basin presented by the dwarves, the character, forged from the core remnants, floats to the surface. The elven race plunges into a fervent celebration, with King Circen conducting the highest prayer ceremony in gratitude for the blessings of the sacred tree. A lush new order, when Nianqi is able to recite the 1,000-character classic in full. The archery workshop of the elves and the dwarven forge have already merged into one. Layla's wing membrane is no longer merely a means of flight. It now carries the blueprints of an arc meticulously crafted by the diminutive engineers. The anvil's hammer, in addition to its forging duties, resonates with the poetic rhythms of Nianqi, striking forth waves of civilization that mend the genetic pollution of the entire forest. Circen caresses the increasingly vibrant leaf-shaped birthmark, realizing that Nianqi brings not only fertility but also the spark of cultural heritage, as she ignites the knowledge torch in the oak grove with her dwindling divine power. The flames reveal not prophecies of war, but the joyful refrain taught by Nianqi. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Each Chinese character transforms into migratory birds, carrying messages of peace to every corner of the Silver Moon continent. In the twilight of the Death Forest, Nianqi joyfully leads Cirxin by the hand, followed by elves bearing scrolls of poetry and dwarves carrying the Tiangong Kaiwu. The rustling leaves beneath their feet echo the sound of universal harmony, while above them, the stars, once dimmed by the sacrifice of the divine shield, begin to realign into the pattern of the Ark's voyage, a verdant lullaby co-written by maternal love and civilization, celebrating rebirth and reconciliation. On the day of Nianqi's 6th birthday, the oak trees of the Death Forest suddenly burst into bloom. Standing amidst the sea of flowers, her silver moon grass hairpin transforms into a long sword, its blade engraved with the art of war crafted by the dwarfs. Layla embeds the final shard of the shadow shield into the hilt. The cracks in the shield heal instantly, forming a nature's blade capable of cleaving through space. It is time to fetch Father. Nianqi's voice, now no longer that of a child, resonates with the energy of the Ark. 7 dwarves present her with 7 divine weapons: the anvil's gene-breaking hammer, the mining pick's world-crossing chisel, and the slag's dying furnace. Each weapon bears inscriptions in Chinese characters, capable of resonating with her bloodline. As the teleportation array illuminates, Nianqi glances back towards the dwarven mine, where Slag is embedding the last core fragment into her armor, which now displays a combat version of the Along the River during the Qingming Festival, with every character transformed into armed elves and dwarves. Layla's wing membrane unfurls behind her, forming a vast arc sail inscribed in Elvish script: Child of Civilization, go and ignite hope. Unopened prophecy scroll. As the radiance of the teleportation array fades, Layla picks up the hairpin Nianqi has dropped. From the hairpin rolls a microcosmic prophecy, the last revelation penned by Elder with his life. The union of pure human bloodline and natural energy shall birth a civilization savior capable of rewriting the genetic locks. However, the bloodline harvesters of Onia have already locked onto this source of energy. On the night of the full moon a decade hence, the ultimate battle that will determine the fate of the Silver Moon continent shall unfold. Within the mine, the anvil strikes the core alarm with its great hammer, the 7 resounding echoes reverberating through the Death Forest. All dwarves cease their forging, pointing their weapons towards the north, where the fleet of the Onia Empire gathers. The flagship S Bloodline Harvest cannon already aimed at Nianqi's energy coordinates. In the distant city of Beijing, the submerged wooden sword of Lan Shi resonated suddenly, and the image of his daughter wielding the sword materialized upon its blade, creating a perfect harmony with the tree-like patterns on the nape of his neck. The night breeze of the deathly forest caressed Nianqi's hair tips, unbeknownst to her that her daily life with the 7 dwarf blacksmiths had already been inscribed in the remnants of the Ark, giving rise to a new tale of Snow White on the Silver Moon continent. Yet, in this realm, the princess wields the sword of civilization, and her 7 diminutive companions are the fire deities forging hope, while they await not a wicked queen, but the iron heel of an empire intent on harvesting the genetic legacy of their entire kin. After 10 years of lurking within the forest, they shall, on the night of the full moon, transform into a conflagration illuminating the path of civilization. Chapter 41. The Pinnacle of Humanity. The mundane transformation of snow-tail grass as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the intricately carved windows of the Drunken Flower Pavilion in Jinling City. Gobu Wei was deftly using the tip of his tail to polish Jin Sinan's goggles. The lenses reflected his fluffy visage, compared to their first encounter. His fur had become denser and smoother, with the tips of his ears slightly perked, resembling the contours of a human child. Clumsy, Jin Sinan chided as she reclaimed her goggles, unaware that the edges of the lenses had been adorned with a woven grip of grass stems. Gobu Wei's tail stealthily whisked away the empty bowl at her feet, remnants of the spirit rice porridge still clinging to its bottom, his efforts from 3 hours spent in the kitchen imitating Chao Yan's actions the previous night. As Chao Yan's petal-like skirt brushed against the column, a dewdrop fell precisely upon Gobu Wei's tail. He suddenly recalled Lan Shi's remark that humans express affection through handshakes, and clumsily extended his front paw, only to retract it as if shocked when he touched Chao Yan's fingertips, his tail nervously knotting itself into a grass braid. This was his inaugural attempt at engaging in human body language. At lunchtime, Gobu Wei squatted in a corner of the kitchen, using his tail to curl around a kitchen knife while slicing spirit radishes. With every downward stroke of the blade, he carefully avoided his fingers, An insight gleaned from observing Li Xiaoyuan practice swordplay, mastering the control of force. When the icy blade of the bitter lotus accidentally slipped, he instinctively leaped to shield himself with his body, leaving a white mark on his back from the blade. Startling, he Lianchan air into knocking over the medicine box. You fool! Jin Xinan's gold chain coiled around his waist, detecting the rapid healing of his epidermal cells. Even a spirit creature could not withstand ice-based spells. Yet, Go Buwei picked up the fallen elixir bottle, the characters for regenerate flesh resonating with the patterns on his nape, and his tail gently tapped Jin Xinan's hand. Mimicking Lan Shi's soothing gestures towards Xiao Chui, Xiao Yan suddenly exclaimed as she observed Go Buwei dipping the tip of his tail in water. Sketching a crooked pattern on the stone countertop, on the left was Lan Shi's tree pattern, on the right was Jin Xinan's golden chain, and in the center, grass leaves formed a circle. Is this home? She tentatively inquired, prompting Go Buwei's ears to perk into triangular shapes, his tail wagging furiously. And the splash droplets coalescing on the stone surface to form the character. The emergence of the heart amidst crisis in the depths of night. The Drunken Flower Pavilion was abruptly illuminated by alarms as Onia's miniature reconnaissance drone breached the protective barrier. Go Buwei awakened before Lan Shi, curling his tail around Jin Xinan and retreating into the alchemy chamber, using his body to seal the door's crevice. The genetic scanning beam of the drone penetrated the gap, searing his back with scorch marks, yet a deep growl emanated from his throat, an unprecedented display of parental protection. Brother, Go Buwei's genetic chain was undergoing reconstruction. Jin Xinan's golden chain flickered wildly, projecting astonishing data, revealing a decline in the characteristic genes of the grass spirit, while neurons related to human emotions surged by 400. As Lan Shi burst into the alchemy chamber, she beheld Go Buwei gently wiping away Jin Xinan's tears with the tip of his tail. His movements as tender as a morning glory caressing its petals. The most profound transformation occurred at dawn. Standing before the mirror, Go Buwei discovered that his forepaws had morphed into the rudimentary form of human hands, with nails smooth and translucent, capable of deftly grasping alchemical pills. He attempted to walk upright. His tail instinctively balanced his body, and he stood firm upon landing. This grass spirit, which had accompanied him for a millennium, was visibly transforming into a human form at an astonishing pace. Civilization's mark on the tail tip, when Go Buwei first cradled the spirit rice porridge with human hands. The entire pavilion was left in awe. His fingers were elongated, the pads still retaining the texture of grass blades, while his tail remained that iconic foxtail, now adorned with a golden halo that resonated subtly with Lan Shi's tree patterns. Something felt different. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse yet articulated human language with clarity. I once wished only to survive. Now, I yearn to protect you. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyuan's Duanqing sword emitted a soft chime, reflecting Go Buwei's new form, not merely a spirit, but a grass-hearted being imbued with human emotions. Lan Shi fastened the tassel of her submerged wood sword to his wrist. From this moment forth, you are not only the spirit Go Buwei, but also the elder brother of our family. Go Buwei's tail gently coiled around Lan Shi's wrist. The character Rin on the tassel, merging with the golden light at the tip of his tail, casting an intricate pattern of intertwining grass blades and tree motifs upon the ground. This was the first miracle on Silver Moon Continent, where a spirit actively evolved towards a human form, driven by a simple yet profound desire to protect one's family. The shadow of morning glory, the transformation and affection of Qiao Yan in the morning dew, the shadow of blooms began to unfurl. As Qiao Yan traversed the corridor with spirit spring water, the bioluminescent morning glories on her skirt blossomed in rhythmic succession with her steps. At 16, her form had shed the youthful innocence of a flower spirit. Her waist was as flexible as willow strands, her skin reminiscent of white jade soaked in morning dew. And the corners of her eyes and brows bore the gentleness of a Jiangnan maiden, yet the energy absorbed from the ark's remnants concealed a starlit brilliance within her gaze. She had skillfully braided her floral hair into an elegant hanging bun, adorned with a shell hairpin gifted by Lan Shi. With each step, the pearl at the pin's head chimed in harmony with the verses of the Book of Songs. Sister Qiao Yan was increasingly resembling a figure from a painting. The golden chain encircling Jin Xinan's wrist glimmered as her gilded eyes scanned the data. Her physique approached the divine proportions of the golden ratio, and the luminescent content of her skin cells had surged by 300%, endowing her with the ability to autonomously regulate her beauty. A rosy hue flushed Qiaojian's cheeks as her fingertips grazed the hem of her skirt, crafted from the petals of 1,000 delicate morning glories, capable of transforming into the styles of various ancient dynasties at will. At this moment, it manifested as the Tang dynasty's chest-hugging skirt, as described by Lan Shi. In the arena, Qiaojian inhaled deeply, and the glowing petals at the corners of her lips suddenly tightened. She uttered a command, not in a thunderous roar, but with the melodic cadence reminiscent of Song of the Wine, causing a massive stone 3 paces ahead to split in two, revealing a bas-relief of the poetic immortal Li Bai at the fracture. The icy blade of the bitter lotus plunged into the ground, its edge no longer composed of frost, but rather the sonic trajectory of Qiujian's lion's roar technique. This was not mere brute strength, but a cultural roar that integrated civilizational imagery into sound waves, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Ali waved her 9 foxtails in applause, the golden light of the 7th tail resonating with Qiujian's petals. Do you remember when you were afraid of the demon wolf on Jiangxin Island? Now you can shatter genetic locks with your lion's roar. Qiujian lowered her gaze to the grass rope around her wrist, woven from the first stalk, transformed into a human hand by Gobawei. Her brother taught her that strength was not meant for destruction, but for protection. Before her words could linger in the air, she suddenly turned and roared, sending the ambushing frog's spirit assassin flying, the genetic needle in their hand shattering into dust midair. In the alchemy chamber, while Lanqi was drafting a potion recipe, Qiujian would often feign a need to deliver spiritual rice cakes to draw near. Her fingertips hovered 3 inches from his back, intoxicated by the reassuring scent of tree bark emanating from him, yet hesitant to disturb him. The golden chain of Jin Sinan suddenly displayed a heart rate of 120 beats per minute on the table. Qiujian hurriedly pushed a celadone bowl forward, its bottom adorned with petals arranged in the shape of a heart, proclaiming, "Brother, this is made using the steaming method you taught me. It won't cause any heat." When Lanqi looked up, she was delicately wiping the sweat from his brow with a petal cloth, the moment her fingertips brushed against his skin. All the morning glory skirts blossomed simultaneously. Qiujian was becoming increasingly capable. Lanqi's smile caused her cheeks to flush, and as she accidentally dropped the cloth onto the alchemical furnace, it was scorched to reveal the words eternally together. In a flurry, she picked it up, only to hear Lanqi softly say, "Once the matters in Beijing City are settled, I shall teach you to paint the portraits of earthly maidens." On the terrace in the dead of night, Qiujian gazed at Lanqi practicing swordplay, the luminous petals on her tail gently drifting down. She recalled the timid little flower spirit who would hide behind Lanqi on Jiangxin Island. Now, she could use sound waves to repel the insects that disturbed him while he trained. Ali's foxtail wrapped around her shoulders, teasing, "Are you still watching? If you keep staring, your eyes will surely stick to your brother." Zhaoyan remained silent, tightly clutching the cloak that still bore the lingering scent of Lanqi. Suddenly, Jin Sinan's golden chain illuminated, projecting Zhaoyan's genetic blueprint. The secretion of infatuation hormones was stable, having formed a benign cycle that served to enhance her abilities. Zhaoyan covered her face, only to notice that her nails had inexplicably grown intricate patterns resembling the blue sunset tree, an echo of the genetic resonance born from prolonged proximity. She clenched her fist, and the trumpet-shaped flowers of her skirt emitted a faint glow, as if vowing, this flower, which had journeyed from Jiangxin Island, would guard her son with all its petals until the last one withered away. Chapter 42. The Ice Flame Orders Urgency. The dog's lotus flowers Yuan Dan catastrophe. The cold heart palpitations of Jinling City. The action of Ku Lien wiping the icy blade abruptly halted, as the cold jade in her palm suddenly shattered. This was the ice flame order bestowed by her master, Ku Chan, at this moment. The cracks used not with spiritual energy, but with chilling shards of profound ice, a harbinger of the soul-shattering calamity that had not been encountered in 3 centuries. She pressed down on the ice totem at the nape of her neck, its patterns visibly whitening, as if frozen like a stream in the frost. "Ku Lien's sister?" Jin Sinan's golden chain coiled around her trembling wrist, its gilded gaze scanning for anomalies. The energy field of the northern snow abyss was collapsing, and the spiritual pulse node of the Lotus Palace read 0. Ali's 9 foxtails erupted simultaneously, the golden radiance of the 7th tail reflecting the shattered image within Ku Lien's pupils, an illusion of the ancient ice platform fracturing. Lanqi's hand, which had been poised over the alchemical furnace, momentarily sank, causing the submerged wooden sword to unsheath itself, revealing the star map of the northern snow abyss upon its blade. This was an ice catastrophe that occurred once every 300 years. His voice resonated with a unique echo from the sacred realm. The protective mountain array of the Lotus Palace may not withstand this. Ku Lien suddenly collapsed to the ground, the icy blade embedding itself into the stone slab, splattering ice flowers that formed the characters "Save Master" on the floor. The profound ice resonance from the depths of the snow abyss, as the gale from the northern snow abyss shredded the clouds. Beads of Ku Chan's blood froze upon the ancient ice platform. The ice coffin in which she sat had begun to develop spiderweb-like cracks, with black ice mist seeping from every fissure. A foul breath released after the Yuan dance shattering. 3,000 disciples of the Lotus platform knelt outside the ice palace. Their exhaled breath coalescing into a morning ribbon in the air, only to be shattered by the ferocious winds of the ice calamity. The master's Yuan Dan had split into 7 petals. Ku Chan's voice echoed from the depths of the ice coffin, every word crystallizing into ice skeletons. As the 10,000 years of profound ice essence from the earth's core flooded the spiritual pulse, threatening the foundations of the Lotus Palace, she coughed up green blood, which fell against the inner wall of the ice coffin, instantly transforming into an ice sculpture of a withered lotus, the spiritual plant she had personally cultivated upon her initiation. The eldest disciple, Ku Zhu, suddenly bowed and bled, striking his forehead against the icy surface to inscribe the words "Seek Master, Palace Master. Allow me to bear the tribulation for you." A sigh emanated from the consciousness of Ku Chan as the lotus totem atop the ice coffin suddenly illuminated, casting the shadow of Ku Lien in the city of Jinling. She clutched the hem of Lan Shi's garment, tears crystallizing into icy beads upon her lashes. "Master, I beseech you," Ku Lien implored, her forehead resting against the surface of Lan Shi's boot, the cold gleam of the ice blade reflecting the redness of her eyes. This weapon, which had accompanied her through countless battles, trembled as if it too were pleading. Lan Shi's sacred power penetrated her spiritual veins, revealing fragments of Ku Chan's primordial Dan cascading down the master-disciple link, each shard imbued with a bone-chilling poison. "Arise," Lan Shi's voice pierced through the sobs, as the submerged wooden sword lifted the great Dan suspended in the air. Upon biting his tongue and releasing a stream of vital blood, the sacred power catalyzed the fusion of the Dan and the blood droplet into a swirling sphere of gold and crimson, with the character for continuation manifesting in a matrix of runes upon its surface. "This drop of blood shall safeguard your master's heart pulse." Suddenly, Jin Si Nan's golden chain surged, weaving coordinates for teleportation in the air. "Brother, the teleportation jade pendant of the Lotus Palace has but one energy left." In a moment of desperation, Ku Lien shattered the jade pendant at her waist, and an icy blue cocoon of teleportation swiftly enveloped the two. Before parting, Ali's Foxfire summoned a warm fur cloak, embroidered with the characters for peace, which, upon touching the cocoon, became encrusted with frost flowers. As the cocoon shattered the ice coffin, Lan Shi's sacred power surged in like a warm current. Ku Chan's cracked eyelids fluttered slightly as she beheld the palm of an unfamiliar man pressed against the ice coffin, the character for benevolence resonating with her ice totem in a remarkable harmony. The darkening fragments of the primordial Dan began to coalesce anew. "Quick, transfer the blood Dan into your dantian." Lan Shi's voice pierced through the icy layers as the submerged wooden sword traced a Tai Chi pattern, guiding the surrounding dark ice marrow apart. Ku Lien trembled as she cradled the glowing sphere, which inexplicably flew into Ku Chan's mouth. The moment the Dan blood entered her body, all the fissures in the ice coffin erupted with flesh buds, and the withered lotus platforms sprouted fresh green shoots once more. The most astonishing transformation occurred at dawn. When Ku Chan opened her eyes, the icy blue hue had faded, replaced by a warm, pale aquamarine. She gazed at Lan Shi and then at Ku Lien, suddenly coughing out a shard of ice crystal that contained fragments of the genetic lock from the Onia Empire. It turned out that the icy calamity was a ruse. Her voice remained hoarse. "Someone seeks to leverage this natural disaster to seize the remnants of the Ark from my Lotus Palace." As the first rays of sunlight penetrated the snow abyss, Lan Shi discovered that beneath the ice coffin lay half of an Ark's remnant core. The gene lock patterns on the surface of the remnant had been shattered by the sacred power, revealing the internal character for benevolence. Ku Chan extended the remnant to Lan Shi, and it resonated with the tree patterns on the back of his neck, projecting a celestial map of the Earth and the Silver Moon continent upon the snow. "This is the coordinate of the spark of civilization." The icy blade of the bitter lotus pierced the fissures of the remnants, revealing the deployment of the Onyx Empire's fleet. Their intent was to seize the remnants during the ice heist to unravel the intricacies of your genetic chain. Suddenly, a warning sounded from Jin Sinan's golden chain as numerous energy fluctuations emerged around the snowy abyss, heralding the arrival of the Empire's genetic plunderers. Lan Shi grasped the remnants tightly. The power of the sacred realm unveiled a looming crisis. The remnants of the Lotus Palace were but the tip of the iceberg. The entire Ark ruins of the Silver Moon continent were coveted by the Empire. He plunged the submerged wooden sword into the snow, its blade projecting a complete defensive matrix. Each line resonating with the essence of Kushuan's primordial pill, the icy blade of the bitter lotus, and the spiritual veins of the snowy abyss. "Guard this place." Lan Shi's voice echoed throughout the Lotus Palace. All the awakened disciples of the Lotus platform pressed their chests in unison, their ice totems at the nape of their necks transforming, gradually revealing civilization patterns akin to Lan Shi's tree markings. In the center of the Xianbing platform, a drop of sacred blood, infused with Kushuan's primordial pill, morphed into an everlasting flame of civilization, illuminating the long, cold nights of the extreme northern snowy abyss. Beneath the Xianbing platform, the heart of the ark was revealed as Master Kushuan swept aside the millennia-old ice. What lay beneath was no ordinary remnant. The moment Lan Shi's sacred power touched the ethereal blue crystal, the submerged wooden sword erupted with a flow of data. Within the crystal was embedded a miniature nuclear fusion reactor, its uranium fuel rod's decay trajectories solidified by the ark runes, forming a self-repairing perpetual core. This was the backup energy source from the ark era. Jean Sinan's golden chain slithered into the crevice like a spectral serpent, its gilded gaze projecting a three-dimensional blueprint. Brother. The protective formation of the Lotus Palace was designed according to the reactor's power output, yet unfortunately, the core is missing 5 control modules. Lan Shi retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, and 5 fragments of various shapes floated, perfectly aligning with the gaps in the core. These were shards he had collected along his journey. The icy blade of the bitter lotus suddenly plunged into the ground. Its blade reflecting a scene from 3 centuries past. The ancestors of the Lotus Palace had once repelled the Onyx Empire's gene pollution cannon with this reactor, yet faltered at the last moment due to the absence of modules. At that moment, blue liquid light seeped from the cracks on the reactor's surface. It was the long-lost arc condensing agent.